Henri de Saint-Simon. Social Organization, The Science of Man and Other Writings. Edited and translated with an introduction. By Felix Markham. In my introduction of 1952 I wrote that it cannot be a matter of chance that Saint-Simon's ideas seem in many ways more relevant to the present day than they did to the 19th century. It is possible, a decade later, to make this statement with more confidence. The problems of the two cultures, and the development of the social sciences, of the place of the scientist and expert in government, of European Union, of free employment in a managed industrial economy, of underdeveloped countries, are all raised in Saint-Simon's writings, and they are now current problems, familiar to every schoolboy. Saint-Simon actively witnessed the birth of the modern world, and dimly discerned its future development. I hope that my contribution of an English edition of his more important writings may help to make this remarkable thinker more widely known. Felix Markham. Hertford College, Oxford. June 1964. Preface. It is remarkable how often St. Simon's name is quoted, and yet how little is generally known, at any rate outside France, of his ideas and his writings. His influence on John Stuart Mill and Carlyle, on Comte and Marx, on St. Simonian circles in France, and on the early radicals and socialists in Russia, entitles him to a considerable place in the history of the political thought of the 19th century. At a time when our view of the 19th century is still too much dominated by a Whig interpretation of history, a study of St. Simon gives a different, if peculiar, perspective of the development of Europe. Some readers may find that it is not without interest for the problems of the present age. St. Simon's writings are voluminous, chaotic, and comparatively inaccessible, see note on texts, p. 7. So far as I am aware, a selection from the whole range of his writings has not hitherto been translated into English. Carlyle translated Nouveau Christianisme, but it was never published, and the manuscript has disappeared. A copy of another contemporary translation by the Reverend J. E. Smith, 1834, exists in the British Museum Library. The present selection from St. Simon's works is designed to show the evolution of his ideas, and, within reasonable limits of space, the various aspects of his thought. The reorganization of the European community and New Christianity are given in full, apart from the omission of some insignificant footnotes. In undertaking the translation from the French, for which I have no specialist linguistic qualifications, I have been encouraged by the fact that St. Simon's writings have little pretension to literary merit. On balance, therefore, familiarity with St. Simon's thought may be considered more important than an expert knowledge of the French language. I am indebted to Mrs. Dr. O., of the staff of the Maison Francaise, Oxford, for checking my translation, and advising me on doubtful points. I am grateful to Mr. I. Berlin, Fellow of All Souls College, Oxford, Mr. J. P. Playmenitz, Fellow of Nuffield College, Oxford, to Mr. John Bowie and Mr. J. H. Billington, for helpful advice and discussion in writing of the introduction. I should also HKE to thank M. and Madame L. E. Malher, who kindly showed me the portrait of St. Simon by Madame Guillart Labille, and other family relics at L. E. Charney, near Nevers. F. M. H. Markham. 8 Oxford, 1952. Introduction. 1 Biographical. Claude Henri de Rouvroy, Comte de Saint-Simon, born in 1760, lived till 1825. 1 His father was the second son of Louis Francaret Ois de St. Simon, Marquis de Sandricourt, who was Lieutenant General of the Army under Louis XIV, and a cousin of the famous author of the memoirs, the Duc de St. Simon. He owned the seigneury of Falvy and the chateau of Berny in Picardy on the Somme, and a family legend, recalled in Henri de St. Simon's autobiography, claimed descent from Charlemagne. Like so many of the noblesse de type of the 18th century, the father was impoverished, and lived on army pensions and sinecures, leaving nothing but debts. Henri was the eldest of 9 children, most of whom disappear from view in the storm of the Revolution, a nephew, Victor, was an officer in the Grande Army, and died in 1865 as a senator under Napoleon III. St. Simon's education was unsystematic, a succession of private tutors, of whom D'Alembert, the encyclopedist, was the most important. 2. He once paid a visit to Rousseau. The best-known anecdote of his youth is his order to his valet to call him each morning with the formidable reminder, "M'le Comte, remember that you have great things to do." In 1777 he entered the army as second lieutenant, and in 1779 he sailed with Rochambeau to join Lafayette and Washington in the American War of Independence. He fought with distinction in the campaigns of 1779–82, and was wounded and taken prisoner in the Battle of the Saints in 1782. From 1785, he was on indefinite leave of absence from his regiment, with the rank of colonel, traveling in Holland and Spain. In 1787 he was working for the Spanish Minister of Finance on a project for a canal connecting Madrid with the Guadalquivir and the Atlantic. Already, in 1783, he had suggested to the Viceroy of Mexico a scheme for a canal to join the Atlantic and the Pacific. Of his attitude to the French Revolution, St. Simon writes in 1808 in his autobiography, "I did not wish to take part in it, because, on the one hand, I was convinced that the ancien regime could not be prolonged, and, on the other hand, I had an aversion from destruction." 1. The police dossier compiled on the occasion of his arrest by the Comite de Sûreté Générale in November, 1793, gives considerably more details of his activities from 1789 to 1793. As a liberal noble and companion in arms of Lafayette, he evidently followed the current of the revolution with more enthusiasm than he afterwards admitted. He drew up the cahier of his local canton of Marche-Lepot for the States General. In 1790 he formally renounced his title, and took the name of Bonhomme. He presided at the first meeting of his commune to elect a mayor. 2 local certificates of civisme issued in 1793 attest his patriotic and revolutionary views. In the autumn of 1793 he was moving in advanced radical and Heberdist circles in Paris. Thus far, his career is not wholly exceptional in the case of an enlightened noble. It is more startling to find that, at the height of the revolution, St. Simon had launched out as one of the most important and enterprising speculators in national lands. He was quick to see the possibilities of profitable investment in the nationalized lands of the church and of the émigrés, which were being sold on very favorable terms. For agricultural land, the initial payment was as low as 12% of the purchase price, and the rest could be paid off in installments with a CNATS which depreciated rapidly as inflation of the paper currency became uncontrolled. The revolutionary government was less concerned to make a profit than to attract a large number of buyers to the cause of the revolution, and it was the bourgeois speculators who predominantly profited by the operation. St. Simon formed a partnership with the Saxon Baron de Redem, who provided security for a loan of over 600,000 francs from Périgord, the banker. With this working capital, St. Simon, the active partner, purchased over 4 million francs worth of property between 1792 and 1795. According to Michelet, St. Simon was arrested because he had attracted the unfavorable attention of the government through offering to purchase from the Commune of Paris the lead roof of Notre Dame, at the time when Robespierre was attacking the Commune's campaign of dechristianization. The actual report of his arrest has since been found, and it is clear that he was arrested by mistake, having been confused with Henri Simon, a Belgian banker, involved in Die Foreign plot. 1. He escaped the guillotine, but was not released till August, 1794, after the fall of Robespierre in the crisis of Thermidor. Thanks to his financial speculations, St. Simon was able to cut a prominent figure in the brilliant but mixed society of the Directory. Like Barras, he was a grand seigneur sans-culotte, entertaining in his Paris mansion, with 20 servants and a famous chef, moderate politicians such as the Comte de Ségur, Napoleon's future Grand Master of Ceremonies, and Boissy d'Anglas, former president of the Convention and later president of the Tribunate. In 1797, St. Simon took part, behind the scenes, in two curious political incidents. During the peace negotiations between Pitt and the Directory at Lille, Talleyrand, newly appointed foreign minister, arranged with Malmesbury, the English plenipotentiary, that George Ellis, Malmesbury's first secretary, should conduct secret negotiations alongside the official conversations. St. Simon was a friend of George Ellis, having met him through Périgord, and he appeared at Lille as the unofficial representative of some financial circles which were moderate and Anglophile. He held out hopes of peace if the English cabinet was patient, and suggested that England might keep the Cape and Ceylon. Malmesbury explained St. Simon's approach in a letter to Grenville, II, and endorsed Ellis's report of the conversations. 3. The purge of the moderates in the coup d'état of Fructidor, September, 1797, led to a stiffening of the French demands, and the Lille negotiations fell through. Thibaudot reports a conversation with St. Simon shortly after Fructidor, in which the latter supported a scheme, proposed by the followers of Barras and Bonaparte, for revising the constitution by strengthening the executive and the second chamber. 4. This was St. Simon's last excursion into politics. For 1798 marks the turning point in his fait, when he exchanged the role of financier for that of philosopher and prophet. Dryden had ceased to have confidence in St. Simon's conduct of the partnership, the expenses of the joint household were enormous, and St. Simon had mortgaged much of their landed property to launch out into ambitious commercial and industrial ventures. Dryden insisted on the partnership being ended by arbitration, and in the final settlement of 1799, St. Simon was bought out for a capital sum of 150,000 francs. When he was reduced to extreme poverty after 1805, St. Simon tried unsuccessfully to reopen the arbitration, and conducted a pamphlet controversy with Dryden. Undeniably, Dryden had gained the lion's share, retaining property which gave him 100,000 francs annual income. He had contributed the initial capital, but St. Simon had vastly increased it by his enterprise. Dryden insisted on deducting 300,000 francs of St. Simon's expenses from his share, but a good proportion of this was probably necessary to retain the goodwill of the politicians of the Directory. Possibly the determining factor which obliged St. Simon to accept an unfavorable settlement was the Jacobin forced loan of 1799, which proposed heavy contributions on ex-nobles possessing property gained by speculation. No doubt Dryden was right in thinking that St. Simon, with his grandiose schemes and his aristocratic carelessness about money, was an unsatisfactory associate. St. Simon was incapable of organizing anything except the future. 2. In his autobiography, St. Simon says that after his quarrel with Dryden in 1798, he conceived the project of opening up a new path for the human mind, that of the physico-poetical. 3. He moved to a house near Difficult Polytechnique, and studied physics for 3 years. He succeeded promising young scientists Prunelle, Poisson, Dupuytren. Eminent savants, including Monge, Berthollet, and Lagrange, were guests at his dinners, but St. Simon recalled at the end of his life, "My scientists and my artists ate a great deal, and spoke little." In 1801 he married Sophie de Champgrand, but in less than a year there was a divorce by mutual agreement. Sophie was daughter of a retired colonel, who, like St. Simon, was a speculator and sansculotte. Her second husband, M. de Bourgh, was killed in 1810, and as a widow she became a successful writer of plays and children's books. Her memoirs, 1853, make no reference to her marriage with St. Simon, but her friend Madame Anslow asserts that the marriage was purely one of convenience, prompted by St. Simon's wish for a more suitable hostess than the mistresses who had hitherto presided at his dinner parties. According to Madame Anslow, Sophie could not help laughing when she recalled the weird arguments which he used to justify racial crossbreeding in the interests of humanity. According to an oral tradition handed down by St. Simon's followers, he went, soon after his divorce, to Capet to offer marriage to Madame de Staël, who had lost her husband in 1802. Madame de Staël makes no allusion to this offer, but it is not improbable, even if some of the stories attached to it are apocryphal. 2. St. Simon took advantage of the Peace of Amiens to travel in Switzerland, Germany, and England. But by 1805 his remaining fortune was dissipated. In 1806 he asked for help from de Segur, who obtained for him the miserable post of copyist at the municipal pawn shop. 6 months later he met Dyrd, his former servant, who took him into his house and kept him for 2 years. Between 1807 and 1812, St. Simon tried unsuccessfully to obtain revision of the 1799 arbitration with Dyrd, though the latter asserts he helped him with a small remittance for several years. When Dyrd died in 1810, St. Simon was reduced to extreme straits, which brought on a serious illness at the beginning of 1813. On the death of his mother he surrendered his rights of inheritance in return for an annual pension of 2,000 francs from his family. The fall of Napoleon and the Bourbon Restoration coincide with an improvement in St. Simon's fortunes. In 1814 he found Augustin Thierry to act as his secretary and collaborator. The future historian was then 19 years old, and his first teaching post at Compiègne had been suspended owing to the Allied invasion. Thanks to Thierry, St. Simon's ideas were for the first time presented in an orderly form, and the Réorganisation de la Société Européenne was the first of his writings to attract some general attention. A second edition appeared in December, 1814. During the 100 Days, Carnot, as Minister of the Interior, nominated St. Simon to the post of sub-librarian of the Arsenal. He was dismissed from it on Louis XVIII's return after Waterloo. The politics of the Second Restoration were, however, favorable to St. Simon as a publicist. In the struggle of the industrial and commercial bourgeoisie, who had gained greatly under the Revolution and Empire, for full political power against the reaction of the old territorial and émigré noblesse, St. Simon's ideas of the importance of the capitalist and manufacturer as the rulers of the new age would make valuable propaganda. During the 100 Days, Napoleon, as part of his concession to the liberals, had set up a council of industry and provided for elected representatives of commerce and industry in the new parliament. St. Simon was thus able to obtain an impressive list of subscribers to his new publication Vie Industrie, the first number of which appeared in December, 1816. The list included Thimas and Chaptal, important industrialists, the Banque Paris Laffitte, as well as the liberal peers Liancourt, Lafayette, Broglie. Laffitte did not appear on the list, but it seems probable that he subsidized the publication privately for the first 6 months. 1 In August, 1817, St. Simon launched a new subscription for the third volume of L'Industrie and reprinted with it the original fist of subscribers. Several of these, including the Due de Liancourt, found the views expressed in the third volume politically embarrassing, and disavowed them publicly. At the same time, Thierry parted from St. Simon. He could no longer follow St. Simon's anti-liberal and authoritarian trend. In August, 1817, Auguste Comte replaces Thierry as St. Simon's secretary and adopted son. St. Simon, with Comte as his collaborator, and with the help of a further subscription, continued periodical publication in the Politique, 1819, Organisateur, 1819-20, Système Industriel, 1821-22. The Parallel 2 appeared in November, 1819, in the Organisateur. Its contemptuous references to the Bourbon princes came just before the murder of the Duc de Berry, February, 1820, and St. Simon's prosecution and acquittal made him momentarily a public figure. In 1823, St. Simon was again in desperate financial straits, and in a moment of depression over the lack of support for his ideas, tried to blow his brains out with a pistol charged with 8 slugs. They failed to kill him, and he survived, with the loss of an eye. To the last phase of St. Simon's life, 1823–25, belong three important events: his quarrel with Auguste Comte in 1824, his association with Oland Rodriguez, and the publication in 1825 of the Nouveau Christianisme, his last and most influential work. The cause of the quarrel with Comte involves the question of the relation between St. Simon's and Comte's ideas. The occasion was a dispute over the form in which Comte's first independent work, Prospectus de Travaux Nécessaires pour organiser la Société, also known as Système de Politique Positive, should be published. Oland Rodriguez, a rich young Jew, met St. Simon in 1823. He was his faithful disciple and financial backer until St. Simon's death in May, 1825. His intimacy with St. Simon made him one of the most important of the group of disciples, who transformed St. Simon's philosophy, after his death, into the St. Simonian religion. St. Simon's last hours, recorded by his disciples, were edifying and philosophic to the end. Two of his last sayings are worth noting. Remember that, to achieve great things, one must feel passionately. And the second, the attack on the religious system of the Middle Ages has really proved only this, that it was no longer in harmony with the positive sciences. It would be wrong to conclude from this that religion tends to disappear, only that it should adjust itself to scientific progress. Most historians have been interested in St. Simon simply as the forerunner of socialist thought, and have considered him only from that angle. His ideas have become known, less from his own writings than from the interpretation given to them by his followers Rodriguez, Bazard, and Enfantin, in the Producteur of 1825–26, and Exposition de la Doctrine St. Simonine of 1829. It was they who developed an economic theory which can be definitely called socialist, and they who canonized St. Simon as the Messiah of the new St. Simonian religion. Did St. Simon think of himself as a Messiah? Contemporary accounts of his character do not suggest a religious maniac. John Stuart Mill met St. Simon at the house of J.B. Say in 1821. I saw various noteworthy persons while staying at his house, among whom I have pleasure in the recollection of having once seen St. Simon, not yet the founder of a philosophy or a religion, and considered only as a clever original. One the great Carnot said of him, I knew M. de St. Simon, he was a remarkable man. He deceived himself in thinking that he was a man of science, but nobody has conceived such bold and new ideas. Leon Halévy, who was introduced to St. Simon by Rodriguez, described his domestic life in his last years. He lived with his housekeeper Julie, who was also his mistress and secretary, and his dog, Turk. He was a brilliant conversationalist, though a hopelessly bad writer. For relaxation he read novels, preferably of the silliest kind. He discussed philosophy on his deathbed. His portrait, painted in 1801, is that of a handsome, vigorous man, with aristocratic, well-proportioned features, intelligent, but not obviously eccentric. He appears to have remained, to the end, a typical character of the revolutionary age, a compound of 18th-century enlightenment and wit with the romantic and philanthropic urge to reform the world. It is true that in his writings he frequently speaks as the voice of God, but, as often, he speaks as the voice of Bacon, Socrates, or Charlemagne, for these passages are a literary device, rather than a serious claim to divine inspiration. In the introduction to the scientific studies of the 19th century he criticizes the conception of God as outworn 5, and it was precisely because of its atheism that the St. Simonians suppressed this work in the collected edition. Probably St. Simon never departed from this view, despite the opening words of New Christianity. Certainly he never believed in a personal God. In fact, his religious views remained strongly influenced by a Voltairian, 18th-century attitude. He thought of religion as a political necessity for the people, but not for the enlightened philosopher. It is the attitude of Napoleon, when he said society cannot exist without inequality of wealth, and inequality of wealth cannot exist without religion. St. Simon certainly claimed to be a genius, and his intellectual pretensions verged on megalomania. Thus he was equally capable of producing ideas of extraordinary range and originality, or amateurish and nonsensical argument. But his extravagance remains of quite a different character from the craziness of Fourier, or the mysticism which flourished in some circles of the Freemasonry of the late 18th century. 2. St. Simon's ideas. St. Simon's many works were never widely read in his lifetime. Not only were his ideas strange and novel, but they were badly presented. St. Simon's style was clumsy and markedly lacking in the French qualities of clarity and balance. Most of his writing is in the form of open letters, dialogues, and tracts, often incomplete and fragmentary. Fourier was conscious of his own lack of training, of the fact that he turned to writing late in life. I warn the reader that I shall return often to the same ideas. I know that this method of composition does not make for easy or agreeable reading, and that it will displease the majority of readers. Not that this matters to me, as it is not for them that I write, and literary glory is not the object of my ambition. I have learned to think by laborious effort. I contest the opinion of those for whom the process of thought becomes easier the further they are advanced in life. 1. As a writer, he has, however, compensating merits. He is concise, and goes straight to the point, and he is free from the Teutonic vice of hiding poverty or obscurity of thought behind a smoke screen of verbiage. When he is naive, or even silly, it is transparently obvious, and there is no attempt to disguise it. He wrote as a publicist, urging reform and immediate action. Philosophic detachment and thoroughness were constantly sacrificed to his feeling of urgency. By taking individual works in isolation, it would be easy to represent St. Simon as nothing more than a publicist, exploiting the fiend of the moment. For example, the publication of the Réorganisation de la Société Européenne was perfectly timed for the opening of the Congress of Vienna. Again, from 1814 onwards, St. Simon was surrounded by collaborators and pupils, such as Thierry and Comte. One might attribute many of his ideas to them. But these interpretations are quite unreal if we look at what St. Simon wrote before 1814, when he had no pupils or collaborators. Although badly written and confused, they quite clearly contain all the themes developed later, including positivism, industrialism, internationalism, and a new religion. It is necessary, therefore, to survey St. Simon's writings as a whole, and to set them against the contemporary background of ideas. The main questions which St. Simon discusses range over an immense field, and they are, at first sight, extremely diverse. In the first period, 1800 to 1813, in which the most important works are the Introduction Auxiliary Travaux Scientifiques du XIXe siècle, 1808, and the Memoire sur les sciences de l'homme, 1813, St. Simon is primarily concerned with a philosophical and scientific problem, the search for the unity of knowledge, based on the Newtonian law of gravitation, which he regarded as the purest and most successful example of scientific thinking. In 1814, he turns, in the Réorganisation de la Société Européenne, to the problem of constructing an international community. Between 1816 and 1825 he urges the claims of the coming industrial society in a series of periodicals. Finally, in 1825, in Nouveau Christianisme he outlines a reformed Christianity. In St. Simon's mind these topics are not unrelated to each other, but aspects of one and the same problem, and it is precisely in the synthesis of these questions which he attempted that the core, and the originality, of his thought consists. It is true that his synthesis breaks down, but the fact remains that no other political and social thinker of the 19th century surpasses him in originality of approach to these problems, or in boldness and breadth of view. There is no essential change in St. Simon's ideas from the earliest to the latest writings. The same basic ideas are applied and elaborated under different aspects, and they can be stated quite briefly. The starting point of St. Simon's thought is the relation between ideas and institutions. Politics are based on ethics, and the institutions of a people are nothing but the application of its ideas. 1. His argument, when summarized, then proceeds on the following lines. In medieval civilization, a universally accepted religion ensured the stability of society, but the growth of scientific thought, the emergence of a commercial middle class, the Protestant Reformation, and the sceptical criticism of 18th-century rationalists have undermined the Catholic Church and the international authority of the papacy. The metaphysicians and the lawyers, with their negative principles of natural rights and equality, have completed the disintegration of the old society, but are totally unable to organize a new one. These destructive forces have culminated in the upheaval of the French Revolution. The task of the 19th century must therefore be to rebuild an organic society on the basis of the new ideas and new forces. The philosophy of the 18th century has been critical and revolutionary, that of the 19th century will be inventive and constructive. 1. There can be no return to an order of society based on ideas which have lost their validity, and here he parts company with the theorists of the Catholic Revival, headed by Chateaubriand, Bonald, and Meister. A new organic society cannot come into being until unity and coherence have been restored to the realm of thought. Human thinking has passed successively through the stages of polytheism to monotheism, to metaphysics and then to positive science. Mathematics and physics have been the first to become scientific and positive. Biology, physiology, and the science of human behavior, which St. Simon calls social physiology, must also become scientific and positive too. Thus an encyclopedia of scientific knowledge will become possible. To replace the medieval sumpna theological, the certainties of science will replace the dogmas of the medieval church. The scientists and captains of industry will replace the priests and feudal lords as the natural leaders of society. 3. St. Simon admired the medieval separation of the spiritual and temporal powers, because it established an independent, international, and predominant body of the educated elite. This system would be reproduced in the future in the form of some kind of international planning, and teaching, body of scientists. If St. Simon's comparison of priests and scientists appears odd and artificial, it is nevertheless important to understand how he, and later Comte, were led to hold such a view. How could St. Simon conceive of science, which is based on freedom of thought, as a new orthodoxy, fulfilling the function of a religion? The development of the idea of positivism throws light on this question. Positivism may be defined as the application of scientific method to every aspect of nature and human experience. Comte defines the positive stage in human development as that period in which the human spirit, recognizing the impossibility of obtaining absolute conceptions, abandons the search for the origin and goal of the universe and the inner causes of things, to set itself the task merely of discovering, by reason and experience combined, the effective laws of phenomena, that is to say, their invariable relations of succession and of similarity. 1. Foreshadowed by Francis Bacon, the idea of a positive philosophy developed naturally from the intoxicating triumphs of scientific method in the 17th century, culminating in Newton's discoveries. The spirit of positivism, if not the name, is already apparent in the 17th century. Descartes proposed to apply his scientific method to every branch of knowledge. By the science of morals, I understand the highest and most perfect, which, presupposing an entire knowledge of the other sciences, is the last degree of wisdom. 2. Hobbes claimed to have made political philosophy scientific by applying the method of Galileo. And as the art of well-building is derived from principles of reason, observed by industrious men, that had long studied the nature of materials, and the divers effects of figure and proportion, long after mankind began, though poorly, to build, so, long time after mankind have begun to constitute commonwealths, imperfect, and apt to relapse into disorder, there may principles of reason be found out, by industrious meditation, to make their constitution, excepting by external violence, everlasting. 3. Descartes, however, left an unresolved dualism of two distinct and unrelated substances, mind and matter. French philosophy in the 18th century, particularly in the psychology of Condillac, Helvetius and D. Holbach, tried to overcome this dualism by a thoroughgoing materialism and atheism. The mechanistic concepts of physical science were to be applied to every branch of experience. St. Simon derived from his 18th-century predecessors this approach, which forms the basis of his conception of physicalism, for he also inherited the Cartesian assumption that the only true knowledge is mathematical, and he constantly emphasizes the importance of a priori knowledge as opposed to the empiricist tendency of English philosophy. Therefore, for St. Simon, the Newtonian laws of gravitation were a symbol of the ultimate goal of science, the unity of all knowledge in its most perfect, deductive, a priori form, what he calls universal science as opposed to the special sciences. This explains why he sometimes writes as if the social sciences would become positive by being reduced to physics. 1. It would be unprofitable to examine St. Simon's assumptions too strictly from the philosophical standpoint. He had neither the philosophical training nor the interest to embark on a theory of knowledge. Like Marx, St. Simon subjected historical development to prediction and determinism, and at the same time urged the importance of individual effort to create a new society. 2. He did not ask himself the question whether man, as a thinking and willing being, could be reconciled with a materialistic interpretation of experience. St. Simon admitted in the memoir Sur la science de l'homme, 1813, that he lacked the scientific training to carry out the program of making the physiological, biological, and social sciences positive, and needed collaborators. 3. His appeals to the French scientists were unheeded. After 1813, St. Simon abandons, or rather postpones as premature, the attempt at a scientific synthesis, and turns to the political and social aspects. Newton's law of gravitation as the key to the unity of knowledge is hardly mentioned again. It is this change of emphasis, but not of principle, which has misled commentators on St. Simon. They distinguish a liberal phase of his thought 1814-17, when he was influenced by his Anglophile and liberal secretary, Augustin Thierry, a socialist phase after he had broken with his capitalist patrons, 1821, and, finally, a deathbed religious conversion represented by the Nouveau Christianisme. Though St. Simon abandons his attempt to unify the sciences, he still retains his conception of science in its ultimate, perfected form, as a stable, certain body of beliefs which can take the place of a religion. For St. Simon, the essential feature of religion is that it is a coherent body of ideas, explaining every aspect of the world and of human experience. For the educated elite, these ideas will be scientific truths, intellectually grasped. For the ignorant masses, they will take the form of mysteries, beliefs, and occult. 5. A conflict between science and religion is, therefore, a contradiction in terms. If it appears, it means that a religious system has broken down. A complete scientific explanation of experience will constitute a new religion, and restore a stable condition of society, in which the scientists fulfill the function performed by priests in the medieval civilization. Thus, for St. Simon, every aspect of the problem is simultaneously religious, political, economic, and philosophic. There are no watertight compartments in his mind. The scientific speculations of his first period have a political and social aim, while the Nouveau Christianisme is a social and economic program, as much as a religious tract. His first appearance in print was in his correspondence with the Société du Lycée of Paris. He proposed to lecture to the society. I have some views on a general metaphysics. I will speak about the various metaphysics in the following order: mathematics, physics, chemistry, physiology, literature, art. Then I will present my views on a general metaphysic. St. Simon's attempt ended in rebuff and ridicule. The society refused his offer to lecture, and, when he tried to speak after a lecture given by the fashionable La Harpe, he was ruled out of order and ejected. 1. The Lettres des Inhabitants de Genève, 1803, introduce St. Simon's leading ideas in an embryonic form. He divides society into three classes: the haves and have-nots, and the men of science, The crisis of the French Revolution is due to the fact that the haves can no longer control the have-nots, because the traditional rulers, kings, nobles, and priests are no longer superior in culture and intelligence. The spiritual authority of die papacy must be replaced by a Council of Newton, composed of men of science, who must bring physiology into line with the physical sciences, and unify scientific doctrine on the basis of the Newtonian law of gravitation. Thus the spiritual power will be in the hands of the scientists, the temporal power in the hands of property owners too. These ideas are developed in a much more substantial form in the Introduction Auxiliary Travaux Scientifiques du XIXe siècle, 1808, and the Memoire sur la science de l'homme, 1813. Starting from Condorcet's Esquisse d'un tableau historique de progrès de l'esprit humain, St. Simon produces a highly original philosophy of history. Whereas Condorcet had retained the stock 18th century denunciation of the Middle Ages as a period of barbarism and superstition, St. Simon appreciates the medieval church. He regards it as the rule of an intellectual elite, with a unified doctrine, which was responsible both for the intellectual and the social progress of the period. Moreover, it was the Middle Ages which saw the beginnings of modern science, introduced into Europe from the Arabs. But St. Simon equally rejects the attempts of the theocratic writers Meister and Bonald to restore the social order by reviving an outworn Catholic theology. This has been irretrievably ruined by entire development of modern science, though a compromise between the old religion and science has been patched up by means of the Cartesian dualism of mind and matter. The task of 19th century thought is to transcend this dualism by the conception of physicalism, in which deism is finally discarded. Matter and mind are regarded as aspects of the same unity, and all phenomena, mental as well as material, are explicable by scientific laws. 1. The history of the human race, as a collective being analogous to an individual, is susceptible of scientific study, and St. Simon relates the changes in human history to changes in religious ideas, considered as the sum of human beliefs and knowledge at a given time. Through his interpretations of history as the successive phases of polytheism, theism, and then physicalism, St. Simon shows how the sciences pass from the conjectural to the positive stage. By an examination of the works of the leading contemporary physiologists Vicq d'Azur, Cabanis, Bichat, and Condorcet, he seeks to show that physiology and the science of human behavior are now ripe to pass into the positive stage. St. Simon's excursions into physics and physiology are worthless, too, but it is clear that he had conceived not only the name, but the program of the positive philosophy, later carried out by Comte. 3. The reorganisation de la société européenne is obviously tinged with Thierry's Anglophile and virile views, but the most interesting part of the argument lies in the direct application of St. Simon's basic ideas to the problem of an international community. His insistence on a new organization to replace the role of the medieval papacy, and on the need for an intellectual foundation for an international government. These arguments are by no means lacking in interest today, when St. Simon's dream of a united Europe is painfully struggling into actuality. The parallel of 1819 is the most concise and vivid expression of the theme of an industrial society, contrasted with the outworn government of nobles and lawyers, which St. Simon developed between 1815 and 1821. The contrast he draws is always between producers and idlers. The producers include bankers, entrepreneurs, scientists, managers, and manual workers, whose interests are assumed to be identical. There is no attack on the rights of property. The only change in the law of property which he advocates is compensation for improvements by tenants of land. He condemns the idea of equality, which he rather curiously labels Turkish. At first sight, St. Simon's views at this period appear to be the purest economic laissez-faire. As taught by the classical economists, government should be reduced to the minimum, and the economic system will flourish automatically. 2. But there are important points on which St. Simon differs from the liberal economists, and these differences became more marked after he had parted from his liberal collaborator, Augustin Thierry, and had quarreled with his capitalist backers in 1821. In the first place, he approaches the economic system from the point of view of the producer, and not, like the classical economists, from that of the consumer, and he regards production, not as an end in itself, but as a means of promoting social well-being. With his hierarchical and organic view of society, St. Simon was bound to conceive his industrial system as a planned economy. In the Organisator III he outlined an industrial parliament. It would consist of 3 chambers: invention, examination, and execution. The first, composed of scientists, artists, and engineers, would plan the annual program of public works and festivals. The second, composed of scientists only, would examine their projects, and control education. The third, composed of leaders of industry, would carry out the projects and control the budget. Nor did he accept the fundamental assumption of the classical economists that the interests of the individual automatically coincided with the general interest. He insisted that a new ethic of this world was required to restrain the antisocial egoism of the rich, and an anarchic uprising of the poor. In this view he was confirmed by Sismondi's Nouveaux Principes de l'économie politique, 1819, which traced the effects of slumps on the working class, and concluded that it was not true that the pursuit of individual interests produces the greatest good of all. Hence the emphasis in the system industrial on the need to improve the lot of the poorest class, and to found the industrial system on the Christian principle of brotherly love. St. Simon now gives the artists a role, as important as that of the scientists, in the molding of sentiments and opinions. The Nouveau Christianisme, which expounds the formula for the new positive religion, based on an ethic of this world, is thus foreshadowed in the system industrial. The question naturally arises, why did not St. Simon, who had grasped so clearly the conception of a bourgeois class superseding the feudal nobility, take a further step, and predict, before Marx, the ultimate rise and triumph of the working class? To St. Simon, such an idea would be meaningless, for it would contradict one of his fundamental views on historical development, that society is always governed by an educated elite. The natural leaders of the working class can only be the industrialists and the scientists. On this point, surely, St. Simon is the realist, and Marx the utopian and romantic. St. Simon's conception of the relation between capital and labor is much nearer to American technocracy than to Russian socialism. Henry Ford, with his productivity and his peace ship, has a distinctly St. Simonian flavor. St. Simon foresaw the danger of a conflict between the workers and the capitalists, but he did not consider it either as natural or inevitable. His aim was to forestall, and avert it, by creating a new organic state of society. The preservation of property is the main object of politics. The only barrier which the property owners can put up against the proletariat is a system of ethics. One in this respect, St. Simon was not a socialist, still less a Marxist. He was a socialist, only if socialism means the conscious direction and planning of the economic system from the center. But it is easy to see how his attack on the idlers, contrasted with the producers, could be rapidly expanded, as, in fact, it was by his followers, into an attack on the laws of inheritance, and the substitution of a planned economy for the anarchy of free competition. It has been necessary to summarize St. Simon's main ideas before setting them in their contemporary background, and tracing them to their source, in order to distinguish what is novel and what is derivative in them. He regarded himself as the architect of a system, drawing his materials from other thinkers and fashioning them into a general theory. He borrowed many of his ideas from his predecessors and contemporaries, as he freely acknowledges. Thus from Dupuy, author of the Origine de tous les cultes, 1795, he derived the idea that early religion and science are intimately connected. From Elsner, author of De Phase de la Religion de Mohammed, 1810, the emphasis on the Arabs as the source of modern science. He was personally acquainted with J.B. Say, the leading French laissez-faire economist, from whose Traité d'économie politique, 1801, as well as from the contemporary economists Sismondi, Charles Comte, and Dunoyer, he drew much of his conception of industrialism, as contrasted with a feudal society. There is hardly a single element in St. Simon's thought which cannot be traced to another source, but the peculiar synthetic quality of his mind transforms these elements into something new. They emerge as ideas of positivism, authoritarian socialism, technocracy, historicism, which recognizably belong to the 19th and in some cases to the 20th century, but certainly no longer to the 18th, or to the age of transition in which he lived. St. Simon's ideas were being formed at the turn of the century, when the movement of the Enlightenment was being challenged by the Romantic movement and the religious revival. This explains why, in the Restoration period, he was in the odd position of having a foot in both camps, that of the theocratic school, which inspired the legitimist and clerical reaction, and that of the liberal bourgeoisie, who were fighting to preserve and extend the predominant position which they had gained under the Revolution and the Empire. If St. Simon's ideas momentarily allied him with the liberal bourgeoisie, they repudiated him after 1820, because of his theocratic tendencies. St. Simon absorbs and reflects the influence both of the Enlightenment and die Counter-Revolution. His debt to the Enlightenment is obvious. From his tutor, D'Alembert, one of the authors of the Encyclopedia, and from Condorcet, he derived his optimism, his cosmopolitan outlook, and his faith in the power of human reason to change the world. Though the degeneration of the revolutionary movement into the terror was a shock to the ideals of the Enlightenment, it still seemed to be continuing its triumphant march at the end of the century. The dominant school of French philosophy in the last decade of the century was that of the ideologues, led by Condorcet, Destutt de Tracy, and Cabanis. One after Brumaire, Napoleon used the name ideologue and metaphysician as a term of abuse, but this was due to his dislike of their political opposition to the autocracy rather than objection to their philosophical principles. The ideologues were, in fact, hostile to metaphysics and scientific in their approach. Destutt de Tracy gave the name of ideology to the movement, meaning by it simply the scientific study of the human mind, and its ideas, begun by Condillac. The ideologues showed considerable interest in the critical philosophy of Kant. They welcomed his repudiation of dogmatic metaphysics, and his explanation, in the Critique of Pure Reason, of the triumphant progress of scientific method in mathematics and physics, but to a large extent they ignored his heroic attempt in the Critique of Practical Reason, to rescue the ethical self from the tyranny of scientific determinism, by pointing out the limits to the application of scientific method. Thus the first effect of the Kantian philosophy in France was to increase the trend towards positivism. St. Simon's denunciation of the metaphysicians may well be an echo of Kant's critical philosophy. He mentions Kant once by name in the project for an encyclopedia, but there is no evidence that he had read him. Similarly, the work of St. Simon's contemporary, Maine de Byron, in refuting the psychology of Condillac, and reasserting the spiritual autonomy of the will, was only known and influential at a much later date. Destutt de Tracy and Cabanis share Condorcet's and Bentham's assumption that the moral and political sciences will be developed by the application of the scientific, Newtonian method. The ideologues were in close touch with scientific research, and the organization of scientific education after the Revolution, in which France was preeminent in Europe at this period. The names of Laplace and Lagrange in mathematics, of Monge, Lavoisier, Berthollet, Ampere, and Gay-Lussac in physics and chemistry testify to the march of science. The Institute, founded in 1794, was described as a living encyclopedia. The École Polytechnique, founded in 1795, through the initiative of Monge and Carnot, had a high standard of purely scientific education. Science had been harnessed to the French war effort. Monge and Berthollet had developed new steel processes. 1 ca Picavet, Les Idéologues, 1891. For the manufacture of artillery. The signal telegraph and observation balloons were developed for military purposes in 1794. Medicine and physiology were also making rapid strides. The work of Vicq d'Azour, Cabanis, Bichat and Burdon, cited by St. Simon in the memoir Sur la science de l'homme, had laid the foundations of scientific physiology. The significance of St. Simon's early connections with Dr. Burdon and with the École Polytechnique, and the fact that Comte and most of the St. Simonians were products of the École Polytechnique is clear. St. Simon's conception of positivism is an extravagant and over-enthusiastic interpretation of the aims and aspirations of contemporary French scientific circles. On the other hand, St. Simon departs from the spirit of the Enlightenment in his denunciation of the negative aims of the Revolution, and his appreciation of the merits of medieval civilization. Here he was affected by the Romantic movement, which is discernible from the middle of the 18th century, particularly in the work of Burke, Rousseau, and Herder. After the Revolution, this movement combines with the religious revival to produce the theory of the counter-revolution, which gains the ascendancy over the Enlightenment in the period of the Restoration. But this ascendancy is already foreshadowed by the publication of Burke's Reflections on the French Revolution in 1790, of Maister's Considerations sur la France, and Bonald's Théorie du pouvoir politique in 1796, of Madame de Staël's De la littérature considérée dans ses rapports avec les institutions sociales in 1801, and of Chateaubriand's Génie du Christianisme in 1802. The ideas of the counter-revolution were given practical expression in the Concordat of 1802, and the clerical reaction gathered strength under the Empire. St. Simon was acquainted with the writings of Burke, which had immense influence on the counter-revolutionary movement on the continent, and in the introduction Auxiliary Travaux Scientifiques du XIXe siècle he compares his own ideas with those of Maister and Bonald, who had already developed the idea that the international anarchy of the Revolution could only be cured by a return to the medieval unity of Christendom under the Pope, which had been destroyed by the revolt of Luther. 2. For political theory, the most important effect of the Romantic movement and the religious revival was to develop a genuine sense of historical development which was lacking to the Enlightenment. With the exception of Montesquieu and Turgot, the philosophers of the Enlightenment were superficial and propagandist in their attitude to history. They denounced the Middle Ages as barbarous and superstitious. Rousseau and Herder inspired a genuine interest in primitive societies. Burke emphasized respect for the past, and transformed abstract, natural rights into an organic, mystical conception of society. Chateaubriand, Maister, and Bonald sought in the medieval Christian doctrine of original sin and divine authority an antidote to revolutionary theory. This striking change of attitude towards the Middle Ages was, more than anything, responsible for the immense advance in historical research in the 19th century, as it was also responsible for the characteristic intellectual vice of the age historicism, and the multiplication of artificial philosophies of history. To this development, St. Simon both owed and contributed much. His philosophy of history is an advance on Condorcet's, and compares favorably with that of the theocratic writers. It was overshadowed by the later and more imposing structures raised by Hegel, Comte, and Marx, and by the fact that Vico, the most original of all, who wrote in the early 18th century, was not known till Jules Michelet published a French translation of his work with the title of Principes de la Philosophique in 1827. Nevertheless, St. Simon remains one of the most important sources of 19th-century historicism, through the wide diffusion of his ideas, and, in particular, his influence on Comte and Marx. Even if many of St. Simon's leading ideas reflect the general intellectual trends of his time, it still remains true that the most important source of his ideas was his own first-hand experience of the French Revolution. The religious experiments of the Revolution, such as Robespierre's cult of the Supreme Being and La Rivelliere's theophilanthropy, had accustomed him to the idea of a new Christianity. These experiments illustrate, as M. N. Siegfried has pointed out, the ineradicably Catholic habit of the French mind, which makes it impossible for Frenchmen to separate religion from politics, and keeps them Catholic in outlook even when they are most anti-clerical. This characteristic is noticeable in St. Simon's thinking. St. Simon had also been an eyewitness of the incipient class struggles in Paris under the Terror and the Directory, culminating in the Babeuf conspiracy of 1796. Babeuf's conspiracy of the equals is remarkable as being the first attempt to overthrow the existing political and social order by force, and substitute a thoroughgoing system of economic socialism. The Manifesto of the Equals proclaimed that the French Revolution is only the forerunner of another revolution far greater, far more solemn, which will be the last. It demanded the nationalization of the means of production, and the abolition of inheritance, and laid down the principle that nature has imposed on each man the duty to work. No one can, without committing a crime, abstain from working. There is no direct evidence that St. Simon had studied Babeuf, but his references to equality and his adoption of the principle that all men must work are so strikingly reminiscent of Babeuf, that it is reasonable to suppose that the conspiracy had influenced his thought. Yet there are certain elements of socialism which are still lacking in Babeuf. His ideas were derived, not from a criticism of industrial wage slavery, but from the utopian communism which is to be found in 18th century writers such as Morelli and Mably, and from the agrarian communism stimulated in the Revolution by the abolition of feudal rights and the nationalization of the lands of the church and the émigrés. His followers were drawn less from the artisan class than from middle-class radicals who were not interested in socialist theory, but simply disgruntled by the government of the Directory. Nothing is more striking in the history of the French Revolution than the absence of a distinct or conscious working-class movement. The people of Paris were moved to act, either through sheer hunger, or for purely political aims. The workers accepted without protest the drastic Chapelier Law of 1791, which forbade trade unions. Large-scale industrial enterprise was only just beginning in France in the last 2 decades of the 18th century. During the Consulate and Empire, Napoleon had no difficulty in keeping the workers quiet, by providing adequate food supplies and employment. As late as the period of the July Monarchy, Guizot was quite unable to perceive any class struggle, and de Tocqueville in 1847 warned the French Parliament in vain when he said, "Do you not see that the passions of die working class have become economic instead of political?" St. Simon was thus far in advance of his age in divining the coming social problem, and interpreting the French Revolution in terms of an economic class struggle. It is true that Fourier published his first important work, Théorie des Quatre Mouvements, in 1808, in which he criticized the working of the laissez-faire capitalist system. But St. Simon and Fourier never had any contact with each other, and do not appear to have read each other's work, though there was much mutual influence among their followers. It is remarkable that, owing to these two isolated and eccentric thinkers, socialist theory in France was formulated before a political movement of the working class had taken shape. It was not, however, an accident. The French Revolution was a dress rehearsal of the political and social movements of 19th century Europe, and it was possible to read from it some of the developments that lay in the future. The synthesis of religion and science, of reason and sentiment, which St. Simon attempted, broke down in the hands of his followers, partly because of its own inner contradictions. Auguste Comte took up the task of constructing the positive philosophy which St. Simon had abandoned in 1813. In the quarrel between St. Simon and Comte in 1823, one of Comte's complaints was that St. Simon was in too much of a hurry to apply his principles to contemporary politics before laying the intellectual foundations, while St. Simon complained that Comte dealt only with the scientific part of my system, and had not expounded the sentimental and religious part. By 1830, Comte had quarreled violently with the St. Simonians, and tried to suppress all evidence of the great influence which St. Simon had had on his thought. In the Cours de Philosophique Positive, 1830-42, he ungenerously described St. Simon as a depraved charlatan. However, it is significant that in his later work, Politique Positive, 1851-54, the religious and sentimental factor prevailed, and Comte felt impelled to proclaim himself the Pope of the new positive religion. The question of Comte's originality as the founder of sociology, and his intellectual debt to St. Simon, has been endlessly debated. Comte's supporters were on a good wicket, until St. Simon's memoir Sur la science de l'homme of 1813 was published for the first time in 1859, which established that St. Simon had stated the positivist program before he met Comte. Comte wrote a substantial part of the Organisateur, and he himself regarded the Système de politique positive, which appeared as the third cahier of St. Simon's Catéchisme des Industriels, OC 38, as the basis of his philosophy. It expounds St. Simon's leading ideas much more lucidly and systematically than St. Simon himself, but it is difficult to detect any fundamental difference between the master and the pupil, after allowing for the fact that St. Simon was an amateur in philosophy and Comte a trained professional. Comte was a St. Simon who had been through the École Polytechnique. Comte did refine and clarify St. Simon's ideas in two important respects. St. Simon was still dominated by the 17th and 18th century assumption that the only true knowledge was mathematical, hence he sought for a universal concept, such as the law of gravitation, to unify the sciences, and sometimes argued that the social sciences would become positive by being reduced to physics. Comte was free from this error, and believed that the only unifying concept is the scientific method itself. Social science is autonomous, and becomes positive by applying scientific method to the discovery of its own laws. 2-3 Secondly, Comte uses the term capacity to describe the role of the scientists and industrialists in the positive society, in contrast to the spiritual and temporal powers of the medieval society. The sentimental and religious part of St. Simon's system, as expounded in the New Christianity, was developed by Bazard and Enfantin, founders of the St. Simonian religion in the years 1825–35. Oland Rodriguez, the pupil and disciple of St. Simon at his death, was joined by Bazard, one of the leaders of the abortive Carbonarist revolt in France during the years 1819–22, and by Enfantin, a former Polytechnic student, and son of an unsuccessful banker. In a new journal, the Producteur, which appeared in 1825–26, and then lapsed through lack of money, they expounded the St. Simonian principles. The liberal press reacted violently, and Benjamin Constant denounced them as priests of Thebes and Memphis. But St. Simonism was not yet a theology, nor a church, it was simply an attitude of mind. At first, Enfantin was hesitant about the interpretation of St. Simon's religious teaching. In 1826 he wrote, "What are the preachers to say, in order to preach philanthropy? What means should one use at the present day to rouse the feelings of the people for this sublime religion? Do they still need mysteries, beliefs, faith? That is what I cannot decide." Eugene, younger brother of Oland Rodriguez, passionately advocated the idea of a new religion. In his Lettres sur la religion et la politique, 1829, he wrote, "The sacred fire of enthusiasm is not lit in the cold hearth of philanthropy." During 1828, regular meetings were held in Paris to discuss and formulate doctrine, and through the influence of Resiguier, a new convert, an important branch of the movement was established in southeastern France. At the end of 1828, a college of 6 apostles was formed, and Bazard delivered a series of public lectures on the Exposition de la Doctrine St. Simonine. Bazard was a lucid and forceful speaker, and his lectures often present St. Simon's ideas in a clearer and more systematic form than St. Simon ever achieved. The content of the lectures was the joint product of the whole group, but the main influence on the religious and economic doctrine must be attributed to Enfantin. The exposition develops certain implications in St. Simon's thought to such an extent that it amounts to a new theory, in its own right. It attacks the laws of inheritance, because they give no guarantee that capital will be in the hands best able to use it, and demands that it shall go instead to the state as the social institution which will then allocate it, through a system of central and industrial banks, to those best able to use it productively. Each man will be placed according to his capacity, and rewarded according to his work. The bankers, entrepreneurs, and managers are thus entitled to the higher profits and salaries, if they are doing their job properly. It condemns the anarchy of free competition, and compares the exploitation of man by man with the slavery of the ancient world, and contrasts with it the principle of association. In all but the name, this is a completely mature socialist doctrine. St. Simonism seems to us to be indubitably the first, the most eloquent, and the most profound expression of the sentiments and ideas which comprise the socialism of the 19th century. St. Simon's antithesis of a critical or revolutionary state of society and an organic state is expanded by Bazard into a systematic philosophy of history in terms of cycles of organic and critical periods. An organic state preceded the era of the Greeks, which is called the philosophic era, but might be more justly called a critical epoch. Later, a new doctrine appeared, was gradually elaborated and perfected, and finally established its political power over the whole of the West. The establishment of the Church constituted a new organic period which ended in the 15th century, when the Reformers gave the first sign of the criticism which has continued to our own day. 2. But he goes on to give a new and crucial twist to the idea, when, in rebutting Comte's insistence on the law of the three stages, theological, metaphysical, and positive, he asserts that the positive stage is the last stage of the critical period, before the appearance of a new religion introduces the final organic period. Bazard proclaims that humanity has a religious future. The classification put forward against us is applicable only to a given stage of civilization, it is only the explanation of the movement of the human spirit, in the transition from an organic period to the critical period which follows it. 3. This is an open abandonment of St. Simon's synthesis of religion and positive science, and the religious doctrine of the exposition ends up in a vague, sentimental pantheism. Here the influence of Ballanche, who in his Palingenesi Sociali, 1827, combined Christian mysticism with progressive, democratic humanitarianism, and of Hegel's doctrine or the absolute, can be detected. In January 1830, Bazard and Enfantin were installed as the twin Paris of the new religion. Although the St. Simonians took no part in the July Revolution of 1830, and adopted a neutral attitude towards it, the general ferment of opinion in Paris gave a considerable impetus to the movement. Their public lectures in the Salle Taitbout attracted great interest. The apostles established a community house in the Rue Monsigny, and adopted a distinctive costume of blue tunic and trousers. Everything conspired to make the propaganda active and irresistible. The family, established in the Rue Monsigny, was like a burning hearth which had the double power of attraction and of brilliance. Doctrine was formulated amid the sound of revelry and of feminine inspiration. Abandoning their professions, hopes of wealth, family ties, engineers, artists, doctors, lawyers, poets, gathered to contribute their most generous aspirations. Some brought their books, others furniture. They took their meals in common, the cult of fraternity was ardently practiced. 1. Between November 1830 and April 1832, they controlled the important newspaper, the Globe, as their organ of propaganda. Some 200 disciples were recruited among the Paris workers and housed in community centers. Missions were sent, not only to the French provinces, but to Belgium, Germany, and England. In southern Germany, Heine and Lawrence von Stein reported their views sympathetically. In England, they made contact with the Owenites, as well as John Stuart Mill and Carlyle. But their religious pretensions repelled English public opinion, and Carlyle, while sympathetic to their ideas, put his finger on the weak point. You call yourselves a church, and you claim to be founders of a new religion, but this religion, I confess, I look for so far in vain too. At this critical stage, when the movement appeared to be on the crest of a wave, Enfantin proved himself to be its evil genius. He was intellectually much inferior to Bazard, but an able and energetic organizer. He was later to be an important railway director in France under the Second Empire. He was also extremely handsome, and a showman of genius. He bewitched the younger members of the movement, and surrounded them with an unhealthy atmosphere of emotional excitement and adulation of the Père Enfantin. In 1829, Enfantin had raised the question of the status of women in the new religion. Let us say it boldly, the St. Simonian epoch will be marked by the complete emancipation of women. In October 1830, Bazard and Enfantin wrote an open letter to the Chamber of Deputies, denying rumors that the St. Simonians believed in communism of property or of women. But Enfantin privately maintained that the Christian law of marriage was only provisional, and in the summer of 1831 the College of Apostles was rent by a prolonged controversy over Enfantin's views on the relations of the sexes. According to Enfantin, man and woman, that is the first religion of love, the same man and woman together for life, is one of the forms of this religion. Divorce, and a new union with a new husband, is another form of this religion. He asserted the principle that the paternity of children should be established on the word only of the mother, and that sexual relations between the St. Simonian priests and priestesses and their disciples should be encouraged as a means of promoting mutual sympathy. In January 1832, a letter in the Globe sought to explain Enfantin's views thus: "We may see men and women united by a love unknown before, since it will neither grow cold, nor bring jealousy in its train, men and women giving themselves to several without ceasing to be united as a couple, whose love, on the contrary, will be like a divine banquet increasing in magnificence, in proportion to the number and choice of the guests." It is not surprising that Enfantin's father protested in a letter that "Your doctrine is a regulation of adultery, it is not by organizing prostitution and adultery that you will succeed in destroying them." Bazard vigorously combated this dangerous nonsense elaborated by Enfantin, and the issue, debated for several weeks, developed into a trial of strength between the two fathers. Bazard maintained that Enfantin's views rested on a false interpretation of St. Simon's principle of the rehabilitation of the flesh. In fact, St. Simon had hardly mentioned the question of the emancipation of women, and it was an idea borrowed from Fourier, who had developed it in his Théorie des quatre mouvements of 1808. So strenuous was the controversy that Bazard had a stroke, and insisted on seceding from the movement. He died the following year, after publishing an able account of the controversy, one in which he accused Enfantin of so abusing the religious idea that it is nothing but a masquerade. An important minority of the apostles followed Bazard in his secession, and a few months later Oland Rodriguez seceded, proclaiming himself the only true heir of St. Simon. However, Enfantin vigorously rallied his followers, and announced that the question of the relation of the sexes would be settled when the female Messiah appeared. In the meantime, Enfantin ruled as sole father, and in July 1832, withdrew with 40 of the apostles to Menilmontant, a large suburban property belonging to the Enfantin family, where they adopted a monastic regime of austerity, chastity, and poverty. The new apostolic costume, designed by Enfantin, consisted of a blue tunic with open neck, a white vest with red neckband, white trousers, and a red beret. On the front of the vest, the apostles' grade in the hierarchy was printed in large letters. It was also made to button at the back, in order, as Enfantin explained, to emphasize the fraternal dependence of the apostles on each other. In the intervals allowed from manual labor, the apostles discussed the project of a St. Simonian Bible and a St. Simonian temple, to be built largely of iron. The gardens of Menilmontant were open twice a week, and drew thousands of curious sightseers from Paris. Meanwhile, the government and the police were watching the activities of the St. Simonians with some apprehension, particularly of the effect they might have on the working class. There were reports that they had been involved in the working class revolt in Lyons in 1831, the first purely proletarian rising in France, and a foretaste of the civil war in Paris in June 1848. In March 1832, the police closed down their lecture hall in Paris, and instituted a prosecution. In August 1832, Enfantin and 2 of his followers appeared at the assizes, and after a spirited defense, were condemned to a year's imprisonment and fine for offenses against public order and morality. The St-Simonian Association was declared illegal. It was by now heavily in debt. £1,000,000 had been spent on the movement, provided by contributions from the private fortunes of the members. In December 1832, Enfantin went to serve his prison sentence, and abdicated his authority as father. With the end of the Ménilmontant regime, the apostles dispersed, some to ordinary life and bourgeois clothes, some to industrial centers, where they took manual jobs in factories, and attempted, without success, to form an armée pacifique de travailleurs, others on missions to the east. Baralt, one of the apostles, formed a new sect, the Association de Compagnons de la Femme, and set out for Constantinople to find the female Messiah in the east. On his release from prison, Enfantin sailed for Alexandria in September 1833, with the idea of undertaking the construction of the Suez Canal. He rejoined in Egypt two of his followers, Fornel and Lambert, both engineers, who discussed with Mehemet Ali's government the projects of a railway from Cairo to Suez, a canal, and a Nile barrage. Mehemet Ali decided in favor of the Nile barrage. Fumel considered it impracticable and returned to France. Between 1834 and 1836, Enfantin, with Lambert and a few followers, worked on Die Nile barrage. It proved a failure, and Enfantin returned to France in October 1836. The religious extravagance of the movement, and its collapse, does not mean that the St-Simonians were unintelligent, nor were they very young. The average age of the apostles at Ménilmontant was not less than 27. Like the rest of their generation, they were intoxicated by the two powerful stimulants of the Romantic movement and the Napoleonic legend. In 1830 there was the first performance of Victor Hugo's HENRI, in 1831, that of Hector Berlioz's Symphonie Fantastique. Paris experienced an orgy of grandiose and romantic ideas. Many of the St-Simonian recruits came from the Poundcolle Polytechnique, and among them were exceedingly able men, who proved their practical ability in later life. They were mostly from well-to-do bourgeois families. Of such were Michel Chevalier, professor of political economy at the Collège de France from 1840, the future negotiator, with Cobden, of the Anglo-French Free Trade Treaty of 1860, Henry Fornel, who in 1830 resigned from the important post of manager of the Creusot Works to join the movement, and later became Inspector General of Mines, the brothers Poundmile and Isaac Perrier, who promoted the first French railway from Paris to Saint-Germain between 1832 and 1835, and founded the Crédit Mobilier in 1852, the most important commercial bank in France under the Second Empire, and the Compagnie Générale Transatlantique, one Butches, one of the founders of Christian Socialism and Workers' Cooperatives, and President of the Constitutional Assembly, May 1848, to Pierre Leroux, one of the most influential socialist writers in the 30s and 40s. Enfantin himself, after a painful readjustment to civilian life, turned to practical affairs. After a visit to Algeria in 183 M1 as a member of a government scientific commission, he was appointed in 1846 Secretary General of the Paris-Lyon Railway Company. In 1852, he negotiated, with the help of Alès Dufour, also an ex-St-Simonian, the merger which resulted in the formation of the Paris-Lyon Mediterranean Railway. Nor did he abandon the project of a Suez Canal. In 1846 he formed an international Société d'études pour le Canal de Suez. The society provided de Lesseps with the results of all their research, but when, in 1854, de Lesseps obtained the concession for the canal, Enfantin was bitterly aggrieved that de Lesseps ousted him from all participation in the company, and never acknowledged his debt to the St-Simonian pioneers. It is not too much to say that the St-Simonians were the most important single force behind the great economic expansion of the Second Empire, particularly in the development of banks and railways. From 1825, in the Producteur and the Globe, they urged the development of railways on a large scale. In 1848, France was still lagging behind England and Germany, but by 1870 had drawn level. 1. The ex-St. Simonians constructed a large part of the railways in Europe in Austria, Italy, Russia, and Spain. In 1848, the St. Simonians, having become practical men of affairs, looked with skepticism on more recent socialist experiments. Their authoritarian and collectivist ideas accorded perfectly with the regime of Louis Napoleon. 2. Yet it would be untrue to say that they had shed their idealism. Their experience as St. Simonians profoundly influenced their later activities. Most of them continued to respect Enfantin as le père, and St. Simon as their inspiration. Enfantin, shortly before his death in 1863, was busy with a project for an encyclopedia, and a scheme for an insurance company to lend money to students to complete their professional training. This so-called credit intellectual was considered fantastic at the time. Like many of the St. Simonian ideas, it has, through the development of state education, become a commonplace. So ended this extraordinary movement, which has no exact counterpart in England, but seems to have of Midas with utilitarianism and Owenism. In its youthful romanticism, its nostalgic medievalism, its quest for certainty and authority, it is also not wholly remote from the Oxford movement and Young England. While most of the important St. Simonians became the leaders of capitalist feudalism under the Second Empire, the St. Simonian ideas remained as an important fertilizer of 19th-century thought. To trace the effects would, indeed, mean nothing less than writing the intellectual history of 19th-century Europe. It is only possible here to indicate briefly the most important and direct consequences. Through John Stuart Mill and Carlyle, St. Simonian ideas modified English individualism. Carlyle's philosophy of history was strongly influenced by the Bazard doctrine of organic and critical periods, as can be seen particularly in Sartor Resartus, 1832, and Lectures on the History of Literature, 1838. 1. Mill, in his autobiography, recalls that the writers, by whom, more than by any others, a new mode of political thinking was brought home to me, were those of the St. Simonian school in France. In 1829 and 1830 I became acquainted with some of their writings. They were then only in the earlier stages of their speculations. They had not dressed out their philosophy as a régaillon, nor had they organized their scheme of socialism. They were just beginning to question the principle of hereditary property. I was by no means prepared to go with them even this length, but I was greatly struck with the connected view which they for the first time presented to me, of the natural order of human progress, and especially with their division of all history into organic periods and critical periods. 2. Through Heine and Gutzkow, St. Simonism was the chief inspiration of the literary movement of Young Germany. Heine was a friend of Enfantin during his exile in Paris, to whom he dedicated the first edition of his Allemagne, 1835. 3. In Russia, the influence of St. Simonian thought was of crucial importance. One of the Decembrist leaders, Lunin, had actually met St. Simon shortly before his death. Herzen, leader of the nascent liberal and socialist intelligentsia of Moscow in the 1830s, testified that St. Simonism became the basis of all our convictions. Herzen is described as carrying his St. Simon round with him hke the Koran. In 1840-41, Belinsky broke with Hegelianism, after reading St. Simon. St. Simon, as well as Fourier, was studied by the Petrashevsky group in 1848, of which Dostoevsky was a member. 4. In the 1850s, during the period of Reconstruction. After the Crimean War, St. Simonian banking and industrial theories had considerable influence through the industrialist Bezobrazoff, who was keenly interested in the activities of the ex-St. Simonians, such as the credit mobilier of the Parier brothers. 1. It is curious that the St. Simonians made no attempt to evangelize the New World. In the period 1820-48 the USA saw many experiments in cooperative communities inspired by Owen, Fourier, and Cabet. Albert Brisbane, who published his Social Destiny of Man in 1840, and, backed by Horace Greeley, promoted numerous cooperative communities, had been a St. Simonist, before he became a Fourierist. 2. Mazzini, in his long exile, absorbed a good deal of St. Simonian atmosphere. 3. Finally, it is worth mentioning that Lemonnier, who edited Œuvres Joyeuses de St. Simon in 1859, was the founder of one of the most important leagues of peace, from which sprang the idea of the League of Nations. In France, St. Simonism was only one of the many ingredients in the ferment of socialist ideas which undermined the July monarchy between 1830 and 1848. Buonarroti, the colleague of Babeuf, handed on to Blanqui the tradition of revolutionary conspiracy, which produced the abortive attempt of the secret society, the Seasons, in 1839. The followers of Fourier, who, unlike St. Simon, was hostile to collectivism and big business, absorbed the left-wing St. Simonians. Pierre Leroux and Pecqueur, ex-St. Simonians, continued the criticism of laissez-faire capitalism, but sought a solution in religious humanitarianism. Louis Blanc, whose organization Du Travail, 1839, was the most widely read, popular version of socialism, presents a blend of St. Simonian and Fourierist ideas. He argued that credit should be nationalized, and used to start workers' cooperatives. Their superior organization would then automatically drive private enterprise out of competition. Proudhon, whose book Qu'est-ce que la propriété? 1840, contained the powerful slogan "Property is theft," was hostile to the collectivist state, and also to any revolutionary action, and put his faith in decentralization and small cooperative groups. He was particularly hostile to the ex-St. Simonians as capitalists and Jews. In force and originality, French socialist argument under the July monarchy represents a decline from St. Simon and Fourier. But it was soon to be silenced by the sharp and menacing terms of the Communist Manifesto of Marx, who, in exile in Paris since 1844, had sifted and digested the ideas of his predecessors. With all his scathing criticism of French utopian socialism, Marx had an unusual respect for St. Simon. In the Anti-Diering, written by Engels in collaboration with Marx, St. Simon is praised as, with Hegel, the most encyclopedic mind of his age. In St. Simon we find the breadth of view of a genius, thanks to which almost all the ideas of later socialists which are not strictly economic are contained in his works in embryo. 1. At first sight, St. Simon and Marx are poles apart. St. Simon did not believe in an inevitable class war between capital and labor. He believed that the determining factor in human development was not merely material and economic, but the progress of ideas. But what Marx found interesting in St. Simon was a complete philosophy of history, explaining the development of the human race in terms of the rise and fall of classes according to changes in the state of society. Moreover, St. Simon had a conception of a science of history, based on discoverable laws, producing inevitable and predictable results, independently of individual human wills. When Marx had substituted the economic factor for St. Simon's progress of ideas, and applied the Hegelian dialectic to the theory of classes, he had arrived at the conception of historical materialism. 7. St. Simon in retrospect. It cannot be a matter of chance that St. Simon's ideas seem in many ways more relevant to the present day than they did to the 19th century. This is not, of course, to say that St. Simon's philosophy of history must be accepted. Interesting and original as it is no more valid than any other philosophy of history, and it is obviously the consequence rather than the source of his fundamental ideas. It was rather by an intuition, as remarkable as it was erratic and undisciplined, that he had discerned the problems which were to dominate the development of Europe in the next 150 years, problems of international relations, of religion, and of industrialism. St. Simon, H.K.E. de Tocqueville, was an aristocrat, who realized that the day of his class was over, and foresaw the coming of the age of the masses, but whereas de Tocqueville was repelled by the prospect, and thought mainly in terms of safeguards against democratic despotism, St. Simon wished to take hold of the new age, and mold it into a harmonious and constructive form. He did not see the elements of the New Age as separate or conflicting, but rather as parts of an organic whole. At the dawn of the 19th century, this vision of a new integral civilization was not so remote from reality as it would later appear to be. The idea of nationality was still balanced by the idea of the unity of a cosmopolitan Europe. Large-scale industry had not yet, on the continent, at any rate, developed a proletariat, and created a gulf between employers and employed. There was still hope of reconciling Catholicism with democracy. But the 19th century failed to produce the sort of synthesis ardently pictured by St. Simon. Napoleon, on whom St. Simon placed great hopes as the new Charlemagne, failed to unify Europe. Between 1815 and 1848, precious time and opportunity were lost, while Europe was governed by fearful and despairing reactionaries, and the younger generation, such as the St. Simonians, dissipated their constructive energy and enthusiasm in folly and absurdity, being denied the participation and experience in government which they needed. The papacy, under Gregory XVI, turned its back on Lamennais and the liberal Catholic movement. Laissez-faire liberalism came into its own under the July monarchy, and the unrestrained egoism of the middle classes, so cuttingly described by de Tocqueville in his Souvenirs, fomented the class war too. After the failure of the 1848 movements. These forces hardened into opposition and conflict, aggressive, militarist nationalism, equipped by the new science and technology, international Marxist communism, reactionary clericalism. Since Bismarck's time, the incoherence, tension, and conflict of these forces, chronically exploding into war, have become steadily greater. Anglo-Saxon liberalism, which seemed in the first half of the 19th century to be firmly based on British sea power, the gold standard and capitalist enterprise, a robust religious faith and boundless possibilities of expansion across the oceans, was thrown on the defensive in Europe, and suffered a loss of confidence in itself. The revolutionary and critical epoch, analyzed by St. Simon, has been prolonged into the 20th century, and intensified. St. Simon's new spiritual power. The scientists have made intellectual conquests which even he could not dream of. But he would be appalled by the failure of the scientists to organize themselves, and to take the responsibility which should go with power. In 1813 he wrote of the scientists, "All Europe is in a death struggle. What are you doing to stop this butchery? Nothing. It is you who perfect the means of destruction." 1. The increasing specialization of scientific training, which St. Simon deplored, renders them less and less fitted for political judgment. Scientists are still not expected, nor do they generally desire, to have any politics. Yet it may be that, sooner or later, they will be forced to assume political responsibility. The shadow of a crisis is already on the horizon, in which the question may well be whether government will stifle science, or whether the scientists will succeed in asserting that independence and supranational solidarity which St. Simon urged upon them. Einstein's demonstration of the relation between mass and energy, which had as its consequence the exploitation of nuclear fission, is a good illustration of St. Simon's argument that the progress of ideas leads to fundamental alterations in the political and social structure. It is already making the relation of science to ethics and politics an immediate and agonizing question. In Science and the Modern World, 1925, Whitehead concluded, in words which almost literally repeat those of St. Simon a century before, "It should be the task of the philosophical schools of this century, to end the divorce of science from the affirmations of our aesthetic and ethical experiences." St. Simon's philosophy is essentially a philosophy of religion. Religious institutions, considered from every aspect, are the most important political institutions too, despite the failure of the attempts of the St. Simonians and Oicon to create an artificial new religion. St. Simon's insistence on the role of religion in history has been confirmed in quite a different way. St. Simon was convinced that historic Christianity had run its course, and would be unable to adapt itself to the needs of the new society. In the 19th century, the failure of the Catholic Church under Gregory XVI and Pius IX to come to terms with the new forces, and capture the masses, appeared to support this view. Instead, new religions arose in the form of imperialism, fascism and, above all, of Marxist communism. Orthodoxy, creeds, and hierarchies have returned to the world in a manner inconceivable to the men of the 18th century Enlightenment. From the middle of the 19th century there is a growing disillusionment with the results of universal suffrage. It is reflected in an emphasis on the irrational factors in political behavior and on the role of elites, which can be seen in the ideas of such diverse thinkers as Nietzsche, Renan, Bars, Searle, and Pareto. Although it is far from being the form of religion which St. Simon envisaged or desired, it cannot be denied that Marxist socialism fulfills the role which St. Simon attributed to religion as a political institution, as being a complete explanation of experience, and derives its force from its religious character. 2. It is increasingly recognized that Marxism must be treated as a religious phenomenon rather than as an economic theory. The labor theory of value may be riddled with fallacies, the doctrine of historical materialism may be untenable, they are unimportant compared with the eschatology of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the classless society. The conception of socialism as a new religion, put forward by St. Simon, was grasped, in its most profound implication, by Dostoevsky, half a century later. In his youth, Dostoevsky was condemned to death, a sentence commuted, in the presence of the firing squad, to exile in Siberia, for being a member of the radical Petrashevsky group which studied the Western utopian socialists, including Fourier and St. Simonism. Throughout his life, his attitude to socialism was one of acute contradiction of the keenest attraction and repulsion. Although he ended his career as the hero of the Slavophiles and the friend of Pope Donostheus, the arch-reactionary and advisor of Alexander III and Nicholas II, and although his judgment of contemporary movements, as revealed in his Diary of a Writer, is clouded by Russian messianic feelings, as an artist and mystic he transcends his own limitations. The arguments for scientific socialism are stated, and answered, with incomparable force and subtlety in the legend of the Grand Inquisitor. They are answered by laying bare their underlying implications. That this was his intention is made clear in his own private notes. For our Russian socialism, stupid but terrible, for the young are with it, there is here a warning, and I think a forcible one. Bread, the Tower of Babel, i.e. the future kingdom of socialism, and the completest overthrow of freedom of conscience, that is what the desperate denier and atheist arrive at. 1. It is significant that the arguments of the Grand Inquisitor follow, broadly, the same lines as those of St. Simon. 2. Freedom is too hard and dangerous for the mass of men. They will understand themselves, at last, that freedom and bread enough for all are inconceivable together, for never will they be able to share between them. 3. They need authority and mystery to give them happiness. And so it will be to the end of the world, even when gods disappear from the earth, they will fall down before idols just the same. They need to be ruled by an elite who do not themselves believe in the mysteries they dispense. There will be thousands of millions of happy babes, and 100,000 sufferers who have taken upon themselves the curse of the knowledge of good and evil. Dostoevsky was, of course, a religious genius, who spoke from the heart, as well as from the head, while St. Simon was aware of religion only from the outside, as a social force. The ugliness and the danger of his scientific utopia were hidden from St. Simon by his ardent philanthropy, and a too facile 18th century optimism, which refused to face the problem of sin and the corruption of power. For he was absolutely indifferent to the ideal of freedom for its own sake, and looked forward to a society which was no being better than a reconstructed caste system. He failed to see the incompatibility of science, which is rooted in free inquiry and therefore can only retain its vitality in a free society, with the orthodoxy and beliefs which he considered to be the necessary cement of society. The argument of his new Christianity is an unconscious admission that science cannot provide ends, as well as means. In order to FMD the doctrine for his new religion, he had to return to Christian values. The fact, however, remains that he grasped the importance of forces which were neglected, to its cost, by 19th century liberalism, and have appeared in their full significance in the 20th century. He may truly be called no less than de Tocqueville, Nietzsche, and Dostoevsky a prophetic forerunner of the 20th century. I am no longer young, I have observed and reflected actively throughout my life, and your happiness has been the aim of all my labors. I have conceived a plan which I think may be useful to you, and I propose to put it before you. Open a subscription in honor of Newton's memory. Let everyone, whatever his position may be, subscribes what he wishes. Let each subscriber nominate 3 mathematicians, 3 physicists, 3 chemists, 3 physiologists, 3 authors, 3 painters, 3 musicians, the subscriptions to be renewed annually as well as the nominations, though everyone should be left free to nominate the same persons indefinitely. The amount of the subscriptions should be divided between the 3 mathematicians, the 3 physicists, etc., who have obtained the most votes. Invite the President of the Royal Society of London to receive the subscriptions for this year. In subsequent years let the person who has made the largest subscription be given this honourable duty. Make it a condition for those who are nominated that they should take no posts, honours, or money from any particular group among you, but leave each of them completely free to use his abilities as he wishes. Men of genius will then enjoy a reward worthy of themselves, and of you. This reward will put them in the only position which will enable them to give you all the service of which they are capable. It will become the ambition of the most active minds, and will turn them away from pursuits which may disturb your tranquility. Finally, by this means, you will be giving leaders to those who work for the progress of your enlightenment, you will endow these leaders with great prestige, and you will place large funds at their disposal. I have presented this plan directly to humanity, because it concerns humanity as a whole, but I have not entertained the absurd hope of seeing it suddenly put into effect. I have always thought that success depended on the degree of activity that persons of great influence over humanity would choose to exert on this occasion. The best way to obtain their support is to throw as much light on the subject as possible. For this purpose I address my remarks to different sections of humanity, in which I distinguish 3 classes. The first, to which you and I have the honor to belong, marches beneath the banner of human progress. It consists of the scientists, the artists, and of all men of liberal ideas. On the banner of the second class is inscribed no innovation. All the property owners who do not qualify for the first class belong to the second. The third class, which rallies to the word equality, comprises the rest of humanity. To the first class I say as follows. Everybody to whom I have spoken of the plan which I present to humanity has, in the end, approved it after a brief discussion. They have all said that they wished its success, but have also betrayed their fear that it would altogether fail. In view of the unanimity of their opinions, it seems to me that I shall find all men, or the majority of them, similarly disposed. If this forecast is correct, the force of inertia will be the only obstacle to my purpose. You, the scientists and artists, and those of you also who devote something of your energies and means to promoting enlightenment, are the section of humanity who possess the greatest intellectual force, and are best fitted to grasp a new idea. You are the most directly interested in the success of the subscription. It is for you to overcome the force of inertia. Let the mathematicians, who are in the vanguard, begin. Scientists and artists, examine with the eye of genius the present condition of the human mind. You will perceive that the scepter of public opinion is in your hands. Seize it, therefore, boldly. You have the power to bring happiness to yourselves and to your contemporaries, to preserve posterity from the evils we have suffered and are suffering still. Therefore subscribe, all of you. To the property owners of the second class I shall then address this argument. Gentlemen, in comparison with the have-nots you are few in number. How is it, then, that they are willing to obey you? It is because your superior enlightenment enables you to combine your forces, which normally gives you the advantage in the struggle which, in the nature of things, always and inevitably exists between you and them. Once this principle is admitted, it is clearly to your interest to win over to your side the have-nots who, by their important discoveries, have shown the superiority of their intelligence. It is equally clear that, as your class is collectively interested in contributing, each of its members should do so. Gentlemen, I have lived much in the company of scientists and artists, I have observed them intimately, and I can assure you that these people will compel you, in the end, to sacrifice your pride and money to place their leaders in the highest position of esteem, and to provide them with the necessary means for the conclusive exploitation of their ideas. I should be guilty of exaggeration if I gave you the impression that such an intention is precisely formulated in the minds of the scientists and artists. No, gentlemen, I can even say that such an intention is quite vague, but I am convinced, from long observation, that it is real and that it influences all their ideas. Until, gentlemen, you adopt the course I propose, you will be exposed, each in his own country, to misfortunes of the kind recently suffered in France by those of your class who happen to be established there. To be convinced of the truth of what I have said, you have only to reflect on the course of events in France since 1789. The first popular movement there was secretly stirred up by the scientists and artists. As soon as the insurrection acquired some respectability by its success, they declared themselves openly as its leaders. The resistance they encountered in directing the insurrection towards their objective, namely the destruction of all institutions which wounded their self-esteem, provoked them to exalt more and more the ambition of the ignorant, and to break the bonds of subordination which contain the wild passions of the have-nots. They succeeded in their aims, all the institutions they originally intended to overturn were inevitably laid in ruins. In short, they won the battle and you lost it. The victory was costly to the victors, but you who were conquered suffered still more. Some scientists and artists, victims of the insubordination of their army, were massacred by their own troops. From an ethical point of view, they have all had to endure the reproaches which you have cast upon them, Whitey. An appearance of justification, that they were responsible for the atrocities committed against you and the disorders of every sort which, under the barbarous impulse of ignorance, were committed by their followers. Once the evil had reached its height, the remedy became possible. You offered no further resistance, the scientists and artists, enlightened by experience and acknowledging your superiority in enlightenment to the have-nots desired to see you resume such power as was necessary to restore regularity of function to the organization of society. The have-nots had been bearing almost the whole burden of the famine to which their extravagant measures had given rise. They were curbed. The people of France, though induced by the force of events to desire passionately the restoration of order, could only be reorganized as a society by a man of genius. Bonaparte understood this task and has succeeded. One of the suggestions which I have put before you is that you lost the battle. If you still have doubts on this matter, compare the degree of prestige and wealth which the scientists and artists possess today in France, with that which they enjoyed before 1789. Avoid, gentlemen, a quarrel with these men, for you will be beaten in any war which you give them an opportunity of fighting against you. You will suffer more than they will in a struggle, and peace will leave you at a disadvantage. Allow yourselves the merit of doing with a good grace what the scientists, artists, and men of liberal ideas, allied with the have-nots, will sooner or later compel you to do. Every one of you subscribe, it is the only way of preventing the evils with which I see you threatened. Since this question has been raised, let us have the courage, before passing on, to take a glance at the political situation of the most enlightened part of the world. In Europe the functioning of governments is not, at this moment, troubled by any open opposition from the governed. But in view of the state of opinion in England, in Germany, in Italy, it is easy to predict that this calm will not last long if the necessary precautions are not taken in time, for, gentlemen, I must not conceal from you the fact that the crisis in which the human mind is involved is common to all enlightened peoples, and that the symptoms which appeared in France during the frightful explosion which occurred there are at this moment perceptible, to the intelligent observer, among the English and even among the Germans. Gentlemen, By adopting the plan which I propose, you will reduce the crises which these peoples are fated to undergo, and no power on earth can prevent them, to simple changes in their governments and finances, and you will avert from them this general upheaval experienced by the people of France, an upheaval in which all existing relations between the members of a nation become precarious, and anarchy, the greatest of all scourges, rages unchecked, until the misery in which it plunges die. Nation afflicted by it arouses a desire for the restoration of order even in the most ignorant of its members. I should appear, gentlemen, to doubt your intelligence if I added further arguments to convince you that it is to your interest to adopt the measure I propose, on account of the evils which it enables you to avoid. It gives me pleasure now to present this plan from another aspect which will flatter your self-esteem. Consider yourselves as the governors of the progress of the human mind. You can play the part, for if, by this subscription, you give to men of genius esteem and ease, one of the conditions attaching to the subscription, which debars those who are selected from a post in any government, will safeguard you, and the rest of humanity, from the disadvantages of placing in their hands direct political power. Experience has shown that new, powerful, and sound ideas on which discoveries are based, contain, at the moment of their conception, an admixture of false ideas. Despite this, the inventor, if he had a free hand, would often demand that they should be put into practice. This is one particular disadvantage. There is another of a general nature to which I shall draw your attention. Whenever a discovery, to be put into practice, requires a different outlook and habits from those prevailing when it appears, it is a treasure which can be enjoyed by the generation which has witnessed its birth, only through a feeling of affection for the future generation which is destined to profit by it. I conclude this short discourse which I have ventured to address to you, by saying, gentlemen, if you remain in the second class, it is by your own wish, for you have the capacity to rise into the first class. I turn now to the third class. My friends, in England there are plenty of scientists. The educated classes in England have more respect for scientists than for kings, everybody in 6. England knows how to read, write, and add. Well, my friends, in that country the workers in the towns and even in the country eat meat every day. In Russia, if a scientist displeases the emperor, they cut off his nose and ears and send him to Siberia. In Russia, the peasants are as ignorant as their horses. Well, my friends, the Russian peasants are badly fed, badly clothed, and are soundly beaten with sticks. Up to the present, the rich have had little occupation except to order you about. Force them to enlighten themselves and educate you. They make your hands work for them, make their heads work for you. Do them the service of lifting from them the burden of boredom. They pay you with money, pay them with respect, its precious coin, respect. Luckily the poorest possess some of it. Spend wisely what you have, and your lot will quickly improve. To enable you to judge my advice, and to see the advantages which will follow from the execution of the plan which I present to humanity, I must enter into a few details. I will limit myself to those which seem to me essential. A scientist, my friends, is a man who predicts. It is because science has the means of prediction that it is useful, and makes scientists superior to all other men. All the phenomena we know of are divided into different categories: astronomical, physical, chemical, physiological. Any man who studies the sciences specializes in one or other. You know of some of the predictions made by the astronomers, such as the announcement of eclipses. They also make a mass of other predictions which you do not take notice of, and on which I need not dwell. I will restrict myself to saying a few words on their application, the value of which is obvious to you. It is through the predictions of the astronomers that the relative position of different points on the earth has finally been determined. It is their predictions which enable the longest sea voyages to be made. You are familiar with some of the predictions of the chemists. A chemist tells you from what stones to make chalk, and which are useless for the purpose. He tells you the quantity of ash from a particular tree with which you can bleach linen just as well as with a much larger quantity of ash from another tree. He tells you that a particular substance, mixed with another, will yield a substance with a certain appearance and properties. The physiologist is concerned with the phenomena of organic bodies. The physiologist, 4.7. Instance, tells you, when you are ill, you feel today certain symptoms, tomorrow you will feel such and such symptoms. Do not think that I wish to give you the idea that the scientists can predict everything. Certainly they cannot predict everything, and I am even sure that they can predict with accuracy only a very small number of things. But you are convinced, just as I am, that the scientists, each in his special field, are the men who can predict most, and that is certain, because they only acquire the reputation of a scientist through the verifications which are made of their predictions. At least, such is the case nowadays, though it has not always been so. Hence it is necessary to glance at the progress of the human mind. Despite my efforts to explain myself clearly, I cannot be sure that you will get my meaning on a first reading, but on reflection you will grasp it eventually. The first phenomena which were regularly observed were astronomical. There is good reason for them to be the first, as they are the simplest. When astronomical research began, men confused the facts they observed with what they imagined, and in this primitive mumbo-jumbo, they made the best calculations they could in order to predict. Gradually men disentangled themselves from the products of their imagination, and eventually succeeded in working out a certain method of perfecting this science. The astronomers no longer accepted anything but facts established by observation, while choosing the theory which best explained them. Since then, they have no longer gone astray in this science. If a new theory is put forward, they verify it, before it is accepted, to see if it explains the facts better than the existing system. If a new fact is put forward, they satisfy themselves by observation that it exists. The period to which I refer, the most memorable in the history of the progress of the human mind, is that in which the astronomers expelled the astrologers. I must also remark that, since this period, the astronomers have become modest, harmless men, no longer pretending to know matters of which they are ignorant. You, for your part, have ceased to make impertinent demands on them to read your destinies in the stars. As chemical phenomena are much more complicated than astronomical phenomena, it was much later that men turned their attention to them. They fell into the same errors in the study of chemistry as in the study of astronomy, but eventually the chemists rid themselves of the alchemists. 8. Physiology is still in the weak position which was once that of the astrological / and chemical sciences. The physiologists must expel from their midst the philosophers, moralists, and metaphysicians, as the astronomers have expelled the astrologer, and the chemists the alchemists. My friends, we are organic bodies, and it is by conceiving our social relations as physiological phenomena that I have arrived at the plan which I put forward. I will demonstrate its value by arguments derived from the system I use to coordinate physiological facts. It is a fact established by a long series of observations that every man experiences to a stronger or lesser degree the desire to dominate every other man. 2. It is obvious that every man who is not in a state of isolation is in an active and passive state of domination in his relations with other men, and I urge you to employ the small degree of domination you can exercise over the rich. But before I go further, I must discuss with you a matter which is a source of great dismay to you. You argue, we are 10, 20, 100 times more numerous than the property owners, and yet they exercise over us domination much greater than we have over them. I understand, my friends, your frustration, but remember that the property owners, though inferior in numbers, are more enlightened than yourselves, and that, in the general interest, domination should be proportionate to enlightenment. Consider what happened in France when your comrades achieved domination, they produced a famine. Let us return to the plan which I propose. If you adopt it and maintain it, you will place permanently in the hands of the 21 most enlightened men the two great weapons of domination: prestige and wealth. The consequence will be, for many reasons, rapid progress in the sciences. It is a fact that, with every advance in the sciences, discovery becomes easier, so that those who, like yourselves, can only devote little time to your education, will be able to learn more, and, as you become more educated, you will diminish the domination gained by the rich. You will soon see, my friends, excellent results. But I cannot spend more time on matters which are comparatively remote consequences of a course of action on which you have not yet embarked. Let us talk of what is immediately in view. You give your respect, that is to say, you voluntarily concede a degree of domination to men who perform services which you consider useful to you. The mistake which you make, in common with the whole of humanity, is in not distinguishing clearly enough between the immediate and more lasting benefits, between those of local and more general interest, between those which benefit a part of humanity at the expense of the rest, and those which promote the happiness of the whole of humanity. In short, you have not yet realized that there is but one interest common to the whole of humanity, the progress of the sciences. If the mayor of your village obtains for you an advantage over your neighbors, you are pleased with him, you respect him. The inhabitants of the towns shew the same desire to be superior to neighboring towns, the provinces are rivals, and between nations there are struggles, called wars, for their particular interests. What part of the efforts of these fractions of the human race has a direct influence on the general interest? It is small, indeed, which is not surprising, considering that humanity has not yet taken steps collectively to reward those who do successful work in the general interest. To gather up and unite all these forces acting in different, and often contrary, directions, to direct them as far as possible to the single purpose of improving the lot of humanity, I do not think a better means can be found than the one I propose. For the moment I have said enough of the scientists, let us speak of the artists. On Sundays eloquence has charms for you, you take pleasure in reading a well-written book, in looking at beautiful pictures and statues, or in listening to music which holds your attention. A great deal of work is required to speak or write in a way which will amuse you, to create a picture or statue which pleases you, or to compose music which interests you. Is it not just, my friends, that you should reward the artists who fill your leisure hours with pleasures which develop your intelligence, by evoking the most delicate and subtle sensations? My friends, let all of you subscribe, however lit, you are so many that the total sum will be considerable. Moreover, the esteem which will accrue to those who are nominated, will give them an immeasurable force. You will see how the rich will strive to attain distinction in the sciences and arts, when this career leads to the highest positions of esteem. If you achieve nothing more from it than to distract them from quarrels caused by idleness, quarrels merely to decide how many of you shall be under their orders, quarrels which always involve yourselves, and in which you are the dupes, that will be a considerable gain. If you are convinced by my plan, there will be one difficulty for you, that of selection. I will explain the way in which I should make my choice. I would ask all the mathematicians I know, who, in their opinion, are the 3 best mathematicians, and I would nominate the 3 who had the most votes of those whom I had consulted. I would do the same in the case of the physicists, etc. Having divided humanity into 3 groups, and having put before each of them the reasons which should convince them, I shall now address my contemporaries as a whole, to put before them my reflections on the French Revolution. The suppression of the privileges of birth required an effort which had ended by breaking up the old organization, and it was not in itself an obstacle to a reorganization of society. But the appeal which had been made to all members of society to fulfill frequently the functions of legislation, was unsuccessful. Apart from the fearful atrocities to which this application of the principle of equality led. 11. Through the inevitable results of putting power in the hands of the ignorant, it ended by producing a form of government which was absolutely impracticable. The rulers, given salaries in order to include the have-nots, were so increased in number that the work of the governed was barely sufficient to support them. This was a result which was absolutely contrary to the most constant desire of the have-nots, which was to pay as few taxes as possible. Here is an idea which seems to me sound. The elementary needs of life are the most imperative. The have-nots can only satisfy them inadequately. A physiologist can see clearly that their most constant desire must be to reduce taxation, or to increase wages, which comes to the same thing. I believe that all classes of society would benefit from an organization on these lines: the spiritual power in the hands of the scientists, the temporal power in the hands of the property owners, the power to nominate those who should perform the functions of the leaders of humanity, in the hands of all, the reward of the rulers, esteem. Introduction to the Scientific Studies of the 19th Century, 1808. The progress of the universal idea. The advance of the physical sciences and the superiority they have gained over the theological sciences have been due to the theory of vortices. If Descartes had known the law of gravity, how beautiful, clear and satisfying would his system have been. How energetically did this thinker describe the independence of his ideas. "Give me," he said, "matter and motion, and I will create a world." How wisely did Descartes direct his inquiries. He realized that a positive philosophy fell into two equally important parts, the science of inorganic and of organic bodies. He reached the conclusion that important ideas could only arise in a mind enriched by knowledge drawn from both these spheres. He studied anatomy, zoology, pathology, medicine, in a word, every aspect of physiology. His treatise on man was a more profound work on this subject than any which had previously appeared. The Egyptians worshipped stars, rivers, mountains, certain plants and animals. They attributed to such entities as seemed to have most influence on events, the governance of the world. These entities were for them first causes. In the Greek world, Homer made deities of the various moral qualities. Olympus was a supreme council governing the universe. Socrates then conceived the idea of attributing the powers of Olympus to a single being. He preached the idea of a God who governed everything wholly and in detail. Finally, Descartes said that God had created the universe, and placed it under an immutable law. Descartes eliminated every idea of revelation or blind belief. He inspired men to learn, and left only the idle to mere belief. Thus, in regard to universal science, the human mind began by believing in the existence of a great number of independent causes. It next formed the idea of several causes considered as aspects of a single being, reason, and so reached the idea of a universal and single intelligence God. Finally, it was realized that the relation between God and the universe was incomprehensible and pointless. 13. Because God, having foreseen everything that was to happen, cannot change anything in the system he has created, and that the human mind should devote itself to discovering facts, and take the fact of most universal application which it could discover, as the single cause of events. In each of these stages in the improvements of the universal idea, the philosophic quality has predominated in the beginning, then the scientific, and finally the religious quality has reasserted itself. Then the religious quality has become superstitious, and fallen into decadence. Soon after, Cicero said that he could not understand how two augurs could look at each other without laughing. Deism replaced paganism. The idea of divine unity was purely philosophic in the mind of its inventor. Plato and Aristotle began to give it scientific form, a quality which it developed more and more until the establishment of Christianity. Descartes, in my view, replaced belief by reasoning and observation. He founded a system on this basis, but the facts were lacking to consolidate the system. I venture to say that Descartes did not discover a fact of universal application. Since Descartes, the two most notable thinkers have been Locke and Newton. They collected excellent materials, but did not know how to use them. The change in the universal idea which the human mind is now striving to perfect was begun by Bacon, in whose works it has a purely philosophic character. Descartes began to give it scientific form. Locke and Newton found the means to give it permanent scientific form. Circumstances are favorable for the organization of the new system. Important ideas and great scientific revolutions are the result of great ferment in the spiritual sphere. Great men are formed by great moral crises. The human spirit was still agitated by the shock which it received from Luther, when Descartes organized his system. The revolutionary storm was hardly spent in England when Locke and Newton appeared. What prodigious scientific results must we not expect from the ferment of the French Revolution? On religion. Every scholar I have met shares at least one of the opinions which I am about to expound. 14. First opinion. A large and energetic party is striving to restore to Christianity its pristine vigor. Millimetre de Bonald and de Chateaubriand are the leaders of this party. It is they who have put forward the question to be discussed. They have maintained and developed it, the one with much force and logic, the other with great virtuosity. I shall refute their views, and bring to light the cardinal error in which their views are embedded. Cicero said in his work on the nature of the gods, BK ill, ch. 1. For my part I shall always uphold them and always have done so, and no eloquence of anybody, learned or unlearned, shall ever dislodge me from the belief as to the worship of the immortal gods which I have inherited from our forefathers. But on any question of religion I am guided by the high pontiffs Tiberius Caruncinus, Publius Scipio and Publius Scaevola, not by Zeno or Cleanthes or Chrysippus, and I have Gaius Laelius, who was both an augur and a philosopher, to whose discourse upon religion, in his famous oration, I would rather listen than to any reader of the Stoics. The religion of the Roman people comprises ritual, auspices, and the third additional division, consisting of all such prophetic warnings as the interpretation of the Sibyl or the soothsayers have derived from portents and prodigies. Well, I have always thought that none of these departments of religion was to be despised, and I have held the conviction that Romulus by his auspices and Numa by his establishment of a ritual laid the foundations of our state, which assuredly could never have been so great as it is had not the fullest measure of divine favor been obtained for it. Cicero wished to check the progress of enlightenment. He did not stop the progress of the human mind, and he has left to posterity a proof that his own mind was unable to rise to the highest level of thought. Bossuet made the same error in his funeral oration on the Queen of England. He made a pompous eulogy of the efforts which this princess made to maintain her husband and his people under the papal yoke. Experience has shown the English that they did well to rally to the standard of Luther, since they succeeded, by taking this path, in acting as tire vanguard of humanity for more than a century. Today they are forced to relinquish the role to the French, but they filled it for more than a century. M. de Chateaubriand has traced with much elegance the false path. 15. Marked out by the two greatest orators who have appeared since Demosthenes. From the establishment of deism to the 15th century, the clergy shewed themselves superior in talent and virtue to the laity. It was the clergy who cultivated the wastelands and drained marshes, it was they who deciphered the ancient manuscripts. They taught the laity to read and write, they perfected metaphysics, striving to begin their reasoning from a single point and arrive at a single conclusion. Before the 14th century, no European was so distinguished in physical and mathematical science as Roger Bacon, and he was a monk. It was the clergy who founded the first hospitals and the first schools of modern education, it was they who gathered together the peoples of Europe to resist the Saracens, who resolved to carry the war into Asia and Africa, the only means of deterring them from fresh attempts to trouble the powers of Europe. Their talents obtained for them the reward which they deserved. If individuals were deprived throughout their life of the recognition to which they were entitled, that was because they died before the public had appreciated their work. But corporate bodies whose existence persisted through generations always received the reward of their labors. From the 7th to the 14th century, the clergy enjoyed the rewards of their merits, they were continually rising in power, prestige, and riches. If subsequently their power, prestige, and riches have diminished, that is because they have allowed themselves to be outstripped in the pursuit of knowledge by the laity. A resume of the progress of humanity in regard to religion will clarify the ideas I am putting forward. A religious system has existed since the human mind advanced to the distinction between cause and effect. It is useless to search for details of early religion, since it originated at the same time as writing, and history was not written until a complete system of symbols was evolved. We do not possess any satisfactory evidence on the origin of the Egyptians, nor on the customs of the people who preceded them, but history enables us to follow the development of religious ideas from the Egyptians down to the present day. The Egyptians worshipped stars, rivers, mountains, certain plants, and animals. They selected among them those who impressed them most, and attributed to them the governance of the word. 16. Some time after, Homer appeared among the Greeks. He perfected the religious system, his powerful imagination deified the qualities of man, and, by his talents, he created individual deities from them. Socrates then conceived the idea of a being uniting all those created by Homer. He invented God. This philosopher taught his followers that men should regard everything which exists as the result of a single cause. The views of Socrates spread, and they had been adopted by all enlightened men when Jesus appeared. Jesus appeared 500 years after Socrates. Jesus was good, he had energy and enthusiasm, a high and noble aim, but he was ignorant. He founded the Christian religion which he based on deism. He conveyed his enthusiasm to his disciples, but he did not leave them a coherent body of doctrine. Paul, disciple of Jesus, Paul, a man of genius, an educated man, Paul, who knew well the philosophy of Socrates, and was well versed in the knowledge acquired since his death by the academics and the peripatetics, organized Christian doctrine. The disciples of Paul spread everywhere to teach the new religion. They devoted particular attention to converting the inhabitants of the capital of the world. It was at Rome that they set up their chief school. This teaching body of deism, which had been called the clergy, that is to say, a body of learned men, vigorously condemned the decadence of Roman morals and the savagery of the practices of the barbarians who invaded Italy. The Church was the bond which held together the European Confederation, and the means by which this federation has become the most powerful ever known, since it has asserted its sway over all other parts of the world. Under Pope Hildebrand the Church arrived at its greatest power. Since then, its power has begun to decline, but the decline has been slow. It relinquished its sway on humanity as the flood recedes from the ground it has covered. Sometimes it has great losses, but the moment after it recovers them almost completely. Its fall has been rapid only since the 15th century. In the 15th century, the new day of science, the dawn of which could be seen in Baghdad under the Caliph el-Ma'mun, appeared in Italy. The fine arts took on fresh impetus. Raphael, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci contributed to this, and all three were laymen. Soon after, Machiavelli raised the veil which had hidden the war kings of the Sacred College. He explained the mechanism of its political 17. operations, and shewed that the principles taught by the Church were very different from those used as the means to maintain its power. He affirmed that the clergy were no longer concerned with anything but their own interests, and no longer pursued a course favorable to the advancement of knowledge. Then came Copernicus. He gave a new account of the position and relative movements of the planets of the solar system. Kepler laid down for geometers the lines to be followed in calculating the changes in position of the planets, and Galileo, applying the ideas of Copernicus and Kepler, said the Earth revolves. At this, the Sacred College was up in arms against the innovators. The blow was a mortal one, and it gathered all its forces to repel it. The Earth cannot revolve, because it was the sun that Joshua stopped, and not the Earth. The Holy Scriptures contain many proofs that the Earth is the center of the universe, that everything which exists has been created for man. Since this time the decline of the deist church has been so rapid that even the feeblest minds can grasp the events which have preceded the death agony which it has now reached. It is clear that Jesus and his commentators had no clear idea of the mechanism of the universe. It is equally clear that the Church, guardian of the divine law, has been unable to improve the legacy entrusted to it. At the end of the 16th century, two new stars appeared on the scientific horizon. Bacon and Descartes demolished the whole structure of the ancient temple of wisdom. They took the human intellect and refashioned it in the crucible. They proclaimed this anti-Christian truth: man should believe only what is confirmed by reason and experience. Soon, in every secondary aspect, these men of genius opened up new lines of thought. Academies were formed, the whole body of educated laymen, though imperfectly organized, struggled successfully against the clergy and surpassed them in every branch of knowledge. At the end of the 17th century, Bossuet raised hopes in the Sacred College of recapturing the authority which was slipping from its grasp. Bossuet bombarded the unbelievers furiously, but he exhausted the papal ammunition. The theologians did not keep the initiative for long, and the scientists soon regained the upper hand. Bacon and Descartes said that the physicists should attempt to discover a universal fact. Newton found it. When the discoveries of Newton were known widely enough in Europe, the educated laymen 18. In France banded together for a general assault on the Christian religion. They made the Encyclopedia, a work in which they shewed, in every aspect of human knowledge, that the work inspired by Descartes was infinitely superior to that which sprang from the religious system invented by Jesus. They impressed on men's minds the idea that the concept of universal gravitation should form the basis for the new scientific system and consequently for the new religious system. The prestige and the wealth of the Catholic Church were destroyed by the Revolution. Its present existence is subordinate and precarious, depending entirely on the government. This résumé of the development of the human mind seems to me to prove completely that M. de Bonald is wrong. His works, despite their cardinal defect, seem to me the most worthy productions of recent years. In one respect, they are specially admirable: they are full of life. They give inspiration and enthusiasm to men of learning and literature, they can rejuvenate science and literature. In reading and thinking about M. de Bonald's works, I have come to the conclusion that this writer feels the importance of a systematic unity, since his aim is to shew his compatriots that in the present state of enlightenment it should be the basis of scientific and literary studies. I entirely agree on this with M. de Bonald, but I do not share his enthusiasm for deism. This concept does not seem to me to possess the quality of unity. This quality belongs only to the idea of gravitation. I shall pursue this idea in an article on the unity of causation. Second opinion on religion. I know several persons who believe in the necessity of religion for the maintenance of the social order, and are yet convinced that deism is outworn, and that religion founded on deism cannot be revived. Consequently, they aim at organizing a religion based on physicalicism. Such persons deceive themselves on an essential point: the organization of a new region is not yet possible. The only practicable course is that which the government is taking, concordats between the different sects of deism. I consider such an attempt as being like that of an artist who, refusing to wait for the canvas to paint his picture, undertakes to paint on the threads from which the canvas is to be woven. 19. On the unity of causation. When the human mind has advanced from the idea of a multiplicity of causes to the idea of a single cause, passing beyond polytheism to deism, it has taken a step of capital importance, but it has not thereby reached the limits of progress. It is easy to shew that deism is a belief which lags behind the present stage of enlightenment. It is easy to establish the view that the human mind owes the great progress which it has made in the mathematical and physical sciences during recent centuries precisely to the weakening of belief in God. If Galileo, Bacon, and Descartes affirmed that they were deists, it was because they did not wish to shock public opinion, and also because these powerful minds were eminently systematic, and did not wish wholly to abandon the old system before completing the organization of a new one. What is the idea of God without the idea of revelation? A sterile idea. Every scientific discovery has shown up one of the fallacies of the system which claims to be revealed: the idea of God is nothing but the idea of human intelligence universalized. The objection will, of course, be raised that Newton commented on the apocalypse. I ask the reader to recall what I have said of Newton in number 2. I think I have clearly established in this article that Newton was only an investigator of facts and that he did not rise to a general point of view, or rather, to put it more exactly, he did not study universal science. Let us boldly consider the idea of God, examine the definition that has been given us of this idea, and analyze the descriptions of this concept produced by metaphysicians. All these definitions, and descriptions of God are conceived as follows: God is a spirit, God is eternal, immutable, infinite, his foresight is limitless, he sees all, and governs all. A deist may comment on this definition as much as he likes, but his arguments will never amount to more than the enumeration of the various known faculties of intelligence, coupled with the assertion in each case, that they are raised to the highest degree, and the conclusion that their combination constitutes the absolute perfection which is the distinctive character of God. I say that the different elements in the idea of God are opposed to 20. each other, so that the idea itself is a compound of contrary images. Here is the proof. If God is a purely spiritual being, his existence is thought, but if God is completely foreseeing, he can only think once. In a single thought he foresees everything that will happen. Therefore his existence can only last for the duration of a single act of thought, and so he no longer exists. God could not govern the world, even as long as he existed, for, as the world had been created by him who foresees everything, the creation of the world was perfect from the beginning throughout its existence, and the world has therefore no need of guidance. The idea of God lacks unity. In trying to convey this idea to those who have not yet grasped it, it is first asserted that there are two orders of things, the mental and the physical, or, in other words, the material and the spiritual. It is said that God is of one, and only one, of these kinds of being. In that case, there can be no relation between God and things which are not of the same nature. The idea of God being thus defective, all applications of this idea are equally defective. Man, having invented God, considers himself to be an important being. He believes that the universe was created for his benefit, and that the planet he inhabits is the center of the universe, the stars revolving round it for the whole purpose of illuminating it. All these ideas are now known to be false. Physicalism has not the drawback of deism. This concept has obviously the quality of unity, as is easy to shew by analysis of the first terms in the series. The universe is a limitless space filled with matter in motion. Matter exists in two forms, solid and fluid. Phenomena called physical are phenomena of solid matter. Phenomena called mental are phenomena of fluids. I say, and I claim to have shown, that the idea of God should not be used in the physical sciences, but I do not say that it should not be used in political matters, at any rate for a long time, since it is the best means that has been discovered of managing the fundamental political relations. It is necessary to examine and act, always from the point of view of physicalism. The scientific opinions formulated by these philosophers should then be clothed in forms which make them sacred, in order that they can be taught to die children of all classes and the illiterate, whatever their age. O.C., Volume 40, pages 16-20. 1813. If we consider the general ideas that educated men have derived from their education concerning the course which the human mind has followed from the beginnings of its development, particularly the course of its development since the 15th century, we find that, 1. Since that time the tendency has been to base all reasoning on facts which have been observed and analyzed. Already astronomy, physics, and chemistry have been reorganized on this positive basis. These sciences are nowadays an essential part, the very foundation of education. It follows necessarily that physiology, of which the science of man is a part, will be brought under the same method as the other physical sciences, and that it will be introduced into education when it has been made positive. 2. The particular sciences are the elements of universal science. Universal science, namely philosophy, was bound to be conjectural. As long as the particular sciences remained so, it was bound to be partly conjectural and partly positive, while some of the special sciences had become positive, and others were still conjectural. It will become wholly positive when all the special sciences have become positive. This state of affairs will be realized when psychology and physiology have become based on observed and analyzed facts, for there are no phenomena which are not either astronomical, chemical, physiological, or psychological. We can therefore conceive of a time when the philosophy taught in the schools will be positive. 3. Systems of religion, politics, ethics, and education, are simply applications of the system of ideas, or, in other words, of the system of thought, considered under different aspects. Thus, it is obvious that when the new scientific system has been constructed, a reorganization of the religious, political, ethical, and educational system will take place, and consequently a reorganization of the Church. 4. National communities are particular applications of general ideas about social organization. Hence the reorganization of the general European political system will lead to changes in the national organization of the various peoples who together compose this great community. 21. It was Dr. Burden who taught me the importance of physiology. The argument which he expounded to me was approximately as follows. All the sciences were originally conjectural, their destiny is to become positive. Astronomy began as astrology, chemistry at the beginning was nothing but alchemy, physiology, which for a long time has been immersed in charlatanism, is being based today on observed and examined facts. Psychology is beginning to be founded on physiology, and to rid itself of the religious assumptions on which it has hitherto been based. The sciences began as conjectural because there were few observations when scientific study began, and these few observations had not yet been examined, analyzed, and verified by long experience. They were assumptions, mere guesswork. The sciences had necessarily to become, and will become, positive, because the daily experience of the human mind accumulates knowledge of fresh facts, and enables it to correct earlier knowledge acquired at a time when strict analysis was not possible. Astronomy is the first of the sciences to acquire a positive character, because it is the science in which facts are considered in the simplest and fewest relations. Chemistry was bound to come after astronomy but before physiology, because it studies the behavior of matter in relations more complicated than astronomy, but less detailed than physiology. I believe that, by this brief argument, I have shown that what has happened is what was bound to happen. To grasp the cause of the order of events which has preceded us in the past is of great value, since it enables us to predict what will happen in the future. One further point remains to be made, to complete the basis of my argument. Astronomy and chemistry have been introduced into education, as soon as they have become positive. The conclusion follows, as a general principle, that every science which acquires a positive character will be introduced into education. I shall now expound my ideas on the present state of physiology, on its future development, and on the effect of its development on the general system of ideas, on the organization of scientific institutions, on the religious, political, and ethical system, etc. Physiology is not yet worthy of being classified among the positive sciences, but it has only one step forward to make to raise itself out of the conjectural sciences. The first man of genius who appears in 23. This field will base the general principles of the science on observed facts. Little more is required to produce a general theory of physiology than to unify the work of Vicq d'Azur, Cabanis, Bichat, and Condorcet. These four authors have dealt with nearly all the important questions of physiology, and have based all their reasoning on observation and analysis. The Christian religion civilized the peoples of the North, stopped the disorder in which Italy was plunged, put the land of Europe under cultivation, drained the marshes, and made the climate healthy. It caused roads and bridges to be built, established hospitals, educated the people in reading and writing, kept registers of births, deaths, and marriages, began the collection of historical records. It diminished and almost abolished slavery, and, above all, organized the largest political community which has ever existed. Having rendered these important services, the Christian religion became an institution which had fulfilled its function, and completed the useful part of its career. It had attained old age. This institution, in respect of the laws it laid down, the judges it appointed, the ethics which it taught, the preachers it sent forth, had become a burden on society. Religion, for a man of the intelligence of Bacon, could not be anything but a general scientific theory. The purpose of a theory is to organize facts. 1500 years had passed since this theory was formulated, and it is not surprising that it became inadequate to organize the knowledge acquired by the human mind 1500 years later, and to explain the facts which had only been discovered long after its foundation. The Arabs had completely refashioned science by founding a new school of astronomy and a new theory of medicine. Many discoveries had already been made on the new lines which they had laid down, but many more were needed before the materials for a new scientific edifice could be assembled. Bacon felt keenly the need for the human mind to continue its search for knowledge, and he therefore attacked the old conceptions which had required immense force by assuming a religious form. At the same time, he pointed out the various methods by which the human intellect could make discoveries in every scientific field. Thus Bacon, who was as great as he could be in thought, speech and action, considering the age in which he lived, deprecated a priori. 24. Philosophy and favored as much as possible an a posteriori philosophy. Gentlemen, do you believe that Bacon, if he rose from his grave today, would speak in the same way? Imagine this great man, restored to life, and attending a session of the Institute. What would be his astonishment at seeing that philosophy was not the subject of any section of the first class, nor in any class of this comprehensive scientific institution. In fact, if Bacon, who is its inspiration in all its studies, wished to enter the Institute, he could not be admitted at all in the first class, he could be received into the second class only on the score of his style, and into the third. As a learned scholar I imagine this philosopher leaving the Institute and entering the university. What would be his astonishment at seeing this scientific teaching body existing without any organic link with the institution concerned with scientific research? Imagine him leaving the university, and visiting the cabinets of Europe. What would be his astonishment at seeing that in all of them there was a clear and acute realization of the troubles and embarrassments in which they were involved, but that none of them could offer more than minor expedients to remedy a great evil? What would be his astonishment at seeing that no one realized the need for re-establishing a common political institution for all the European peoples, to unite them politically and restrain the national ambition of each of them? We have advanced by stages so far that there remains only a step further to arrive at a universal conception. It would be cowardly after our scientific reconnaissance to fall back on the main body of our ideas, to come so near the intellectual summit, and yet not to complete the ascent. Gentlemen, rouse yourselves, I feel inspired, and Bacon will speak through my voice. Bacon will say first of all to the Institute: Gentlemen, there are 160 of you, worthy men, learned and intelligent. You meet regularly, you are organized into classes and sections according to the different sciences, you have presidents and secretaries, and yet you are not a scientific body. You are nothing but a collection of scientists, and your studies have no 25. Unity. They are only a series of disjointed ideas, because they are not related to any general concept, and your society is not organized systematically. Through lack of organization you have been only able to make partial, unsatisfactory, and inadequate replies to the magnificent question addressed to you by the Emperor: what are the means of hastening the progress of the sciences? Do you wish, gentlemen, to organize yourselves? Nothing is easier. Select an idea to which all other ideas can be related, and from which all principles can be deduced as consequences, then you will have a philosophy. This philosophy will necessarily be founded on the idea of universal gravitation, and all your researches will from that moment become systematic. As for the means of organizing your society, it is equally simple, since it is the same. Assign philosophy to one of your classes, instruct the members you admit to it to deduce or to relate, according as they proceed a priori or a posteriori, from or to the idea of universal gravitation, all known phenomena. You will then find that you are systematically organized from the active and the passive point of view, that is to say, intellectually as a corporate body, and your power, in both respects, will become incalculable. And then to the university, he will say: your society has only a mongrel and precarious existence, it will inevitably be very short if you do not promptly take steps to strengthen it. The only means to achieve this result will be, 1. to keep as closely in touch as possible with the Institute, and to link yourselves intimately with it, so intimately that you will together form a single corporation, the Great Scientific Corporation of France. This body will then be divided into two sections with distinct functions, the Institute for the Advancement of Sciences and yourselves for the teaching of it. 2. Never to lose sight of the fact that in your teaching you should always give preference to the a priori method over the a posteriori method. 3. To consider how a course of philosophy, based on the idea of gravitation, can be organized as soon as possible in the educational system, which is your concern, the object of this philosophy being to deduce from this principle, as directly as possible, the explanation of every kind of phenomenon. Lastly, he will speak to the emperor in his study at the Tuileries. Sire, your armies have marched dirogue the whole continent from 26. Cadiz to Moscow, from Hamburg to the end of Italy. Your military glory is at its height, and any efforts you may make to increase it can only diminish it. Your youthful days as emperor have been the most brilliant in recorded history. You have now reached the prime of life, and your reign should now assume the characteristics of calm and solidity which are the honorable attributes of this time of life. Sire, you have taken Charlemagne as your model. From the military point of view you have greatly surpassed him. But Charlemagne was not only a soldier but preeminent as a statesman. He is the greatest statesman that Europe has produced. Can your own great mind tolerate the idea of being inferior to him in this respect? Charlemagne was the real organizer of the European community. He systematically united the peoples of which it is composed by a political bond which remained intact, and perfectly fulfilled its function, from the 8th to the 15th century. From the 15th century to the present day, it has fallen to pieces bit by bit, and your Majesty has finally destroyed it by taking away from the Pope the sovereignty of Rome. Charlemagne realized that the huge population of a great part of the world and its neighboring islands, composed of several nations, with well-defined customs, totally distinct languages, divided by natural obstacles, living in different climates and eating different kinds of food, could not live under the same government. At the same time he realized that these diverse peoples would inevitably be in a continual state of war unless they were linked by general ideas, common to all of them, and unless a body composed of the most educated men was given the task of applying general principles to the objects which were of common interest, and acting as a tribunal of the law of nations. He realized that religion was a code of ethics which should be common to all the European peoples, and that the administrative body consisting of the ministers of this religion should also have the character of a universal institution. In short, he realized that religion and the leaders of the church should be given independence, and consequently be exempt from the direct rule of any national government. These are the reasons which determined him to give the Pope the sovereignty of Rome and its territory. My conclusions from my third essay will be that it is possible to organize a general theory of the sciences, physical as well as moral. 27. Based on the idea of gravitation regarded as the law on which God has founded the universe, and by which he governs it. I shall explain the means by which this organization can be most rapidly achieved. It is this, that all the learned societies should hold a competition on the question, and nominate judges to award the prize to the work which deals with the question most successfully. These judges should meet at Rome. The importance of such a work is obvious, for the crisis in which the European peoples are involved is due to the incoherence of general ideas. As soon as there is a theory corresponding to the present state of enlightenment, order will be restored, an institution common to the peoples of Europe will be re-established, and a priesthood adequately educated according to the present state of knowledge will bring peace to Europe by restraining the ambition of peoples and kings. I shall show that there is no need to be alarmed by the difficulty of organizing a new theory, one must not be oppressed by the desire to attain perfection. I shall ask the philosophers who may undertake this task to consider to what extent the theory, on which the old scientific, religious, and political doctrine was based, was defective and to what extent it was useful. I shall convince them that the important thing is to begin the work as soon as possible, because, once a start has been made, the means will exist of stopping this terrible scourge of general war, and of reorganizing the European community, the only philosophic aim which at this moment is worthy of the attention of learned men. Finally, I shall say to the philosophers that, when we of the present generation have fulfilled our task to the best of our ability, we shall leave to our successors the duty of bringing our work to completion. In the general preface at the beginning of the essay on the science of man, the following passage should have been noted. The work which I have planned is not confined to the present essay. It will comprise 4 essays, entitled, Essay on the Science of Man, Essay on Philosophy, Essay on the Reorganization of the Church, National Reorganization of the Peoples. I am impelled to undertake this plan more by my conviction of the needs of the community than by any confidence in my own capacity to fulfill such a large and difficult program. I declare, at the outset, that I am ready to abandon the management of the enterprise. My greatest wish is to see somebody more capable than myself in charge of it. In that case, I would become merely a collaborator to be used as he might think fit. The reorganization of the European community, or the necessity and the means of uniting the peoples of Europe in a single body politic while preserving for each their national independence. By the Comte de St. Simon and A. Thierry, his pupil. October 1814. Preface. This work has been hurried into print because of present circumstances. It should have appeared later, and in a more developed form. No doubt I have done myself harm in publishing it prematurely, but the author who writes in order to promote useful results must realize that his own interests count for little. If this essay is well received by the public, a second edition will expand those points which I have not had time to develop in this first one. It should be borne in mind that throughout this work the Church will be considered only in its political relation to the varying conditions in Europe, and that the Christian religion will be regarded only as a belief which is the basis of these relations and modifies them as it gradually changes. The progress of the human mind, the revolutions which occur in the development of knowledge, give each century its special character. The 16th century was rich in theologians, or rather the predominant interest in this century was such that nearly all writers dealt with theological questions. In the 17th century the arts flourished, and the masterpieces of modern literature were bomb. The writers of the last century were philosophers. They opened men's eyes to the fact that the most important social institutions were founded on prejudice and superstition, and they caused downfall. 28-29. Of these superstitions and the powers which were built on them. This was the century of revolutions and of criticism. What will be the character of our own century? Till now, it has none. Will it simply continue on the lines laid down by the preceding century? Will our writers be nothing but echoes of the last of these philosophers? I do not think so. The progress of the human spirit, the need for universal institutions which the upheavals of Europe make so desperately urgent, all this tells me that the examination of the great political questions will be the aim of the intellectual inquiries of our times. The philosophy of the last century was revolutionary, that of the 19th century must be constructive. Lack of institutions leads to the destruction of all society. Outworn institutions prolong the ignorance and the prejudices of the times which produced them. Shall we be forced to choose between barbarism and stupidity? Writers of the 19th century, you alone can avert this frightful dilemma. The social order has been overturned because it no longer corresponded with the level of enlightenment. It is for you to create a better order. The body politic has been dissolved. It is for you to reconstitute it. Such a task is difficult, no doubt, but it is not beyond your powers. You govern opinion, and opinion governs the world. Sustained by the hope of performing a useful service, I dare to attempt the task of a pioneer, and in this first essay I shall try to review the conditions of Europe and the means of reorganizing it. A ruler who claims to be great must foster the arts and sciences. This axiom, repeated so many times, expresses vaguely a truth which has not yet been fully grasped. The only kings who have exercised a powerful influence on the world have been those who, yielding to the movement of their age, have followed the lines marked out for them by the writings of their contemporaries. There is no need for me to give reasons for this, it is obvious. Charles V and Henry VIII were theologians and fostered theology, and certainly their reigns were more successful than that of the amorous and witty Francis I. Louis XIV outshone the beings of his age, and Louis XIV, throughout Europe, made himself the patron of literature and of those who pursued it. The 18th century produced only two illustrious names among its sovereigns, Catherine and Frederick the Great, and these were the friends of philosophers and the supporters of philosophy. Which kings will support with their patronage the labors of the writers of our century? 30. If but two princes, marked out by the enlightenment of their peoples to be the protectors of everything noble and good, deign to recollect that by promoting the advancement of the human mind a king enhances his own greatness, how quickly would this reorganization of Europe be achieved, the goal of all our efforts, the end of our labors? To the parliaments of France and England. My lords, until the end of the 15th century, the nations of Europe formed a single body politic, at peace within, one but armed against the enemies of its constitution and its independence. The Roman Catholic religion, acknowledged from one end of Europe to the other, was the passive link of European society, the Catholic Church was the active link. Spread everywhere, and everywhere independent, recruited from every country, but possessing its own government and laws, it was the center from which sprang the will inspiring this great social body and the impulse of its activity. The government of the Church was, like that of all the European peoples, an aristocratic hierarchy. A territory independent of any temporal domination, too large to be easily conquered, too small to enable its rulers to be conquerors, was the seat of the leaders of the Church. By their power, which was exalted by opinion above the power of kings, they curbed national ambitions, by their policy they maintained a balance in Europe, a balance which was desirable in those times, though it has become pernicious when it has passed into the hands of a nation. Thus the court of Rome ruled over the other courts, in the same way that these courts ruled over their peoples, and Europe was a vast aristocracy, divided into smaller aristocracies, all dependent on Rome, subject to its influence, judgments, and decrees. Any institution founded on a belief ought not to out this belief. Luther, by undermining this traditional respect which gave the Church its power, disorganized Europe. Half the European peoples emancipated themselves from the bonds of the papacy, that is to say, they broke the one political link which bound them to the great community. The Treaty of Westphalia established a new order by a political device called the balance of power. Europe was divided into two confederations which were artificially kept in equilibrium, thus giving rise to war and legalizing it, for two leagues of equal power are necessarily rivals, and rivalry cannot persist without war. Thenceforth each power concentrated on increasing its military strength. Instead of puny handfuls of soldiers levied for the occasion and soon discharged, everywhere appeared formidable armies on a permanent footing, nearly always actively employed, for since the Treaty of Westphalia war has been the normal condition of Europe. It is through this anarchy, which has been called and is still called the basis of international politics, that England rose to greatness. More skillful than the continental peoples, she saw exactly what the balance of power meant, and by a double maneuver realized how to turn it to her own profit and to the disadvantage of others. Separated from the continent by the sea, she ceased to have anything in common with the inhabitants of the continent, by creating her own national religion and a form of government different from the governments of Europe. Her constitution was based, no longer on prescription and custom, but on principles valid for all times and all places, on the proper basis for every constitution, the liberty and happiness of the people. Strengthened internally by a strong and healthy organization, England directed her energies abroad to achieve great results. The aim of her foreign policy was universal dominion. She promoted her own sea power, commerce, and industry, while hindering those of other countries. If arbitrary governments weighed on Europe, England supported them and reserved for herself liberty and its blessings. Her gold, her military power, her policy, all were directed towards maintaining this false balance, which, by causing the mutual destruction of the continental powers, left England free to do what she liked with impunity. From this two-edged political system has grown the colossus of English power, which threatens to invade the whole world. By this means, England, free and happy internally, hard and despotic in her foreign policy, makes the whole of Europe her plaything, throwing it into turmoil at her pleasure. Such a state of affairs is too monstrous to continue. It is to the interest of Europe to free herself from a galling tyranny, it is to the interest of England to act before an armed Europe liberates herself by force. Let there be no deception, these are not evils which can be healed by secret negotiations, by minor cabinet maneuvers. There will be 32. No repose or happiness for Europe, as long as there is no political link to attach England again to the continent from which she has been separated. Formerly Europe consisted of a federal community earned by common institutions, subject to a common government which was in the same relation to the different peoples as national governments are to individuals. A similar organization is the only one which can effect a complete cure. Of course, I do not suggest that this outworn institution which still encumbers Europe with its useless remains should be raised from the dust. The 19th century is too remote from the 13th century. A constitution, strong in itself, based on principles derived from the nature of things and independent of beliefs which lose their force, and of ephemeral opinions, that is what Europe needs, and what I now put forward. Just as revolutions in states, when they come about through the progress of enlightenment, bring a better order, so the political crisis which has dissolved the European body politic was, at the same time, paving the way for a better organization. This reorganization cannot be achieved suddenly, at one stroke, for outworn institutions only gradually collapse, and better ones are only gradually built, they rise and fall slowly and insensibly. The English people, more of a seafaring people than the other European peoples because more insular, and therefore freer from prejudices and hereditary customs, took the first step, by replacing the feudal government by a form of government hitherto unknown. The crumbling remains of the old European organization persisted throughout the continent, governments maintained their original form, although slightly modified in some areas. The power of the Church, repudiated in the north, remained in the south nothing but an instrument of subjection for the people and of despotism for the rulers. However, the human mind did not remain inactive, enlightenment spread and completed everywhere the ruin of ancient institutions. Abuses were corrected, errors destroyed, but nothing new was put in their place. The defect lay in the fact that the reforming spirit needed the backing of a political force, and, as this force lay in England alone, it was unable to struggle against the forces of the whole continent which acted as the bastion of all that remained of arbitrary rule and papal authority. Know that France is in a position to join England in the support of 33 liberal principles. It only remains to unite and direct these forces, and Europe will be reorganized. This union is possible, because France is now free like England. The union is necessary, because it alone can ensure the peace of the two countries and save them from the evils which threaten them. The union can change the state of Europe, because England and France together are stronger than the rest of Europe. The writer can only show what is to be done, the execution of it is for those who have power. My lords, you alone can hasten this revolution of Europe, which began centuries ago, and will come about by the force of events, but only with a slowness which would be disastrous. It is not only in the interest of your own reputations, but in a much greater interest, the peace and happiness of your peoples. If France and England continue to be rivals, the greatest disasters for themselves and for Europe will come of their rivalry. If they unite their interests, as they are already united in political principles and the character of their governments, they will be peaceful and happy, and Europe can hope for peace. The English nation has nothing more to achieve for her own freedom or greatness. The liberty of all, and the activity of all, is what she should now desire, what she should foster. If she persists in despotism, if she does not renounce her policy of hostility to all prosperity in others. Well, we know how Europe punished France for an ambition which was less tyrannical. BKI. The best form of government. Proof that the parliamentary form is the best. Ch. I. Argument of this work. After a violent convulsion, Europe fears fresh disasters, and feels the need for a long repose. The sovereigns of all the European nations are assembled to give her peace. All of them seem to desire peace, all are famed for their wisdom, yet they will not reach their goal. I have asked myself why all the efforts of the statesmen are powerless against the evils which afflict Europe, and I have perceived that there 34 is no salvation for Europe except through a general reorganization. I have thought out a plan of reorganization. The explanation of this plan is the subject of this work. First, I shall establish the principles on which the organization of Europe should rest, then I shall apply these principles, and finally I shall point out how existing circumstances make it possible for a start to be made in carrying out this plan. Thus the first part will necessarily be somewhat abstract, the second less than the first, the third even less, since the discussion in this part will be solely on events which are taking place before our eyes, in which we are all actors or spectators. Ch. 2. The Congress. A Congress is now assembled at Vienna. What will it do? What can it do? That is what I wish to examine. The aim of this Congress is to re-establish peace between the powers of Europe, by adjusting the claims of each and conciliating the interests of all. Can one hope that this aim will be achieved? I do not think so, and my reasons for so predicting are as follows. None of the members of the Congress will have the function of considering questions from a general point of view, none of them will be even authorized to do so. Each of them, delegate of a king or a people, dependent and holding his rights, powers, mission as such, will come prepared to present the particular policy of the power which he represents, and to shew that this plan coincides with the interest of all. On all sides, the particular interest will be put forward as a matter of common interest. Austria will try to argue that it is important for the repose of Europe that she should have a preponderance in Italy, that she should keep Galicia and the Illyrian provinces, that her supremacy in the whole of Germany should be restored. Sweden will demonstrate, map in hand, that it is a law of nature that Norway should be her dependency. France will demand the Rhine and the Alps as natural frontiers. England will claim that she is, by nature, responsible for policing the seas, and will insist that the despotism which she exercises there should be regarded as the unalterable basis of the political system. These claims, presented with confidence, perhaps in good faith, in guise of means to ensure the peace of Europe, and sustained with all the skill of the Talleyrand's, Metternichs, and Casteregs, will not, however, convince anybody. Each proposition will be rejected 35. Because nobody, apart from the mover, will see in it the common interest, since he cannot see in it his own interest. They will part on bad terms, blaming on each other the lack of success of the assembly. No agreement, no compromise, no peace. Sectional leagues, rival alliances of interests, will throw Europe back into this melancholy state of war from which vain efforts will have been made to rescue her. That is what the outcome will shew even more clearly, that is what neither goodwill, nor wisdom, nor the desire for peace will be able to avoid. Assemble Congress after Congress, multiply treaties, conventions, compromises, everything you do will lead only to war. You will not abolish it, the most you can do is to shift the scene of it. Yet the failure of these methods does not enlighten anybody on their weakness. In politics there is a routine which nobody dares to shake off, although experience clamors to us to change our methods. We blame the force of the evil rather than the weakness of the remedy, and we continue to kill each other without knowing when the carnage will finish, without hope of seeing it end. Europe is in a restless state, everybody knows it and says it, but what is the state? How did it arise? Has it always been so? Can it be stopped? These questions are still unanswered. It is the same with political as with social relations, their stability is assured by similar means. With a union of peoples as with a union of individuals, common institutions and an organization are required. Without these everything is decided by force. To seek peace in Europe by means of treaties and congresses is to seek the maintenance of a society by conventions and agreements. In both cases a compelling force is required which will unite wills, concert movement, make interests common and undertakings firm. It is the fashion to show a disdainful contempt for the centuries called the Middle Ages. We see in them only a time of stupid barbarism, gross ignorance, repellent superstitions, and we do not notice the fact that it is the only time when the political system of Europe had a real foundation and a common organization. I do not deny that the popes may have been greedy for power, quarrelsome, despotic, more concerned with satisfying their ambition than curbing that of the kings, that the clergy may have joined in the quarrels of princes, and kept the people brutish in order to tyrannize over them with greater impunity. These evils, melancholy results of an age of ignorance, did not extinguish what was beneficial in this institution. As long as it remained there were few wars in Europe, and these wars were of 36. Little importance. One hardly had the revolution brought about by Luther caused the collapse of the political power of the Church than Charles V conceived this idea of universal dominion, which was attempted after him by Philip II, Louis XIV, Napoleon and the English people, and there broke forth the religious wars, ending in the 30 Years' War, the longest of all wars. Despite so many striking examples, prejudice has been so strong that the greatest minds have been unable to combat it. Everybody dates the political system of Europe from the 16th century only, everybody regards the Treaty of Westphalia as the real basis of this system. Yet it is sufficient to examine what has happened since this time to realize that the balance of powers is a completely false conception, since peace is its aim, and it has produced nothing but wars, and what wars? Only two men have seen the evil and come near to the remedy, they were Henry IV and the Abbé Saint-Pierre. The one died before he could realize his plan, which was forgotten after him, the other was treated as a visionary because he had promised more than he could. Certainly the idea of linking all the European peoples by means of a political organization is by no means a dream, since for 6 centuries such an order of things existed, and for 6 centuries wars were fewer and less terrible. This is all that the plan of the Abbé de Saint-Pierre amounts to, stripped of those grandiose trappings which have made it ridiculous. It was by means of a federal government common to all the nations of Europe, that he hoped to establish his impracticable perpetual peace. This plan, chimerical in its results, imperfect and defective as it was, is, however, the most powerful conception which has been produced since the 15th century. Good results are only reached after long trials and many unsuccessful attempts, and the man who first conceives a good idea is rarely able to give it the finality and precision which it acquires with time. The Abbé de Saint-Pierre's book has been little read and is hardly known except for the title, and its general reputation as the dream of a man of good will. Analysis of perpetual peace. The Abbé de Saint-Pierre proposed a general confederation of all the sovereigns of Europe, of which the 5 principal articles should be, 1. Plenipotentiaries, nominated by the contracting sovereigns, should assemble at an agreed place and form there a permanent congress. 2. The number of those sovereigns who should have a vote in the Diet should be defined, and the number of those who should be asked to adhere to the treaty. 3. The possession of his territory should be guaranteed to each member of the League, his person, family, and powers should be guaranteed against external attack or rebellion of his subjects. 4. The Diet should be supreme judge of the rights of the members, the interests of each should be determined by arbitration. 5. Any member of the League who infringed the treaty should be proscribed by Europe and treated as a public enemy. Joint military action at the common expense should be taken against a proscribed state. The first defect of such a confederation is that it is absolutely impracticable, all the weaknesses of a Congress remain untouched. There is no agreement without a common point of view. Can sovereigns negotiating together, or plenipotentiaries nominated by the contracting powers and revocable by them, have any but particular points of view or any interest but their own? If the court of Rome was able to curb the ambition of the temporal powers, it was because all the members of this court had a common interest, that of their supremacy over all other courts, it was because the kings did not nominate the Pope or his council, and no power was able to depose him. Henry IV, in his Christian Republic, thought he had avoided this difficulty by a simple clause which laid down that each power should put first the interests of the community, and not forward his private interests until after the common interest had been satisfied. Henry IV was a noble character. He thought that what was easy for him should be easy for everybody, but perhaps, in succumbing himself, he would have shown how good faith in a king is unable to resist the temptations of power. Only by relying on hard facts could one ensure that the organ of the community put common interests first, but I feel that I anticipate, and digress too far. I must return to the analysis which I have begun. 38. The first result of the constitution of the Abbé de Saint-Pierre, assuming that it were possible at all, would be to perpetuate the status quo in Europe at the moment it was set up. Thenceforward the remnants of feudalism still in existence would become indestructible. Moreover, it would encourage the abuse of power by making the power of sovereigns more dangerous to their peoples, and depriving them of any resource against tyranny. In a word, this sham organization would be nothing but a mutual guarantee of princes to preserve their arbitrary power. As the lever was first used before the theory of the lever was understood, so there have been national and political organizations, before the nature of such an organization was understood. In politics, as in every science, the right things have been done before the reasons for them have been explained, and when the theory has arrived after the practice, the conception has often been inferior to what has been achieved by chance. Such is the case here. The organization of Europe, as it was in the 14th century, is infinitely superior to the project of the Abbé de Saint-Pierre. Every political organization, like every social organization, has its fundamental principles which are its essential nature, without which it cannot live nor produce the desired results. The principles on which the papal organization was founded have been ignored by the Abbé de Saint-Pierre. They can be reduced to four. 1. Any political organization founded to link together several different peoples, while preserving their national independence, must be systematically homogeneous, that is to say, all the institutions should be derived from a single conception, and consequently the government, in all its stages, should have the same form. 2. The common government must certainly be independent of the national governments. 3. The members of the common government should be obliged by their position to have a common point of view, and consider exclusively the common interest. 4. They should be endowed with a power which is their own, and does not derive from any outside authority. This power is public opinion. The papal organization was founded on these principles, and it is these which made it effective, but the ignorance of the age did not allow these principles to be well applied, and it is this which has vitiated it. 39. In the first place, the feudal constitution was applied both to the common government and to the national governments, and this constitution is essentially bad, because it acts wholly to the advantage of the rulers and the detriment of the ruled. Secondly, the popes often used their power, which, like that of the kings, was too absolute, to keep Europe in turmoil instead of making it peaceful. Finally, public opinion, which was the strength of the common government, was riddled with superstitions, with the result that the Church, in order to maintain its power, had to maintain those superstitions and hinder the progress of enlightenment. Having reached this point, there is only one further step to take in order to arrive at the best constitution for a league of peoples. It is sufficient to add to the principles already established the three following conditions. 1. The best possible constitution should be applied to the common government and the national governments. 2. The members of the common government should be compelled by the nature of the organization to work for the common good. This condition is included in the first. 3. The intellectual basis of their power should rest on unshakable principles valid for all times and places. Ch. 4. The best possible constitution. I wish to inquire if there is a form of government good in itself, founded on certain, absolute, universal principles, independent of time and place. If I were to try and solve this problem in the way political questions have hitherto been treated, I should only open up another field for interminable discussions. Leaving aside, therefore, everything that may have been said on this matter, I will rely in the inquiry on two principles only, on which certain proof rests: reason and experience. Every science, of whatever kind, is nothing but a series of problems to resolve, of questions to analyze, and they do not differ from each other except in the nature of these questions. Thus the method applicable to some of them should be applicable to all, for the very reason that it is applicable to some of them, for this method is an instrument entirely independent of the objects to which it applies. 40. And changes nothing in their nature. Moreover, it is from the application of this method that every science derives its certainty. By this it becomes positive, and ceases to be a conjectural science, and this only happens after centuries of vagueness, error, and uncertainties. Hitherto, the method of the sciences of observation has not been introduced into political questions. Every man has imported his point of view, method of reasoning and judging, and hence there is not yet any precision in the answers, or universality in the results. The time has come when this infancy of the science should cease, and certainly it is desirable it should cease, for the troubles of the social order arise from obscurities in political theory. What is the best possible constitution? If we define as a constitution any system of social order aiming at the common goal, the best will be that in which institutions will be organized and powers distributed in such a way that every question of public interest will be treated in the most thorough and complete manner. Now every question of public interest, by the very fact that it is a question, should be solved by the same methods as any other kind of question. For the solution of a question of any kind, logic offers us two methods, or rather a single method comprising two processes: synthesis and analysis. In the one, the thing to be examined is grasped as a whole or examined a priori; in the other, it is broken down and examined in detail, i.e., a posteriori. The results obtained by synthesis should be verified by analysis, and conversely the results obtained by analysis should be verified by synthesis, or, in other words, a question is not treated surely or completely unless it has been examined first a priori and then a posteriori. Therefore I say that the best constitution is that in which each question of public interest is always examined a priori and then a posteriori. Now, in a community the examination of questions of public interest first a priori and then a posteriori, consists precisely in examining them first in the HGHT of the common interest, and then in the light of the particular interests of the members of the community. It remains, therefore, only to discover by what device a constitution can be organized in such a way that every question of public interest is always examined in the way I have described. For this purpose the first requirement is to establish two distinct authorities, composed in such a way that the one is obliged to consider matters from the point 41 of view of the common interest of the nation, and the other from the point of view of the particular interests of the individual members. I call the first, authority for common interests, and the second, authority for particular or local interests. Each should be given the right to formulate and propose any legislation it considers necessary. Up to this point I have described two authorities working towards the same end but on different lines, but the fundamental condition, which gives force to the Constitution, is that none of the decisions of the one authority should be put into force without previously being examined and approved by the other. In this way, every legislative measure formulated in the light of the general interest should be examined in the light of particular interests and conversely, or in other words, to return to the language of logic, every legislative measure formulated a priori should be examined a posteriori, and conversely. Only good laws would be made, for none would be passed or put into force until the agreement of the two authorities had proved that it was for the good of the people as well as for individuals, or in other words, no measure would be passed until it had demonstrated to be good and wise by the most rigorous logical methods. The equality of the two authorities which I have described is the basis of the Constitution, and the Constitution would be vitiated as soon as one authority predominated over the other, as these questions would be examined only from one point of view, either the common interest being sacrificed to the particular, or the particular to the common interest. It is therefore necessary that a third authority, called a regulating or moderating authority, should be set up to maintain the balance between the other authorities and keep them within their proper limits. This third authority should have the right of examining afresh questions of public interest already examined by the other two, of revising errors, vetoing laws which seem defective, and proposing others, which should then be sent for examination by the first two authorities. Having thus laid down the principles and the foundations of the Constitution, it remains to strengthen it by further arrangements, to regulate its action and ensure its stability. These arrangements, which may vary according to time and place, should be the first concern of the three constitutional authorities. It is for them to create, alter, and abolish these arrangements. The excellence of a constitution founded on the principles I have just established is as certain, as absolute, and universal as the excellence of a good syllogism. Moreover, let it not 42. Be thought that this constitution is one of these impracticable theories, one of those chimerical speculations whose only value is to employ the pens of authors. This constitution exists, has lasted more than 100 years, and this 100 years of experience comes to the support of pure reason. By means of this constitution, a nation has become free, and the most powerful people of Europe. Ch. V. The English Constitution. England is governed by a parliament with supreme authority, composed of three distinct powers: the King, House of Commons, House of Lords. What is the nature of these three powers, their functions, their qualities? That is what I now proceed to examine. The King. One man is more capable than a number of men of attaining a unified view, by which the whole scope of a question can be taken in at a single glance. Therefore, the authority for common interests, if we wish it to be well administered, should be in the hands of a single individual. Because he is interested in the nation's glory and greatness, which is also his own, because he is free from the ties which bind each citizen to a particular part of the state which he prefers to the rest, the king cannot have other than general views, other than general interests, to guide him in his actions. The king has, in legislation, only the right of initiation and veto, but in him alone resides the executive power. The difference between the power which makes the laws and that which executes them is that the former should be divided so that every question of public interest should be completely discussed and analyzed, and that the latter should be concentrated in a single point, so that executive action can be unified. House of Commons. In the same way that a question, to be grasped as a whole, should be examined with the breadth of view of which a single individual is capable, so the attention which allows no detail to escape and weighs them all with equal precision, can belong only to an assembly. The House of Commons is composed of delegates from all the provinces, members of all the corporations in the state, who together represent every kind of local or particular interest. This House has, like the King, 43. The initiative and veto in legislation, and exercises to the full the authority which I have called authority for particular interests, because each of the members is obliged to consider first of all the interest of the province which has elected him, or of the corporation of which he is a member. From this constitutional provision which allows both the King and Commons to participate in the making of law, it follows, as I have said, that no measure of public interest is carried out if it harms the majority of particular interests, and no measure of particular interest is put into force if it is contrary to the common interest. House of Lords. There was a danger that the King might influence the decisions of the Commons, or the Commons those of the King, a danger that the King and the Commons might deceive themselves as to the true interests of the nation or of individuals, and it was therefore necessary to ensure against error, either deliberate or unconscious. A body of men, highly esteemed by reason of their birth, public services, or wealth, is placed between the King and the Commons to examine afresh the decisions taken, to balance them, correct them, or propose fresh legislation. They exercise this power which I have called regulating or moderating. Regarded from another point of view, the House of Lords checks, on the part of the King and Commons, this natural tendency of individuals and corporations towards absolute power. It contains them within their limits, because of the interest which the lords have in preserving the privilege which make them an independent corporate body. Supposing this balance were to be destroyed by the king predominating over the commons, or the commons over the king, the state would become either despotic or democratic, and each peer would cease to be a member of the government and forced to descend to the level of a courtier or a subject. Ch. 6. Continued. It is not enough to establish the Constitution on its foundations, it is also necessary to ensure that the foundations cannot be shaken. The king represents the interests of the state as a whole, in the same way that the commons represent the interest of every part of the state. In the solution of each question the former starts from a 44. Single general principle, the good of the nation, the latter from several particular principles, the interests of individuals. But the commons are elective, and the crown is hereditary. Heredity, which is a guarantee for the people that succession to the throne will not be troubled, is no guarantee that the individual who is placed by birth on the throne is the most worthy to occupy it. That part of the legislative power which the Constitution places in the hands of the king will be badly administered if the king lacks the talents required for it. If he is unjust, the executive power which he wields will be employed for personal vengeance and arbitrary acts. To avoid these difficulties the monarchy is divided into two parts, essentially different, one comprising the pomp, magnificence, honor, all the marks of sovereignty, the other covering the administration of business. The first part, handed on by hereditary succession, belongs to the reigning dynasty, the second, essentially elective, belongs to the prime minister. The responsibility of ministers guarantees the people against any abuse of power or bad administration. By this division of the monarchy, on the one hand honors without power, and on the other power without the honors, all the advantages of hereditary succession and of election are united for the good of the people, without any of the disadvantages inherent in each principle by itself. The Chancellor of the Exchequer is not nominated by the king, but by the nation. The king is obliged to choose the man who has obtained the majority in the House of Commons. The moment that the majority pronounces strongly in somebody's favor, that man is carried into power, and the former minister falls from office without trouble or dissension. It is the excellence of the Constitution which produces the excellence of the laws, and good laws in their turn strengthen the Constitution. Security of property, freedom of the individual, freedom of speech and writing, which secures a closer communication between the government and the governed, and gives the latter an advisory role in the actions of the state. All these laws, the product of a good and healthy organization, strengthen it still more, giving it support which it could not find in itself alone. Apart from these particular features of the English Constitution, there are others which I omit, because they are peculiar to the English people. If it is untrue to say, as Montesquieu behaved, that each nation needs its own form of government, for there can only be one form of good government, as there is only one 45. Form of right reasoning, it is at least true that this universal form needs to be varied according to the customs of those to whom it is applied and the times in which it is established. Ch. 7. Conclusion. The method of the experimental sciences should be applied to politics. Reason and experience are the elements of this method. When, by reasoning, I have inquired what is the best possible constitution, I have arrived at the parliamentary constitution. When I have consulted experience, it has confirmed what reason has proved. During the 100 years since England by successfully carrying through her revolution has established this form of government in its fullest development, has not England grown all the time in prosperity and power? What people is freer and richer internally, greater externally, more skilled in industry, seafaring, and commerce? To what can we attribute this unrivaled power, if not to the English government, which is more liberal, more vigorous, more favorable to happiness and national glory than any other government of Europe? BK 2. All the nations of Europe should be governed by national parliaments, and should combine to form a common parliament to decide on the common interests of the European community. Ch. I. The new organization of the European community. I have analyzed the old organization of Europe, shown its advantages and defects, and indicated the means by which its advantages can be preserved and its defects eliminated. I have gone on to show that there is a form of government good in itself, none other than the parliamentary form of constitution. These results bring us naturally to the following conclusion, that wherever the hierarchic or feudal form of government is replaced by the parliamentary form, this change of itself produces a new, more perfect organization, no longer ephemeral like the old system, because its value does not depend on a particular state of the human mind which changes in the course of time, but on the invariable nature of things. 46. Therefore, to sum up what I have said so far, Europe would have the best possible organization if all the nations composing it were to be governed by parliaments, recognizing the supremacy of a common parliament set above all the national governments and invested with the power of judging their disputes. I shall not speak here of the setting up of the national parliaments, experience shows what their organization should be. I shall only indicate how the common parliament of Europe could be formed. Ch. 2. The House of Commons of the European Parliament. Any man born in a particular country and citizen of a particular state, always acquires through his education, contacts, and the examples which he encounters, a more or less settled habit of looking beyond the limits of his own well-being and of merging his own interests in the interests of the community to which he belongs. When this habit is strengthened and turned into a definite feeling, a man tends to generalize his interests, that is to say, to see them always embodied in the common interest. This tendency, which sometimes weakens but is never extinguished, is what is called patriotism. In every national government, if it is a good one, the patriotism which each individual brings with him when he becomes a member of the government, changes into a corporate will, since the essential attribute of a good government is that the interest of the government should also be the interest of the nation. It is this corporate will which is the soul of the government, unifying and correcting all its actions, ensuring that they are directed to the same end, and that they respond to the same impulse. It is the same with the European government as with the national governments. There cannot be action without a will common to all the members of the government. Now this corporate will, which in a national government springs from national patriotism, must come in the European government from a greater breadth of view, a wider sentiment, which we may call European patriotism. Montesquieu says that institutions mold men. Therefore this tendency which fosters a patriotism beyond the limits of one's own fatherland, this habit of considering the interests of Europe instead of 47 national interests, will be a natural development among those who compose the European Parliament, once it is established. This is true, but it is also the fact that men make institutions, and an institution cannot take root if men are not adapted for it beforehand, or at least in a condition to be adapted. It is therefore essential to admit to the House of Commons of the European Parliament, i.e. one of the two active powers of the European Constitution, only such men as by their wide contacts, emancipation from purely local customs, their occupations which are cosmopolitan in aim rather than national, are better able to arrive quickly at this wider point of view which makes the corporate will, and at the common interest which should be also the corporate interest of the European Parliament. Men of business, scientists, magistrates, and administrators are the only classes who should be summoned to form the House of Commons of the Great Parliament. It is a fact that whatever common interests exist in the European community can be traced to the sciences, arts, law, commerce, administration, and industry. For every million persons in Europe who know how to read and write there should sit as their representatives in the House of Commons of the Great Parliament, a man of business, a scientist, an administrator, and a lawyer. Thus, assuming that there are 60 million men in Europe who know how to read and write, the House will be composed of 240 members. The election of members will be made by the professional body to which they belong. They will be elected for 10 years. Every member of the House must possess 25,000 francs income at least, from landed property. It is true that property makes for stable government, but it is only when property is not divorced from enlightenment that government can be safely placed on such a basis. It is right, therefore, that the government should co-opt and endow with property those who are without property but distinguished by outstanding merit, in order that talent and property should not be divided. For talent, which is the more powerful and active force, would soon seize on property if the two were not united. Therefore, at each fresh election, 20 members chosen from among the most distinguished men of learning, men of business, lawyers, and administrators, who are not landed proprietors, should be admitted to the House of Commons of the European Parliament, and endowed with 25,000 francs income from landed property. 48. Ch3. The House of Peers. Just as every peer of a national parliament should have outstanding wealth in his own country, so the peers of the European Parliament should have wealth which makes them outstanding in the whole of Europe. Every peer of Europe should possess at least 500,000 francs income from landed property. The peers would be nominated by the king, without limitation of numbers. Peerage would be hereditary. There should be 20 members of the House of Peers chosen from men, or the descendants of men, who by their work in the sciences, industry, law, or administration, have performed the greatest services to the European community. These members should be endowed by the European Parliament with 500,000 francs income from landed property. Apart from the 20 nominated at the beginning, one new peer should be nominated and endowed at each renewal of Parliament. Ch. 4. The King. The choice of the head of the European Community is of such importance, and requires such careful consideration, that I postpone discussion of it for a second work which will appear later, as the sequel to this work. The King of the European Parliament should be the first to take up his office, and to carry through the formation of the two houses. Action must begin with him, so that the setting up of the great Parliament is accomplished without revolution and disorders. The monarchy should be hereditary. Ch. V. Internal and external action of the great Parliament. Every question of common interest of the European community should be brought before the great Parliament, to be considered and decided by it. It should be the sole judge of disputes arising between the different governments. If a particular part of the European population, under a particular government, wishes to form a separate nation, or to come under another government, it is for the European Parliament to decide the 49 issue. It will decide, not in the interests of the governments, but of the peoples, bearing in mind always the best possible organization of the European Confederation. The European Parliament should have a city and surrounding territory as its property in full sovereignty. The Parliament will have the right to levy from the Confederation such taxes as may be considered necessary. All undertakings of common advantage to the European community will be directed by the great Parliament. Thus, for instance, it will link the Danube to the Rhine by canals, the Rhine to the Baltic, etc. Without external activity, there is no internal tranquility. The surest means of maintaining peace in the Confederation will be to keep it constantly occupied beyond its own borders, and engaged without pause in great internal enterprises. To colonize the world with the European race, superior to every other human race, to make the world accessible and habitable like Europe, such is the sort of enterprise by which the European Parliament should continually keep Europe active and healthy. State education in the whole of Europe will be under the direction and supervision of the great Parliament. A code of general as well as national and individual ethics will be drawn up by the great Parliament, to be taught throughout Europe. It will demonstrate that the principles on which the European Confederation rests are the best, the most solid, the only principles capable of making the community as happy as it can be, according to the nature of man, and the state of his enlightenment. The great Parliament will allow complete freedom of conscience, and of worship, but it will prohibit religions with principles contrary to the great moral code which will have been drawn up. Thus the European peoples will be united by the essential bonds in any political association, uniformity of institutions, union of interests, conformity of principles, a common ethic and a common education. Ch. 6. Conclusion. This book would require the longest development, and the reason is obvious. I shall not prolong it now, in order not to keep the reader from important points by dwelling on details which would take too much time to discuss further. 50. BK, RA. France and England, which have a parliamentary form of government, should form a common parliament empowered to control the interests of both nations. Effect of the Anglo-French Parliament on the other European peoples. Ch. I. Foundation of the European Parliament, how it can be done as soon as possible. Men may fail for a long time to realize their own advantage, but the time comes when they are enlightened and act accordingly. The French have adopted the English Constitution, and all the peoples of Europe will adopt it gradually, as they become sufficiently enlightened to appreciate its advantages. Now the time when all the European peoples are governed by national parliaments will unquestionably be the time when a common parliament can be established without difficulties. The reasons for this proposition are so evident that it seems to me pointless to enumerate them. But this time is still far off, and frightful wars and repeated revolutions will afflict Europe in the meantime. What is to be done to avert these new evils, the melancholy results of the disorganization in which Europe still remains? We must use our intelligence, and find means of abolishing the causes of these evils, with less delay. I return to what I have already said. The establishment of the European Parliament will be brought about without difficulty as soon as all the peoples of Europe live under a parliamentary regime. It follows that the European Parliament can begin to take shape as soon as that part of the European population governed by a representative regime is superior in force to that which remains subject to arbitrary government. Now this state of affairs is precisely what exists at present. The English and the French are unquestionably superior in power to the rest of Europe, and the English and the French have a parliamentary form of government. It is therefore possible to begin at once on the reorganization of Europe. Let the English and the French join together and establish a common parliament. Let the principal aim of this association be to grow by attracting to it other peoples. Consequently, let the Anglo-French government encourage among all the other nations the supporters of a representative constitution. Let them back them. 51. With all their power, in order that parliaments can be established of the peoples subject to absolute monarchies, and let every nation, as soon as it has adopted the representative form of government, join the association and nominate representatives of her own to the common parliament. Thus the organization of Europe will be achieved gradually without wars, catastrophes, or political revolutions. Ch. 2. The Anglo-French Parliament. The composition of the Anglo-French Parliament should be the same as that which I have suggested for the great European Parliament. The French will have only a third of the representatives, that is to say, England should provide 2 deputies and France 1 for each million men who are herited. This condition is important for 2 reasons. Firstly, because the French are still inexperienced in parliamentary politics and need to be under the guidance of the English, who are trained and experienced. Secondly, because in agreeing to the establishment of this body England would be making in some ways a sacrifice, whereas France can gain from it nothing but advantage. Ch. Ill. It is to the interest of France and England to unite in a political association. The union of France and England can lead to the reorganization of Europe. This union, hitherto impracticable, is now possible because France and England have the same political principles and the same form of government. But is the mere possibility sufficient to bring about a reform? Certainly not, it still needs the will to do it. England and France are each threatened with a great political upheaval and neither can by itself find means to avert it. Both will inevitably trip up if they do not mutually support each other. By a strange and fortunate coincidence, the only resource which they have against an inevitable revolution is this union which will increase the prosperity of both and put an end to the misfortunes of Europe. Ch. 4. Analysis of the condition of England. The division between the party in office and the opposition is not the only division in public opinion. This is only a part of a greater, 52. Older, and permanent division of the nation into 2 parties, Whigs and Tories. The Tories have constantly been in the majority, and therefore in office, and consequently the present situation of England is the result of their work. Let us glance at the position of England. She has destroyed and eliminated any fleet which might, by joining with another, rival her own fleet. Command of the sea is certainly in her hands. She dominates Asia and Africa. She leaves the Spanish and the Portuguese the expense and trouble of governing South America, while she takes the profits. She has deprived the North Americans of any possibility of rivaling her in commerce. By means of the balance of Europe, which she has learned to manipulate, nothing takes place on the continent against her will, she spreads peace or war there as she pleases. The commerce of the whole world is in her hands, she surpasses every other nation in agriculture and in industry. Thus the influence of England on the rest of the human race is the most widespread, the greatest, and the most astonishing, known to history. England has reached the height of glory and power. But the total debt of England is far greater than the value of the land of the three kingdoms together, hence an unnatural state of affairs. This unnatural state of affairs has led to a considerable rise in price of essential commodities, which in turn raises the cost of labor, and hence inevitably the price of manufactured goods. Paper money loses in value against gold, and the exchange is constantly disadvantageous. The patriotism of the English people, as long as it was dieretined by Bonaparte, has given the government the means to bear the enormous burden, but can it continue to bear it in the calm of a period of peace? Undoubtedly not. If a remedy is not promptly applied, a revolution in the financial system, and a political revolution, will be inevitable. This revolution will come all the sooner because it will be excited by the Whigs, as the only means of making their principles prevail and seizing the helm. Let us consider the Whigs. The Whigs strongly opposed the American war. They thought that Great Britain should unhesitatingly grant to its continental subjects of the New World the independence which they asked as a favor, but knew they could win by conquest if it was refused to them. None of the Whigs has condoned the despotism, injustice, and atrocities of the English government in India. From the beginning of the French Revolution, and throughout its course, the Whigs 53 constantly maintained that the English nation should declare itself in favor of the party working for the transformation of the social system of France and the establishment of a representative constitution. When Burke and the Tories burst into invective and made England echo with the famous phrase, "The French have passed beyond liberty," the Whigs retorted, "Has not mankind owed its greatest political advances to the most violent crises and most bloody upheavals? Did not our own ancestors have their moments of madness and fury, hke the French? Did they not too soil their hands with the blood of their innocent king? Were our levelers less absurd, less inimical to every social principle than the Jacobins, and was Cromwell less of a tyrant than Bonaparte? Yet it was our revolution, so similar to the French Revolution, which made us what we are. By it the English people is free at home and powerful abroad. Do not doubt that whatever efforts we make to decry and oppose this revolution, the French will in the long run derive from it the advantages we have got from our own. They will be free and great as we are. Let us protect them now that they are weak, and our help can save them from the evils which still threaten them. Finally, the Whigs have constantly preached this principle that the liberty of Great Britain will be the more complete and the more secure, as the peoples of the continent become more free. They have constantly told the Tories, "You are making vain efforts to halt the progress of enlightenment in the nations of Europe which nothing can stop. The huge cost which this attempt involves will not bring success and will increase the national debt to a total which will make it impossible to pay off the capital or even pay the interest. The debt will create a class of fictitious fortunes which will raise the price of food, which in turn will increase wages, and hence in turn the price of manufactured goods. The increasing cost of manufactured goods will increase imports and decrease exports, resulting in the increase of expenditure and fall in revenue. When finally the state cannot pay the interest on the debt, bankruptcy will be inevitable. Events have taught the English people that the Whigs were right. They begin to feel the need to change their foreign policy. But why have the Tories constantly kept a majority and prevailed over the Whigs? Why has the ministry and consequently the conduct of affairs hitherto been in their hands? Will it remain so, and for how long? A secret instinct tells the English that their liberty would be in 54. Danger if they had close relations with peoples who were still not sufficiently enlightened to live under a liberal regime. Thus the Tories, who admired the despotism and isolation of England, were bound to obtain the majority of votes since their opinion coincided with the interests of the people. When Bonaparte alarmed England by his vast and insensate plan of universal dominion, all parties became silent, each citizen ceased to be Whig or Tory and became simply an Englishman. Every opinion was swallowed up by a single aim, the need to save the country. But now that England can, without fear, ally herself with France since France has the same constitution as herself, now that the country, free from danger, allows the citizens the leisure to weigh the opinions of the two parties, which of them will be carried into power. Every Englishman whose political opinion is of any weight is a creditor of the state for a greater or less sum, and therefore personally interested in the fulfillment by the state of its obligations. Thus all the members of the Whig party will be impelled on the one hand by the desire to gain power, and on the other by the desire to prevent the bankruptcy of the state. Now that they see that bankruptcy is bound to follow from a political movement which will bring them into power, their political opinion will be balanced by their personal interest, and they will remain quiet and let things shde from fear of injuring their interests if they try to oppose them. It follows, therefore, that the Tories will remain in power, and will remain there as long as they are still able to raise loans, and, faithful to their old system, they will try and foment trouble in France in order to prevent the development of industry there. It is, however, easy to see that the time will come when the English government will be forced to confess to the people that the interest of the debt can no longer be paid, and then, by a political upheaval, power will pass from the Tories to the Whigs. What we need to know is whether there is a means of avoiding the bankruptcy of England and making the government abandon its foreign policy for a more liberal policy, i.e. of transferring the government from the Tories to the Whigs without revolution or bankruptcy. I believe this to be possible, but it is not in herself that England can find the means, she must seek it outside, it can only come from an association with France. England can be compared to a great commercial firm which has built magnificent capital equipment, but at the cost of an enormous debt. If she finds a rich partner she will prosper, if she 55 fails to do so she will inevitably go bankrupt. Not only has England need of France, but France also has need of England, and both have an equal interest urging them to unite. Ch. V. Analysis of French politics. It is not through political caprice or unforeseen chance that France has adopted the English constitution, more than 100 years of effort have prepared her for it. The authority of the Pope, the unlimited power of the kings, the privileges of the nobility and the clergy, the wealth which sustained their power, were so many obstacles which had to be removed before France could be reorganized. Public opinion was the first step to the destruction of these powers which had been created by public opinion, and this step was the work of the 18th century. The Church was ridiculed, arbitrary authority made odious, and the nobility brought into contempt. The encyclopedia, the result of the work of the whole century, dealt the decisive blow by overthrowing altogether the inherited prejudices, the traditional fallacies which upheld the old order. The revolution, prepared by the writers, was hastened by the American War. The ideas of liberty and of free institutions, the hatred of tyranny in any form which the defenders of the United States brought back from their intercourse with a free but oppressed people, soon took hold of a considerable part of the nation, and the crisis began. The rights of the throne, the power of the nobility and clergy, already weakened at their roots, put up only a weak resistance. Their wealth was seized, their persons proscribed, even the king was not spared. Louis XVI loved his people, he had everything to make him a good king, but even Titus would have fallen, like him, if Titus had reigned in his place. The firmness which he lacked would no more have served him than his weakness. It was not the prince but the throne which was attacked, the accident of birth brought him to the throne, which involved him in its fall. All the enthusiasm, the madness, the horrors of the French Revolution are paralleled in the English Revolution. In both the aim was the same, in both the same events led up to it, So true is it that the progress of the human mind is invariable and does not change according to time or place. The similarity is such that it is possible to pick out at once the common element in the two revolutions, and apply it to each of 56 them in turn. Both were divided into 5 stages distinguished according to the character of the events. First period. The progress of enlightenment reveals the anomalies of the old social order, and makes the need of a new organization felt. The desire to bring about this change for the better takes hold of everyone. The king, the nobles, the people all wish to take part in it. There is only one aim, one tendency, one desire, the public welfare. Everyone is resolved to achieve it at whatever price. Private interests disappear before the interest of all. Second period. The glamour fades, they hesitate in face of the sacrifices which, at a distance, appeared insignificant, they repent of their rash enthusiasm. The burning, ecstatic, blind love for the public welfare becomes calmer and more considered, advantages and losses are weighed. Some hanker after the old order, and rouse themselves to check the progress of the new order and oppose its supporters. The reformers seek support for the populace, and stir them up. Popular societies are formed. Third period. As power passes into the hands of the most ignorant class, administration is bad, anarchy appears, civil war and famine complete the disaster. Fourth period. When the disorder is at its height, weariness brings a desire to return to order and discipline. The despotism of a single man appears less objectionable than the despotism of the people. Whoever dares to seize power is certain to be accepted. Then a bold and ambitious man, a Cromwell or a Bonaparte, emerges from the crowd, armed with a strong will, and backed by the public demand. He snatches power from the mob and gathers it in his own hands. As military force alone can destroy the power of the people, a military despotism is built up on the ruins of democratic anarchy. Fifth period. When calm returns after such upheavals, the changes desired at the beginning by the moderate part of the nation are brought into effect. 57. Without difficulty, and the nation sees at last the social order which it hoped to achieve without convulsions and disorders. Such is the history of the English and of the French Revolution, briefly summarized. I leave it to the reader to verify this analysis in regard to the former. As to the latter, which of us who has reached the age of 50, has not retained sharply contrasting recollections, first, of the brave days of the National Assembly, then of the follies of the Legislative Assembly, then the atrocities of Die Convention? Which of us has not felt ashamed of the tyranny from which France has been delivered, and has not felt moved to rejoice at seeing the descendants of Louis XII and Henry IV bring back to us after a long exile both the virtues of their ancestors and institutions which conform to our enlightenment? It is the same with a series of events as with a series of numbers. When there are 4 terms common to both series, they will continue so indefinitely. If we consider the revolutions of France and England as 2 series, they have 5 similar terms, and the 5th term of the French Revolution is the present state of affairs. It is possible to say with certainty that if there was a 6th term in the English Revolution, there will be a similar 6th term, corresponding to it, in the French Revolution. The 6th term in the English Revolution was the expulsion of the Stuarts. A catastrophe of this sort would be dreadful for France, and yet we are threatened with it through the force of events. It is no use deluding ourselves and refusing to look at the impending future. We must stop it, and eliminate it, and that cannot be done without thinking about it. Ch. 6. Causes of a new revolution in France. There used to be in France a privileged caste to which all the honors and important posts belonged. The nobility, doubled in number by Bonaparte, is now divided into 2 parties opposed to each other. Both are discontented. The old nobility, accustomed to regard all the great offices of state as their patrimony, are indignant, seeing a mass of new men sitting in the places occupied by their ancestors. The new nobility, proud of their wealth, managing their offices with ability, since they held them before they were ennobled. 58. Base their claims on their intelligence, while the old nobility base their claims on birth. The new nobility are irritated at seeing the posts which they feel they alone are fit to hold, given to men who have grown old without experience of government, in idleness or exile. It is in the military class, which has always been foremost in France, that this struggle between the old and the new men is most obvious. The officers who served under Bonaparte, mostly reduced to half pay, after so many labors and success, feel it bitterly when they see new formations appearing every day, the leaders of which have not shared their labors or their victories. Above all, their chief complaint is that the household guard, covered in gold lace, but still without glory or experience of war, has been put above the old guard which made Europe tremble. On their side the old nobility claim all the military posts. They consider they have been illegally deprived both of the posts which they have lost, and the posts which they never held. They demand what they held before, and also what they might have had. Amid all these opposing interests, and rival claims, there is a general clamor, regret for the past and discontent at the present. If we turn from the highest class of society to the next class, we see first of all the magistrates and all the related professions humiliated because they have lost their political importance and the great names which adorned it. If the judiciary could not expect to see its former prerogatives revived, at least it might have hoped to see the highest judges sitting in Parliament, as in England. The commercial, banking, business, manufacturing class need a bank which is secure and independent of the government, encouragement for industry, and recognition for those who distinguish themselves there. This class, so important for the power of the state, is still crushed by the pretensions and the prestige of the nobility. In the class of have-nots there is nothing but complaints against the consolidated excise in which the method of collection recalls the most hateful tyranny. The inhabitants of the ports and coasts of France complain that they are reduced to a coasting trade only and cannot find an outlet for their activities by developing ocean commerce, because of the loss of our most important colonies and of the despotism of the English. All classes of society, all Frenchmen, are indignant at the feebleness of the government in giving up Belgium. They are resentful when they see Austria increased by a part of Poland and the Illyrian provinces, Russia by Crimea, Finland, and vast areas in Asia, Prussia by Silesia 59. And a part of Poland, while France is humiliated, weakened, and reduced to her old frontiers. Ch. 7. Continued. The complaints in all classes of the nation caused by frustrated interests and disappointed hopes combine against die government, which has not acted either firmly or frankly. In the 25 years which have elapsed since France overthrew the old order, 10 constitutions have been in turn adopted and discarded. These experiments, marked by terrible atrocities due to the fury of party strife, have been, so to speak, the stages by which we have traveled from the old order to the present one. The representative constitution in which the exhausted nation rests today seems to be the fulfillment of our wishes, and should be so since it is the best form of government. There is no longer reason to fear a revolutionary change in the constitution, for the constitution is firmly established in public opinion, and if we are threatened with a political upheaval it will not be on the constitutional provisions, but on those who operate them, that the blows will fall. Every action of the French Parliament since its establishment has displeased the majority of the people. It has been equally feeble and clumsy both in national and foreign policy. It was hoped that its first care would be to secure liberty of the press, liberty of the individual, responsibility of ministers, things which are the only guarantees for the governed against oppression. Let us turn from Parliament as a whole to an analysis of the three powers of which it is composed. Apart from a small number of men, whose names have become so famous that it is unnecessary for me to mention them here, the deputies, used to servitude under the tyranny of Bonaparte, have not the courage to believe that they cannot be anything more than instruments to be used at will. There are supporters of absolute power in the House of Commons of the French Parliament, men who owe their entire position to the Constitution, turn against it the power which they derive from the Constitution. By a strange preference they would rather be the clients of a minister than members of one of the legislative bodies. The same courage in a handful of men who know their powers and use them properly, the same weakness in the majority who allow 60. themselves to be led, a peer in the peers. This house, having not yet acquired a hereditary character, is entirely under the power of the king. The lack of precision in execution, the disorder in the government's views, produced by the difference of opinion in the two houses on constitutional points, is aggravated by the king. Inoculated against any idea of absolute authority by his character and his philosophic principles, he is yet forced back to it in spite of himself by ingrained habits of his childhood, and by the advice of his entourage. On the one hand his wisdom suggests the answer, but his education calls him back. In the struggle of equal forces, pushing against each other, the king hesitates, is uncertain, is contradictory, and his decisions reflect the incoherence of his motives. It is this uncertainty in the whole parliament, wavering between an order of things which has been destroyed and cannot be restored, and another order which is coming but not yet consolidated, that gives rise to mistakes and complaints. It is anomalous to try and reconcile what is irreconcilable. What else are they trying to do, when, by a bizarre mixture of arbitrary and representative government, they have a king who is at the same time absolute and constitutional, deputies who are clients of absolute ministers, peers who are slaves of the king's will? A mongrel form of government in which representation is nothing but a sham propounded without any effect on the abuse of power, that is what we see today. This confusion of the two systems which cannot exist together, although they try to keep them in step, is due to one cause, the lack of experience of those who operate the constitution. If the same step which brought parliamentary government into being in France had destroyed in men's minds the habits formed under the preceding government, and given everyone sound ideas on the social system, less complaints would have been raised now, and we should be threatened with fewer evils. Time, no doubt, and experience, will teach those who govern us, but the remedy is slow, the evils urgent, experience belated. If we remark that the English government is still in the hands of the Tories, and that the Tories, after having exhausted in vain their efforts to prevent the French nation from reaching its present position, now seek to turn it back and hamper the work of a weak and tottering government, we shall realize that France is seated on a volcano, the explosion of which will be the more terrible the longer it is delayed. 61. Ch. 8. Trend of the Revolution. The discontent of the nation, the intrigues of England, the weakness of the government, threaten France with revolution at an early date. On whom will the blow from this revolution fall? On the deputies? As the deputies are only elected for a period, a revolution could only take away from them a power which they could not hope to keep permanently, but may hope to recover. On the peers? The peerage is not yet hereditary, and any peer may cease to be a peer without his social position being destroyed. On the king? Here it is quite different. The monarchy is hereditary, the throne is the only property, the only existence for the royal family. Therefore, this revolution, which is not a threat to the two houses, would fall with all its weight on the king and his family. The reason for this alarming catastrophe is that monarchy in France is not yet divided. 1. If the administrative aspect of the monarchy was separated from the hereditary aspect, a political shock would only affect the administrative powers, the blow would fall on the ministers alone and would not reach the king. But, as both powers are concentrated in the same place, the one cannot be struck without the other. The responsibility of ministers is the surest and strongest safeguard of the dynasty. Today, owing to habits surviving from the old order, a part of the nation attributes everything to the king, makes him the center of everything, the motive power of everything, and regards other authorities as merely emanating from the royal power. This belief, which should have been carefully destroyed, and has been kept alive by the love of the French for their king because they like to think they obey the prince they love, is fatal to the king's interests and to the dynasty, and likely to concentrate against the dynasty the whole weight of the coming revolution. It is against the king who is regarded as the cause of everything that complaints are directed, against him who is held responsible for all evils that all mistakes are held. If this unfortunate position was without a remedy, I would have one CBK. I, CHV. 62. kept silence in order not to torture France to no purpose by foretelling an inevitable disaster, but we are not yet reduced to despair. The dangers which threaten us can be averted, and as it is vitally important to show how this can be done, I should have been to blame if I had kept silence. Ch. 9. The means of avoiding a second revolution in France. I have explained the causes of the revolution which threatens France. However numerous these may be, they can be removed by a single step. When the national pride of a people is wounded, the irritation of the whole nation affects individuals, and aggravates in each of them the feeling of their own particular wrongs. When this pride is satisfied, particular grievances are submerged in the general feeling of contentment. As soon as it is politically united to England, the French nation, weakened at the moment, will play a paramount role in Europe, and French pride, depressed by the present position of France, will revive. Thus claims will be forgotten, interests combined, personal pride will be satisfied, at least the passions which at present are so strong will be weakened and soon extinguished. In its relations with the rest of the world, France will share all the advantages enjoyed by England. The sovereignty of the seas, shared by the French nation, will expand her commerce and industry, develop her shipping which is weak at present, in fact, it hardly exists at all. Paper money, to make circulation more active, is necessary to stimulate French industry. A bank common to both nations, established by the Anglo-French Parliament, would satisfy the wishes of the commercial class in this respect. Finally, public opinion in France would be fixed on a solid basis by close intercourse with the English, our teachers in politics. The Parliament of England and the Anglo-French Parliament, by their influence on the new French Parliament, could set it on the true constitutional path, and strengthen the progress of the government, by removing this hesitation which comes from the struggle between old customs and new ideas. 63. Ch. X. Summary of views on France and England. I have climbed to the height where one can see the common interest of France and England. Let those who have followed attentively, who have made the ascent with me, and discovered from there a remedy for the ills of the two nations, descend again to the level of national interests and stratagems which hitherto have been the only ideas, and are still being pursued. What do we see? Rivalries, wars, evils within and without. England, alarmed at the approach of revolution, intensifies her policy. She schemes in cold blood for new wars in Europe and new disasters in France. She supports the cause of the Negro, and ravages the territory of her kinsmen. The whole of Europe is indignant at the news of the burning of Washington. Yet her intrigue, oppression, her crimes at which she herself shudders, but feels compelled to commit, will not save her. At most they can but stave off the crisis. Consider England as she tries to crush every rising force, beggaring herself to impoverish other nations, weakening herself in the effort to weaken others, as if there was no safety for her except in the misery and ruin of others. Consider her, aghast at her own atrocities, contemplating others and bringing on herself the hatred of the whole of humanity, in order to prolong for a short time this unhappy state of agitation and disquiet, of growing fear, which is barely hidden by an appearance of force and of external prosperity. Think of her, on the other hand, united with France, saved by this union from inevitable bankruptcy, powerful and happy, without crimes or fears, the prosperity of others no longer harming her now, and tell me which of these states is preferable. France, after the crisis which overturned her old political system, has not yet created a new one. Let France by a generous gesture regard the national debt of England as the result of the efforts which had to be made to secure a home for liberty in Europe, whence it would spread to all nations. Let France agree to share the burden of a sacrifice of which she enjoys the benefits. Let England, with an impulse equally noble, share with France the advantages she has accumulated through 100 years of liberty. The huge size of this debt need not alarm either nation. It will steadily decrease, since, as each nation on attaining its liberty joins 64. The Anglo-French community, the debt will be shared with her in proportion to her wealth. It will therefore be to the interests of the Anglo-French Confederation to promote with all its power the reorganization of Europe. The less we frustrate the interests of others in working for our own, the less resistance we find from them, everybody attains their aim more easily. Thus the hackneyed saying we cannot be really happy unless we seek our happiness in the happiness of others is as certain and positive as the proposition that a body moving in a certain direction is stopped or retarded if it meets other bodies moving in the opposite direction. Ch. 11. Germany. There is one nation in Europe which seems in its government to be nothing out of the ordinary among European nations, but is infinitely superior in its character, science, and philosophy. A high standard of morality, a sincerity which never stoops to deceit, an uprightness proof against every temptation, is to be found in the German nation. In the midst of terrible wars, atrocious hatreds, intolerable oppression, this character has not been betrayed. No French soldier was ever killed by treachery in this country which France ravaged. Deprived almost entirely of sea-going commerce, Germany has been spared the commercial spirit which puts money above the finer feelings, leads to egoism and blindness to what is great and noble. In Germany one does not ask as in England, what is that man worth? Meaning what are his possessions? Merit is not measured by wealth. It is a remarkable thing that this natural kindliness and simplicity, which is the character of the people, extends to the rulers. Arbitrary power in Germany is soft-hearted and paternal. A nation may appear in one of three states, or stages. The first is to cringe under arbitrary government, to enjoy slavery, and conceive of nothing more desirable than the favor of rulers, nothing nobler than the honors granted by them. The second state is when a people learns how to raise itself above the social system in which it lives by its philosophic enlightenment and nobility of its ideas, to have emancipated itself from ideas of favoritism which can only be gained by base behavior, to have realized that 65. There is something more worthy of man than that, and aspired to it, fighting against the existing order, but without trying to alter it. The third state, and certainly the best, is when a people has set up a government in which anyone can participate, if he is worthy, and can direct his efforts and intelligence to the maintenance and perfection of the social order. This last state is that which England and France have reached. The second state is that of Germany. It is fine, no doubt, to raise oneself to the level of the noblest sentiments in the midst of base servitude, to escape from the limitations of absolute despotism by means of the freedom conferred by pure thought, but it is finer, I think, to achieve the creation of a free government, which one can enjoy without baseness or shame. Germany has advanced beyond her social system, but has left it still intact. England and France have raised themselves, and have also raised their governments to their own level. Ch. 12. Germany is now in a great state of agitation. Ideas of liberty sprout everywhere, everywhere it is apparent that a revolution is impending. The memory of the English Revolution, the more recent memory of the French Revolution alarm the German nation. They refuse to believe that they are confronted with such evils, and hope that their character will preserve them. They deceive themselves. National character cannot avail against the force of events, and that is the position in this case. There is no change in the social order without a change in property. Enthusiasm for the public welfare may at first produce agreement to the sacrifices required, that is the first stage of the revolution, but soon there are regrets and resistance, that is the second stage. The resistance of the property owners cannot be overcome unless the have-nots are armed, hence civil war, proscription, massacre. What can save a nation from these disasters? Nothing, except protection from outside for the supporters of the new social order, which holds in check the property owners opposed to the revolution. The disasters of the English Revolution were inevitable, for there was no power in Europe to support the establishment of a free government. France could have been saved by England. England refused her help. Far from extinguishing the conflagration, she sought to increase it. 66. France was drowned in blood. Germany today is in the position of England and France then. The same evils threaten her, the same help could save her. Moreover, conditions peculiar to Germany would increase the violence of her revolution, she has further to go than England or France. Not only must she change her constitution, she must also unite, and centralize in one government, a mass of separate governments. A divided Germany is at the mercy of the whole world, only through unity can she become powerful. The first undertaking of the Anglo-French Parliament should be to promote the reorganization of Germany, by making her revolution shorter and less violent. The German nation, by virtue of its population which comprises half the population of Europe, of its central position, above all of its noble and generous character, is destined to play the paramount part in Europe, as soon as it has been united under a free government. When the time has arrived at which the Anglo-French community can be enlarged by the addition of Germany, when a common parliament for the three nations has been established, the reorganization of the rest of Europe will be quicker and easier, for the Germans who are nominated to the common parliament will contribute in their views that pureness of morality, nobility of sentiments which distinguishes them, and will raise to their level, by example, the English and French, who are by reason of their commercial pursuits more egoistic and less disinterested. In this way, the principles of the Parliament will become more liberal, their actions more disinterested, their policy more favorable to other nations. Conclusion. I have tried in this work to prove that the establishment of a political system in conformity with the present state of enlightenment, and the creation of a common power possessing force enough to repress the ambitions of peoples and kings, is the only means of producing a stable and peaceful order in Europe. In this respect the actual plan of organization which I have suggested is of secondary importance. If it were refuted, if it were found to be essentially faulty, I would still have done what I set out to do, provided some other plan were adopted. From another point of view, the plan I have suggested is the most 67 important part of my work. For a long time it has been agreed that the present political system is decayed to its very foundations, and that another system must be set up. Yet in spite of the fact that this view is widespread, and that men's minds, wearied by revolutions and wars, are prepared to grasp at any means to recover order and repose, nobody has risen above the old routine. They have continued to act on the old principles, as if it was impossible to have any better ones. They have rung the changes on the old system in 1,000 different ways, but nothing new has been thought of. The plan of organization which I have put forward is the first which is new and comprehensive. Doubtless it would have been desirable that the plan of reorganization of the European community should have been thought out by one of the more powerful sovereigns, or at least by a statesman experienced in affairs and renowned for his political talent. Such a plan, backed by great power, or a great reputation, would have converted men's minds more quickly. The feebleness of human intelligence did not allow matters to follow this course. Was it possible for those who are engaged in the day-to-day conduct of affairs, and forced inevitably to reason according to the principles of the old system, which they maintain for lack of a better one, to pursue simultaneously two different courses? With their attention fixed on the old system and the old devices, could they conceive and keep before their eyes a new system and new methods? With great effort and labor I have reached the standpoint of the common interest of the European peoples. This standpoint is the only one from which it is possible to perceive both the evils which threaten us, and the means of averting them. If those who are in charge of affairs can reach the same level as I have done, they will all be able to see what I have seen. The divisions of public opinion arise from the fact that each man has too narrow a view, and does not dare to free himself from this standpoint from which he persists in judging affairs. For clear-thinking men there is only one method of reasoning, only one way of seeing things, if they are looking at them from the same point of view. If men who have the same nobility of sentiment, uprightness of judgment, desire for the public welfare, loyalty to the king, yet have such different opinions, it is because each has his own point of view which he will not abandon. Let them rise above it, and put themselves in the position to which. 68. I have tried to elevate men's minds, and all these different opinions will merge into one. Thus by a happy transformation, beneficial to the state, we shall see all the finest characters, the most enlightened minds, the Montesquieu's and the Rainwards, the D'Ambrayes and the Lanjuinas, and all the others separated by their opinions but united by their feelings, aiming at the same goal and cooperating for the same purpose. There will come a time, without doubt, when all the peoples of Europe will feel that questions of common interest must be dealt with before coming down to national interests, then evils will begin to lessen, troubles abate, wars die out. That is the ultimate direction in which we are steadily progressing. It is there that the progress of the human mind will carry us. But which is more worthy of man's prudence, to hasten towards it, or to let ourselves be dragged there? Poetic imagination has put the golden age in the cradle of the human race. Amid the ignorance and brutishness of primitive times, it is rather the iron age which should be put there. The golden age of the human race is not behind us but before us. It lies in the perfection of the social order. Our ancestors never saw it, our children will one day arrive there. It is for us to clear the way. Letters of Henry de St. Simon to an American, 1817. Sixth letter. If I consider what was the motive which brought about the French Revolution, and which class of society felt it most strongly, I find that it was equality, and that it was men of the lowest class who were impelled most strongly through their ignorance, and their interests, to pursue it with violence. The effect of the passion for equality has been to destroy the social organization which existed at the moment of the explosion. I therefore ask whether, once this has been destroyed, another notion is not needed to inspire the work of creating a new organization. In other words, I ask whether it is by passion or by moderation that a revolution can be ended. The habits acquired under old institutions create great obstacles to the establishment of a genuinely new organization. It cannot be established without great philosophic exertions and great pecuniary sacrifices. Only one motive has the power to aspire men to such a great effort. Moderation is not an active force, it is essentially timid, and, far from having the power to break long-established habits, it tends simply to confirm us in them. Moderation counsels us to such a compromise between the habits contracted under the influence of arbitrary and theological institutions and liberal and industrial ideas and institutions. But these latter are, by the nature of things, exclusive. They cannot exist, unless they are predominant, and until they are wholly freed from these foreign bodies, this rust which clogs their machinery. It is an exaggeration to say that the French Revolution has completed the ruin of the theological and feudal powers. It has not destroyed them but has merely undermined confidence in the principles on which they were founded. Hence, at the present day, these powers have not sufficient force or credit to hold society together. Where shall we find ideas which can provide this necessary and organic social bond? In the idea of industry, only there shall we find our safety and the end of the revolution. 69. 70. Yes, sir, in my opinion, the sole aim of our thoughts and our exertions must be the kind of organization most favorable to industry. Industry understood in the widest sense, including every kind of useful activity, theoretical as well as practical, intellectual as well as manual. The kind of organization most favorable to industry consists in a government in which the political power has no more force or activity than is necessary to see that useful work is not hindered, a government so arranged that the workers, who together form the real community, can exchange directly and with complete freedom the products of their labors, a government under which, the community which alone knows what is good for it, what it wishes and prefers, will also be the sole judge of the worth and utility of its labors. Consequently, the producer will depend solely on the consumer for the salary for his work, the reward for his services, call it what you will. Our intention is simply to promote and explain a development which is inevitable. Our desire is that men should henceforth do consciously, and with better directed and more useful effort, what they have hitherto done unconsciously, slowly, indecisively, and too ineffectively. Since the emancipation of the towns we have seen the industrial X-class, after it had purchased its freedom, succeed in making itself a political force. This power consists in being taxed only with its own consent. It is growing and enriching itself gradually, and is becoming more important. Its social condition is being improved in every way, while the classes which may be termed theological and feudal continue to lose in prestige and real power. Hence I conclude that the industrial class is bound to continue its progress and finally to dominate the whole community. This is an inevitable development, and the old institutions, which already have lost the power to maintain what they originally built up, will fall forever and disappear of their own accord. There are revolutions which are at first local and national, there are revolutions which are partial and affect only some social institutions. These successive revolutions culminate later in a general revolution. From the philosophical aspect, it is since the Arabs introduced into Europe the practice of the experimental sciences, and from the political aspect, it is since the emancipation of the towns, that the human mind has obviously advanced towards a general revolution. It is on the road. 71. To a state of things in which human existence will undergo a great and universal improvement. In the chain of events which has unfolded since the two remarkable periods which I have just mentioned, the outstanding links are the revolt of Luther, the English Revolution under Charles I, the expulsion of the Stuarts, the American and the French revolutions. Now, in my opinion, the time has come when the general revolution common to all civilized peoples in every land will come about. Governments will no longer order men about, their functions will be limited to ensuring that useful work will not be hindered. They will no longer have more than a small amount of power or money, for these functions will not require much. The money required for useful undertakings on a small or large scale will be supplied by voluntary subscription, and the subscribers will themselves supervise the spending and administration of their own money. O.C., Volume 20, pages 17-26. 1819. Suppose that France suddenly lost 50 of her best physicists, chemists, physiologists, mathematicians, poets, painters, sculptors, musicians, writers, 50 of her best mechanical engineers, civil and military engineers, artillery experts, architects, doctors, surgeons, apothecaries, seamen, clockmakers, 50 of her best bankers, 200 of her best businessmen, 200 of her best farmers, 50 of her best ironmasters, arms manufacturers, tanners, dyers, miners, cloth makers, cotton manufacturers, silk makers, linen makers, manufacturers of hardware, of pottery and china, of crystal and glass, ship chandlers, carriers, printers, engravers, goldsmiths and other metal workers, her 50 best masons, carpenters, joiners, farriers, locksmiths, cutlers, smelters, and 100 other persons of various unspecified occupations, eminent in the sciences, fine arts, and professions, making in all the 3,000 leading scientists, artists, and artisans of France. These men are the Frenchmen who are the most essential producers, those who make the most important products, those who direct the enterprises most useful to the nation, those who contribute to its achievements in the sciences, fine arts, and professions. They are in the most real sense the flower of French society, they are, above all Frenchmen, the most useful to their country, contribute most to its glory, increasing its civilization and prosperity. The nation would become a lifeless corpse as soon as it lost them. It would immediately fall into a position of inferiority compared with the nations which it now rivals, and would continue to be inferior until this loss had been replaced, until it had grown another head. It would require at least a generation for France to repair this misfortune, for men who are distinguished in work of positive ability are exceptions, and nature is not prodigal of exceptions, particularly in this species. Let us pass on to another assumption. Suppose that France preserves all the men of genius that she possesses in the sciences, fine arts, and professions, but has the misfortune to lose in the same day Monsieur. 7. The King's brother, Monseigneur Le Duc d'Angoulême, Monseigneur Le Duc de Berry, Monseigneur Le Duc d'Orléans, Monseigneur Le Duc de Bourbon, Madame la Duchesse d'Angoulême, Madame la Duchesse de Berry, Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans, Madame la Duchesse de Bourbon, and Mademoiselle de Condé. Suppose that France loses at the same time all the great officers of the royal household, all the ministers, with or without portfolio, all the councillors of state, all the chief magistrates, marshals, cardinals, archbishops, bishops, vicars general, and canons, all the prefects and sub-prefects, all the civil servants, and judges, and, in addition, 10,000 of the richest proprietors who live in the style of nobles. This mischance would certainly distress the French, because they are kind-hearted, and could not see with indifference the sudden disappearance of such a large number of their compatriots. But this loss of 30,000 individuals, considered to be the most important in the state, would only grieve them for purely sentimental reasons and would result in no political evil for the state. In the first place, it would be very easy to fill the vacancies which would be made available. There are plenty of Frenchmen who could fill the function of the king's brother as well as can Monsieur, plenty who could take the place of a prince as appropriately as Monseigneur Le Duc d'Angoulême, or Monseigneur Le Duc d'Orléans, or Monseigneur Le Duc de Bourbon. There are plenty of French women who would be as good princesses as Madame la Duchesse d'Angoulême, or Madame la Duchesse de Berry, or Madame d'Orléans, de Bourbon, and de Condé. The antechambers of the palace are full of courtiers ready to take the place of the great household officials. The army has plenty of soldiers who would be as good leaders as our present marshals. How many clerks there are who are as good as our ministers? How many administrators who are capable of managing the affairs of the departments better than the existing prefects and sub-prefects? How many barristers who are as good lawyers as our judges? How many vicars as expert as our cardinals, archbishops, bishops, vicars general, and canons? As for the 10,000 aristocratic landowners, their heirs could need no apprenticeship to do the honors of their drawing rooms as well as they. Underscore the prosperity of France can only exist through the effects of the progress of the sciences, fine arts, and professions / the princes, the great household officials, the bishops, marshals of France, prefects and idle. 74. Landowners contribute nothing directly to the progress of the sciences, fine arts, and professions. Far from contributing, they only hinder, since they strive to prolong the supremacy existing to this day of conjectural ideas over positive science. They inevitably harm the prosperity of the nation by depriving, as they do, the scientists, artists, and artisans of the high esteem to which they are properly entitled. They are harmful because they expend their wealth in a way which is of no direct use to the sciences, fine arts, and professions. They are harmful because they are a charge on the national taxation, to the amount of 300 or 400 millions under the heading of appointments, pensions, gifts, compensations, for the upkeep of their activities which are useless to the nation. These suppositions underline the most important fact of present politics. They provide a point of view from which we can see this fact in a flash in all its extent. They show clearly, though indirectly, that our social organization is seriously defective, that men still allow themselves to be governed by violence and ruse, and that the human race, politically speaking, is still sunk in immorality. The scientists, artists, and artisans, the only men whose work is of positive utility to society, and costed practically nothing, are kept down by the princes and other rulers who are simply more or less incapable bureaucrats. Those who control honors and other national awards owe, in general, the supremacy they enjoy, to the accident of birth, to flattery, intrigue, and other dubious methods. Those who control public affairs share between them every year 1/2 of the taxes, and they do not even use 1/3 of what they do not pocket personally in a way which benefits the citizen. These suppositions show that society is a world which is upside down. The nation holds as a fundamental principle that the poor should be generous to the rich, and that therefore the poorer classes should daily deprive themselves of necessities in order to increase the superfluous luxury of the rich. The most guilty men, the robbers on a grand scale, who oppress the mass of the citizens, and extract from them 300 or 400 millions a year, are given the responsibility of punishing minor offenses against society. Ignorance, superstition, idleness, and costly dissipation are the privilege of the leaders of society, and men of ability, hard-working and thrifty, are employed only as inferiors and instruments. To sum up, In every sphere men of greater ability are subject to the control of men who are incapable. From the point of view of morality, the most immoral men have the responsibility of leading the citizens towards virtue. From the point of view of distributive justice, the most guilty men are appointed to punish minor delinquents. The mechanism of social organization was inevitably very complicated so long as the majority of individuals remained in a state of ignorance and improvidence which rendered them incapable of administering their own affairs. In this state of incomplete intellectual development they were swayed by brutal passions which urged them to revolt and every kind of anarchy. In such a situation, which was the necessary prelude to a better social order, it was necessary for the minority to be organized on military lines, to obtain a monopoly of legislation, and so to keep all power to itself, in order to hold the majority in tutelage and subject the nation to strong discipline. Thus the main energies of the community have till now been directed to maintaining itself as a community, and any efforts directed to improving the moral and physical welfare of the nation have necessarily been regarded as secondary. Today the state of affairs can and should be completely altered. The main effort should be directed to the improvement of our moral and physical welfare. Only a small amount of force is now required to maintain public order, since the majority have become used to work, which eliminates disorder, and now consists of men who have recently proved that they are capable of administering property, whether in land or money. As the minority no longer has need of force to keep the proletarian class in subordination, the course which it should adopt is as follows: 1. A policy by which the proletariat will have the strongest interest in maintaining public order. 2. A policy which aims at making the inheritance of landed property as easy as possible. 3. A policy which aims at giving the highest political importance to the workers. Such a policy is quite simple and obvious, if one takes the trouble to judge the situation by one's own intelligence, and to shake off the yoke enforced on our minds by the political principles of our ancestors, principles which were sound and useful in their own day, but are 77. No longer applicable to present circumstances. The mass of the population is now composed of men, apart from exceptions which occur more or less equally in every class, who are capable of administering property whether in land or in money, and therefore we can and must work directly for the improvement of the moral and physical welfare of the community. The most direct method of improving the moral and physical welfare of the majority of the population is to give priority in state expenditure to ensuring work for all fit men, to secure their physical existence, spreading throughout the proletarian class a knowledge of positive science, ensuring for this class forms of recreation and interests which will develop their intelligence. We must add to this the measures necessary to ensure that the national wealth is administered by men most fitted for it, and most concerned in its administration, that is to say the most important industrialists. Thus the community, by means of these fundamental arrangements, will be organized in a way which will completely satisfy reasonable men of every class. 1. There will no longer be a fear of insurrection, and consequently no longer a need to maintain large standing armies to suppress it, no longer a need to spend enormous sums on a police force, no longer a fear of foreign danger, for a body of 30 millions of men who are a contented community would easily reply attack, even if the whole human race combined against them. We might add that neither princes nor peoples would be so mad as to attack a nation of 30 millions who displayed no aggressive intentions against their neighbors, and were united internally by mutual interests. Furthermore, there would no longer be a need for a system of police spying in a community in which the vast majority had an interest in maintaining the established order. The men who brought about the revolution, the men who directed it, and the men who, since 1789 and up to the present day, have guided the nation, have committed a great political mistake. They have all sought to improve the governmental machine, whereas they should have subordinated it and put administration in the first place. They should have begun by asking a question the solution of which is simple and obvious. They should have asked who, in the present state of morals and enlightenment, are the men most fitted to manage the affairs of the nation. They would have been forced to recognize the fact that the scientists, artists, and industrialists, and the heads of industrial concerns are the men who possess the most eminent, varied, and most positively useful ability, for the guidance of men's minds at the present time. They would have recognized the fact that the work of the scientists, artists, and industrialists is that which, in discovery and application, contributes most to national prosperity. They would have reached the conclusion that the scientists, artists, and leaders of industrial enterprises are the men who should be entrusted with administrative power, that is to say, with the responsibility for managing the national interests, and that the functions of government should be limited to maintaining public order. The reformers of 1789 should have said to themselves as follows: the kings of England have given a good example to monarchy by agreeing to give no order without the approval and signature of a minister. The magnanimity of the kings of France demands that they shew still greater generosity to their people, and that they should agree to make no decision affecting the general interests of the nation without the approval of the men most fitted to judge their decisions, that is to say, without the approval of the scientists and the most eminent artists, without the approval of the most important industrialists. The community has often been compared to a pyramid. I admit that the nation should be composed as a pyramid. I am profoundly convinced that the national pyramid should be crowned by the monarchy, but I assert that from the base of the pyramid to its summit, the layers should be composed of more and more precious materials. If we consider the present pyramid, it appears that the base is made of granite, that up to a certain height the layers are composed of valuable materials, but that the upper part, supporting a magnificent diamond, is composed of nothing but plaster and gilt. The base of the present national pyramid consists of workers in their routine occupations. The first layers above this base are the leaders of industrial enterprises, the scientists who improve the methods of manufacture and widen their application, the artists who give the stamp of good taste to all their products. The upper layers, which I assert to be composed of nothing but plaster, which is easily recognizable despite the gilding, are the courtiers, the mass of nobles whether of ancient or recent creation, the idle rich, the governing class from the prime minister to the humblest clerk. The monarchy is the magnificent diamond which crowns the pyramid. 1825. Dialogue between a conservative and a reformer. First dialogue. He who loves his neighbor has fulfilled the law. Everything is summed up in these words: thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. St. Paul, Epistle to the Romans. Preface. The fragment now before the reader was intended to form part of the second volume of literary, philosophic, and industrial opinions, but the question dealt with here is so important in itself, and so bound up with present political conditions that it has been decided to publish it separately and at once. The main object of the following dialogue is this: to recall peoples and kings to the true spirit of Christianity, at a time when they have departed completely from that spirit, a time when laws on sacrilege are passed, when Catholics and Protestants seek some way of ending a long and painful struggle between them. My aim is also to try and define the part played by religious sentiment in society, at a time when all men are conscious of it, or at any rate feel the need to respect it in others, at a time when the most eminent writers are concerned with finding its origin, manifestations, and development, while, on the other hand, the theologians try to smother it under the weight of superstition. The ministers of the different Christian sects who regard each other as heretics, and certainly are so, in different degrees, by the true, moral standard of Christianity, will not fail to react to such an accusation, and against the work in which it is put forward. But it is not principally for them that this work is written. It is written for all those who, whether they are labeled as Catholics, Protestants, Lutheran Protestants, Reformed Protestants, Anglicans, or Jews, regard religion. 81. 82. As having morality as its essential aim, for all those who, granting the widest liberty of worship and dogma, are far from regarding morality with indifference, and feel a continual need to purify and perfect it, and to extend its dominion over all classes of society, while preserving its regious character. Finally, it is written for those who realize that there is something truly sublime, divine, in primitive Christianity, the predominance of morality over the law, that is to say, over forms of worship and dogma, who realize that the purpose of forms of worship and dogma is to fix the attention of the faithful on the divine morality. From this point of view, criticisms of Catholicism, Protestantism, and other Christian sects are indispensable, since it is evident that none of these sects has fulfilled the views of the founder of Christianity. This desire to purify morality, to simplify the form of worship and dogma, impels many people to form a particular sect of Protestantism, for instance, the so-called Reformed religion, as the inevitable transition to a new religious order, or even as the final form. They base this opinion on the elements of this particular form of religion which bring it closer to the spirit of Christianity than any other, and they will certainly rouse themselves to resist any shafts which they believe to be leveled at Protestantism. There is only one answer to this argument: the human race is not confined to imitation. It often happens that while we wholly appreciate the benefits derived in an earlier period from adopting a particular belief, or institution, our approval of what has already been accomplished should be accompanied by the construction of a belief and an institution even better. Any error on this point is harmful, but temporary. As for those who regard ideas of the deity and revelation as concepts which may have been of some value in times of ignorance and barbarism, but the use of them in the 19th century as contrary to philosophy, who think they can refute the author of this book by a Voltairian sneer, they will probably try to find in their sham systems of philosophy a definition of morality more universal, more simple, and more popular than the Christian principle. If they only succeed in substituting for it pure reason and natural law revealed in men's hearts, no doubt they would give up a mere argument about words. In any case, they would soon see how much vagueness and uncertainty there is in their language. If they persist in doubting the superhuman excellence of the Christian principle, at least they would have to 83. Respect it as the principle of the greatest universality which men have ever put into practice, as the most exalted conception which has been produced in 18 centuries. First dialogue. Conservative. Do you believe in God? Reformer. Yes, I believe in God. C. Do you believe that the Christian religion has a divine origin? R. Yes, I do. C. If the Christian religion is divine in origin, it does not admit of improvement, yet by your writings you urge the artists, industrialists, and scientists to improve this religion. You thus contradict yourself, since your opinion is in opposition to your belief. R. The opposition which you point out between my belief and my opinion is only in appearance. We must distinguish what God Himself has said from what the Church has said in His name. The words of God are certainly not open to improvement, but the words of the Church in His name consist of a body of knowledge which is capable of improvement like any other branch of knowledge. Theology needs to be brought up to date at different periods, just like physics, chemistry, physiology. See, what part of Christianity do you consider divine, and what part as human? R. God has said men should treat each other as brothers. This sublime principle comprises all that is divine in the Christian religion. See what? You reduce all that is divine in Christianity to a single principle? R. Naturally, God has related everything to a single principle, and deduced everything from a single principle, otherwise His will towards men would not have had coherence. It would be blasphemy to assert that the Almighty has founded His religion on a number of principles. NPW, according to this principle given to men by God as a guide for their conduct, they should organize their community in the way which will be most advantageous to the greatest number. They should make it their aim in all their undertakings and actions, to promote as quickly and completely as possible the moral and physical welfare of the most numerous class. I maintain that in that, and that alone, consists the divine part of the Christian religion. 84. See, I admit that God has given to men a single principle. I admit that He has ordered men to organize their community in such a way as to secure for the poorest class the quickest and most complete improvement of their moral and physical condition, but I would point out that God has left guides for the human race. Before returning to heaven, Jesus Christ made His apostles and their successors responsible for guiding the conduct of mankind, by teaching them the way in which they should carry out the fundamental principle of the divine morality, by showing them how to deduce from the principle the correct conclusions. Do you recognize the Church as a divine institution? I believe that God Himself founded the Christian Church. I am filled with the most profound respect and admiration for the behavior of the fathers of His Church. The leaders of the early Church boldly preached union to all peoples. They urged them to live at peace with each other. They declared positively and energetically to those in power that their first duty was to employ all their resources in the most rapid improvement of the moral and physical condition of the poor. These leaders of the primitive church compiled the best book that has ever been published, the Primitive Catechism, in which they divided men's actions into two sorts, good and bad, that is to say, actions in conformity with the fundamental principle of divine morality and actions contrary to this principle. See, develop your ideas, and tell me if you consider the Christian Church to be infallible. Or if the Church has as its leaders men who are the most capable of directing the energies of society towards the divine aim. I think that the Church may conveniently be regarded as infallible, and the community is wise in relying on its leadership. I consider the fathers of the Church as infallible for the age in which they lived, while the clergy of today seem to me, of all corporate bodies, the one which makes the greatest mistakes which are the most harmful to the community, and their conduct the most directly opposed to the fundamental principle of divine morality. See, according to you, therefore, the Christian religion is in a parlous condition? Quite the contrary. Never have there been so many good Christians, but today they are to be found almost entirely among the laity. The Christian religion, since the 15th century, has lost its unity of action. Since that time there has no longer been a Christian. 85. Clergy. All the clergy who today try to graft their own opinions, ethic, forms of worship and dogma onto the principle of morality which mankind has received from God are heretics, because their opinions, ethics, dogmas, and forms of worship are to a greater or less degree in opposition to the divine morality. The most powerful church of all is also the one which is most heretical. See what will happen to the Christian religion if, as you think, those men who are responsible for it have become heretics. Our Christianity will become the universal and only religion. Asia and Africa will be converted, the clergy of Europe will become good Christians, and will abandon the different heresies which they uphold today. The true doctrine of Christianity, that is to say the most universal doctrine which can be deduced from the fundamental principle of the divine morality, will be realized, and at once the differences of religious opinion will disappear. The early Christian doctrine only gave the community a partial and incomplete organization. The rights of Caesar remained independent of the rights attributed to the Church. Render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, such is the famous saying which divided these two powers. The temporal power has continued to base its strength on the law of the strongest, while the Church has maintained that the community should only acknowledge as legitimate those institutions which aim at the improvement of the condition of the poorest classes. The new Christian organization will base temporal institutions as well as spiritual on the principle that all men should treat others as brothers. It will direct all institutions of whatever kind towards the improvement of the well-being of the poorest class. See, on what evidence do you base this opinion? What makes you believe that one moral principle will eventually govern all human communities? The most universal morality, the divine morality, must become the only morality. This follows from its nature and origin. The chosen people of God, which received revelation before the appearance of Jesus, the people which has spread most widely over the whole world, has always felt that the Christian religion, founded by the fathers of the Church, was incomplete. This people has always maintained that a great age will arrive, to which they have given the name of Messianic, an age when the religious doctrine will be set forth in the most universal terms of which it is capable, when it will govern the actions. 86. Both of the temporal and of the spiritual power, and every human race will have the same religion and the same organization. In short, I have a clear idea of the new Christian doctrine, and I shall proceed to expound it. Then I shall review all the spiritual and temporal institutions existing in England, France, northern and southern Germany, in Italy, Spain and Russia, in North and South America. I shall compare the doctrines of these different institutions with that which is derived direct from the fundamental principle of the divine morality, and I shall easily convince every man of good faith and good intentions that, if all institutions were directed to the aim of promoting the moral and physical well-being of the poorest class, they would bring about the prosperity of all classes and all nations with the greatest possible speed. I am a reformer because I draw the direct consequences from the fundamental principle of the divine morality, a step which has not been taken until now. Those of you who have the same zeal as I for the public welfare, but are governed by the conservative spirit, limit your task to that of preventing men from losing sight altogether of the principle which I wish to extend. Let us rather combine our efforts. I shall expound my ideas, oppose them when it strikes you that I am departing from the guidance given to man by the Almighty. I undertake this task with complete confidence. The best theologian is he who makes the widest application of the fundamental principle of the divine morality. The best theologian is the real Pope, God's deputy on earth. If the deductions which I shall make are correct, if the doctrine I shall expound is sound, I shall have spoken in the name of God. I therefore embark on my task. I begin by examining the different religions which exist at present, and comparing their doctrines with that which is derived directly from the fundamental principle of the divine morality. On religions. New Christianity will be composed of groups similar to those which today comprise the various heretic bodies in Europe and America. New Christianity, like the heretical bodies, will have its morality, form of worship and dogma. It will have its clergy, and its hierarchy. But, despite this similarity, New Christianity will be purged of all the heresies which exist today. Moral doctrine will be considered by the new Christians as the most important tiling, the form of worship, and 87. Dogma will be regarded only as secondary features for the purpose of fixing the attention of the faithful of all classes on morality. In New Christianity, all morality will be derived directly from the principle that men should treat each other as brothers. This principle, which belongs to primitive Christianity, will undergo a transfiguration by which it will be proclaimed as the aim of all religious activity. This principle, regenerated, will be proclaimed as follows: religion should guide the community towards the great aim of improving as quickly as possible the condition of the poorest class. The founders of New Christianity and leaders of the new church should be those men who are most capable of contributing by their efforts to the improvement of the well-being of the poorest class. The functions of the clergy will be confined to teaching the new Christian doctrine. The leaders of the church should apply themselves unremittingly to the perfecting of this doctrine. Such, in brief, is the way in which true Christianity should develop in present conditions. We shall now compare this conception of religious institutions with the existing religions in Europe and America. This comparison will easily demonstrate that all so-called Christian religions of the present time are nothing but heresies, that is to say, that they do not aim directly at the quickest possible improvement of the well-being of the poorest class, which is the sole aim of Christianity. Catholicism. The Catholic, Roman, and Apostolic community is the largest of the European and American religious communities, and still possesses several great advantages over the other sects to which the inhabitants of these two continents may belong. It followed without a break from the Christian community, and therefore has a certain veneer of orthodoxy. The Catholic clergy have inherited a great part of the wealth amassed by the Christian clergy in the countless victories they achieved during 5 centuries, in fighting for an aristocracy of talent against an aristocracy of birth, and in asserting the religious supremacy of men of peace over men of war. The heads of the Catholic Church have retained the sovereignty of the city which has dominated the world for 20 centuries, first by force of arms, then by the omnipotence of the divine morality. 88. At the Vatican, the Jesuits plot today to dominate the human race by a hateful system of mysticism and trickery. The Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman community is unquestionably still very powerful, though it has declined considerably since the pontificate of Leo X, who founded it. But the power which it possesses is only a material force, and it only succeeds in maintaining itself by trickery. It completely lacks spiritual, moral, Christian, force based on frankness and loyalty. In a word, the Catholic, apostasy, Roman religion is no more than a Christian heresy, a part of degenerate Christianity. I say that Catholics are heretics, and I will prove it. I will prove that the rebirth of Christianity will wipe out the Inquisition, and rid the community of the Jesuits and their Machiavellian doctrines. True Christianity commands all men to act towards each other as brothers. Jesus Christ promised eternal life to those who contributed the most to the improvement of the condition of the poorest class in the moral and physical sense. Therefore the heads of the Christian Church should be chosen from the men who are the most capable of directing the undertakings aimed at increasing the welfare of the most numerous class, and the clergy should be concerned primarily with teaching to the faithful the conduct they should follow in order to promote the well-being of the majority of the population. Let us now examine how the Sacred College has been composed since Leo X, founder of the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman Church. Let us examine the knowledge which the college demands from those who are admitted to the priesthood. Let us see what moral and physical improvement the poor have experienced in the Papal States, which should be a model to other governments. Finally, let us see what is the teaching given by the Catholic clergy to the faithful in its communion. I challenge the Pope, who claims to be Christian, who claims to be infallible, and assumes the title of Vicar of Jesus Christ, to answer clearly and without resort to mystical terms, the 4 accusations of heresy which I shall now bring against the Catholic Church. I accuse the Pope and his Church of heresy, first, on the following count. The teaching given by the Catholic clergy to the laity of its communion is faulty, because it does not guide their conduct on Christian lines. Christianity teaches the faithful that the aim in this world is to improve as quickly as possible the moral and physical. 89. Condition of the poor. Jesus Christ promised eternal heaven to those who labored with the greatest zeal for the improvement of the well-being of the most numerous class. The Catholic clergy, like all the other clergy, should, therefore, have as their mission the task of rousing the zeal of all members of the community to labor for the common good. The clergy everywhere should use all their intelligence and their gifts to show to the laity in their sermons and more intimate discussions that the improvement of the lot of the lowest class brings with it inevitably the increase of the real welfare of the higher classes, since God regards all men, even the rich, as his children. Therefore the clergy should, in their teaching of children, in their sermons to the faithful, in their prayers, in every aspect of their worship and dogma, fix the attention of their congregation on this important fact, that the immense majority of the population could enjoy a moral and physical existence much more satisfying than that which they enjoy at present, and that the rich, by increasing the well-being of the poor, would improve their own lot. Such is the conduct which true Christianity ordains for the clergy. It will now be easy to show the faults in the teaching given by the Catholic clergy to those who accept their beliefs. If we survey the mass of works written on Catholic dogma with the approval of the Pope and the Sacred College, if we examine all the prayers sanctioned by the heads of the Church, to be said by the faithful, laity as well as priests, nowhere in them shall we find the aim of the Christian religion clearly stated. Ideas of morality are rare in these writings, and do not constitute a coherent body of doctrine. They are scattered through this huge mass of volumes which are mainly composed of tedious repetitions of certain mystical conceptions which give no guidance and, on the contrary, obscure the principles of the sublime morality of Christ. It would be unjust to bring an accusation of inconsistency against the huge collection of prayers approved by the Pope. It must be acknowledged that the choice of these prayers has been based on a systematic plan. It must be acknowledged that the Sacred College guides the faithful to one end, but it is clear that this end is not the Christian end but a heretical one. Their aim is to persuade the laity that they are not able to govern their own actions by their own intelligence, and that they should put themselves under the direction of the clergy, without any obligation on the clergy to show a greater capacity than theirs. 90. Every aspect of worship and all the principles of Catholic dogma obviously have as their aim to reduce the laity to absolute dependence on the clergy. The first accusation of heresy which I bring against the Pope and his Church, on account of the bad teaching which they give to Catholics, is therefore proved. I accuse the Pope and the cardinals of heresy on this second count, of lacking the knowledge which fits them to guide the faithful towards their salvation. I accuse them of educating candidates for the priesthood wrongly, and failing to ensure for them the instruction which they need to make them worthy pastors, fitted to guide the flocks committed to their charge. Theology is the only branch of knowledge taught in the seminaries, the only science which the Pope and the cardinals feel called upon to pursue. Theology is the knowledge required by the leader of the Church for those who as vicars, bishops, archbishops, etc., are destined to guide the conduct of the faithful. What is theology? It is the science of disputation on questions relating to dogma and form of worship. This science is unquestionably the most important for all heretical clergy, granted that it provides for them the means of confining the attention of the faithful to trifling details, and making Christians forget the great aim in this world which they should strive towards in order to obtain eternal life, that is to say, the improvement in the quickest possible way of the moral and physical condition of the poor. But theology should not have much importance for a clergy who are truly Christian. They should consider the form of worship and dogma only as accessories to religion, emphasizing morality as the only true religious doctrine, and should only use dogma and forms of worship as means, useful at times, to concentrate the attention of all Christians upon morality. The Roman Catholic clergy were orthodox until the accession of Leo X, because up to that period they were superior to the laity in all the branches of knowledge, the progress of which had contributed to the increased well-being of the poorest class. Since then they have become heretical, because they have pursued nothing but theology, and because they have allowed themselves to be outstripped by the laity in the arts, exact sciences, and in the industrial sphere. The accusation of heresy which I bring against the Pope and the cardinals, on the ground of the bad use they make of their intelligence and the 91. Bad education they give to candidates for the priesthood, is therefore proved. I accuse the Pope of acting heretically on a third count, of governing in a way more opposed to the moral and physical interests of the poorer classes of his temporal subjects than any lay prince. Look throughout Europe and one is bound to admit that the administration of the Papal States is the most vicious and anti-Christian. Large areas within the domain of St. Peter, which once produced large crops, have turned into fever-ridden marshes through the neglect of the papal government. A large part of the country, if it has not been swamped by water, is uncultivated, owing not to the barrenness of the soil but to the lack of incentive to the farming profession in the Papal States. This occupation offers so little standing or profit that it is not sought after, men with ability or capital shun it. The Pope has retained the monopoly not only of all the important agricultural products, but even all essential foodstuffs, and he grants these monopolies to the cardinals who win his favor. Finally, there are no manufacturers in the Papal States, although labor costs would make the development of manufacture profitable. This is solely due to the faults of the administration. Every branch of industry is paralysed. The poor lack work, and would die of starvation if the religious foundations, that is to say, the government, did not feed them. The poor, fed only by charity, are badly fed, thus their physical conditions are deplorable. Their moral condition is even more unfortunate since they live in idleness, which breeds every kind of vice, and the brigandage with which the unhappy country is infested. The third accusation of heresy which I bring against the Pope, on the ground of the faulty and anti-Christian way in which he governs his temporal subjects, is therefore proved. I accuse the Pope and all the cardinals, I accuse every Pope and cardinal since the 15th century, of heresy on this fourth count, of having allowed the formation of two institutions directly contrary to the Christian spirit, the Inquisition and the Jesuits. I accuse them of having ever since, almost without interruption, protected these institutions. The spirit of Christianity is gentleness, kindness, charity, and above all, honesty. Its weapons are persuasion and example. The spirit of the Inquisition is tyranny and greed, its weapons are 92. Violence and cruelty. The spirit of the Jesuit organization is selfishness, and they rely on trickery to gain their end, which is to dominate completely the clergy as well as the laity. The idea of the Inquisition is radically faulty and anti-Christian. Even if the Inquisition had killed in their auto da fe only those who were guilty of opposing the moral and physical improvement of the poor, even in this case, which would have condemned to death the whole of the Sacred College, they would have been heretics, since Jesus allowed no exceptions in prohibiting the use of violence by his church. But the heresy of the Inquisition would have been vernal in this case compared with the heresy they have shown in their atrocious activities. The sentences of the Inquisition have been based only on artificial crimes against the form of worship or dogma, which should never have been regarded as anything but minor offenses, and not as crimes deserving capital punishment. These condemnations have always been intended to make the Catholic clergy all-powerful, by sacrificing the poor to the rich and powerful laity, on the understanding that the latter allowed themselves to be dominated in all things by the clergy. As for the Company of Jesus, the famous Pascal has analyzed its character, conduct, and aim so well that I will do no more than refer the faithful to the Lettres Provinciales. I will merely add that the new Company of Jesus is infinitely more contemptible than the old, because it tries to re-establish that preponderance of dogma and worship over morality, which has been destroyed by the Revolution, while the first Jesuits strove only to maintain the abuses which had already crept into the Church in that respect. The earlier Jesuits defended an existing order, the new Jesuits rebel against the new and better order of things which is taking shape. Their present-day missionaries are antichrists, since they preach a code of morality entirely opposed to diet of the gospel. The apostles were defenders of the poor, these missionaries are defenders of the rich and powerful against the poor, whose only defenders now are to be found among lay moralists. The Protestant religion. European civilization rose to great heights in the 15th century. Great discoveries and rapid progress were achieved in many fields of 93. Practical utility, and they were almost entirely due to the work of laymen. The discovery of America was due to the persevering genius of Christopher Columbus. Portuguese laymen opened a new route to India by rounding the Cape of Good Hope. Printing was discovered and developed by laymen. Dante, Ariosto, and Tasso were laymen. Raphael, Michelangelo, and Leonardo da Vinci were also laymen. The three great laws from which Newton later deduced the phenomena of the universe were first formulated by Kepler, a layman. The Medicis, who increased and stimulated the commerce of Europe, developed agriculture and manufacture, were laymen, and they acquired such social prestige that their family had risen to the rank of a royal house, and they played a part, which one might describe as preponderant, in the temporal power. Laymen had therefore achieved a clear superiority over priests, while the so-called profane branches of knowledge had gone beyond the limits within which the deductions drawn by the Church from the principles of divine worship founded by Jesus were still confined. The Pope and the cardinals no longer possessed the capacity to guide the Christian clergy, and the clergy were no longer capable of guiding the faithful. From another point of view, the court of Rome lost at this period much of the support which it had found until then in the class of plebeians against the patricians, and in the Third Estate against the nobility and the feudal powers. The divine founder of Christianity enjoined upon his apostles a continual endeavor to raise up the lowest classes of society, and to lessen the importance of those invested with the power of command and lawmaking. Until the 15th century the Church followed more or less the Christian precept. Nearly all the cardinals and popes came from the plebeian class, and often they appeared from families used to the most menial occupations. By this policy the clergy strove with perseverance to lessen the importance and prestige of hereditary aristocracy, and to subject it to an intellectual aristocracy. At the end of the 14th century the Sacred College entirely changed its purpose. It gave up the guidance of the Christian Church for a wholly worldly policy. The spiritual power ceased to struggle against the temporal power, it no longer identified itself with the poorer social classes, or worked for their improvement, it no longer 94. Strove to impose an intellectual aristocracy on the hereditary aristocracy. It adopted a plan of which the aim was to preserve the power and wealth acquired by the efforts of the Church militant, and to enjoy this power and wealth without effort and without fulfilling any useful function. In pursuit of this aim the Sacred College put itself under the protection of the temporal power, against which it had formerly fought, and made an impious pact, we will use all our influence with the laity to establish in your favor absolute power, we will declare that you are kings by the grace of God, we will teach the dogma of passive obedience, we will establish the Inquisition, by which you will have at your disposal a tribunal which is subject to no rules, we will create a new religious order which we shall name the Society of Jesus. This society will establish a dogma directly opposed to that of Christianity, and it will undertake to subordinate in the sight of God the interests of the poor to the interests of the rich and powerful. In exchange for these services, and our subordination to the temporal power which is unholy in origin because its rights are founded on the law of the strongest, and as compensation for our treason to the poor, whom our divine founder enjoined us to defend and champion, we require you to preserve the property gained by the apostolic work of the Church militant, and we require you to maintain us in the enjoyment of our privileges and revenues granted by your predecessors. This unholy pact, conceived by the Sacred College at the end of the 15th century, had already been carried out in its main lines by the beginning of the 16th century. It was at this time that Leo X came to the papal throne, a remarkable event in the annals of religion, and an event hitherto not sufficiently emphasized by Christian thinkers. The earliest heads of the Church were chosen by the faithful, and the sole motive for their election was their zeal for the good of the poor, and their ability to find out means of improving the moral and physical condition of the masses. When the heads of the Church obtained the sovereignty of Rome and made it the capital of the Christian world, when they had centralized priestly power in the hands of the Pope, the controlling factor in papal elections was the ability of the candidate chosen by the Sacred College to crush hereditary aristocracy under the weight of intellectual aristocracy. The motives for the election of Leo X were quite different and contrary to those which guided former 95 electors, whose intentions were more or less Christian. On this occasion the cardinals acted on the plan which they had adopted, as I have already pointed out. They kept before them only one aim: to preserve for the Church its wealth and to increase their worldly ease. Leo X was by nature of the stuff of which kings are made, and consequently he was not suitable to be a pope. In fact, his whole conduct shewed that he attached more importance to the rights derived from his birth than those derived from the papacy. He organized the ceremonial round his person exactly like that of a lay court. His sister kept up a palace and the state of a princess at Rome, not in virtue of her kinship with the Pope, but of her position as daughter of the most important lay prince of Italy. Leo X was the patron of poets, painters, architects, sculptors, and scholars. He protected all the learned Greeks who took refuge in Italy at this time, but he acted in this as a temporal prince, and only to procure pleasure for himself and add a worldly brilliance to his reign. A real pope would have taken advantage of the advance of European civilization in every important sphere at this period to harmonize the work of the scholars, artists, and great industrial leaders with the interests of the clergy and the poor, against the hereditary claims of the temporal power, unholy in its origin, as I have explained above, because its original rights were founded on the right of conquest, that is to say, on the law of the strongest. The early papal indulgences were granted in return for work which was socially beneficial, such as the construction of bridges, roads, etc. The later indulgences were granted to the faithful at a time when the papal authority, having amassed great wealth and temporal power, had begun to suffer from moral decline. The popes diverted the sums accruing from the sale of indulgences from their original purpose, and used them to satisfy their whims or promote priestly ambition, though they were still careful to give their activities an appearance of public service. Leo X altered all this. He took off the mask, and declared publicly that the profits of plenary indulgences, which he ordered the Dominicans to sell on behalf of the Holy See, should be used to pay for the dresses of his sister. Leo X proceeded to exploit the papacy as if it was essentially a temporal power. He wished to tax the faithful in exactly the same way as he would have done if he had possessed the rights of a lay prince over them. In his diplomatic relations with Charles V, Leo X behaved much more as a prince of the House of Medici than as a pope. The result was 96. That the papacy was no longer a source of apprehension for the emperor, and Charles V, conscious that he was no longer limited by the ecclesiastical authority, which was alone capable of putting bounds to the ambition of the lay princes, conceived the plan of establishing for himself a universal monarchy, the plan revived by Louis XIV and Bonaparte. From Charlemagne till the 16th century, none of the lay European princes had attempted to carry out such a project. Such was the condition of the single religion which existed then in Europe, when Luther began his revolt against the court of Rome. The work of this reformer falls naturally into two parts: first, criticism of the papal religion, the second aiming at the establishment of a religion separate from that governed by the court of Rome. The first part of Luther's work was feasible and was carried out completely. By his criticism of the court of Rome, Luther rendered an important service to civilization. Without him, the papacy would have completely subjected the human spirit to superstitious ideas, by suppressing moral principles altogether. To Luther we owe the destruction of a spiritual power which was no longer in harmony with social conditions. But Luther could not fight against ultramontane doctrines without trying to reorganize the Christian religion on his own lines. In this second part of his reforms, in the constructive part of his work, Luther has left to his successors much to do. The Protestant religion, as conceived by Luther, is still only a heresy. Certainly Luther was right in saying that the court of Rome had abandoned the aims given by Jesus to his apostles in proclaiming that the forms of worship and dogma established by the popes were not suitable for directing the faithful towards Christian morality, while in their true form they could not be mistaken for anything but accessories to religion. But, in proclaiming these undoubted truths, Luther was wrong in concluding that morality should be taught to the faithful of his own time in the same way that the fathers of the Church taught it to their contemporaries. He was not entitled to conclude that the form of worship should be stripped of all the beauty with which the arts could enrich it. The dogmatic part of Luther's reform failed. The reform was incomplete, and itself needs to be reformed. I accuse the Lutherans of heresy on this first count, of adopting a morality much inferior to the morality appropriate to Christians in the present stage of their civilization. As public opinion in Europe is favorable to Protestantism, and 97. Unfavorable to Catholicism, I must demonstrate the charge of heresy against Protestantism very strictly, and I am therefore obliged to treat this question at length. Jesus gave his apostles and their successors the task of organizing the human race in the way most favorable to the improvement of the lot of the poor, at the same time enjoining his church to use none but the methods of kindness, persuasion, and demonstration to reach this end. Much time and much work would be required to fulfill this task. It is not surprising, therefore, that it has not yet been accomplished. What part of this task fell to Luther? How did Luther acquit himself in it? These 2 points I wish to clarify. For this purpose, I shall examine successively 4 main questions. 1. What was the organization of society when Jesus gave his apostles the mission of reorganizing the human race? 2. What was the organization of society at the time when Luther made his reform? 3. What was the complete reform needed by the papal religion to resume the direction given it by Jesus and his apostles, when Luther rebelled against the court of Rome? 4. In what did Luther's reform consist? The analysis of these 4 main questions will lead inevitably to the conclusion that the Lutherans are heretics. 1. At the time when Jesus gave his apostles the sublime mission of organizing the human race in the interests of the poorest class, civilization was still in its infancy. Society was divided into 2 main classes, masters and slaves. The former class was divided into 2 castes, the patricians who made laws and filled all important public posts, and the plebeians who were subject to the law, which they had not made, and usually performed the menial tasks. Even the greatest thinkers did not conceive of an organization of society on any other basis. A system of moral principles did not yet exist, as no one had yet discovered a way of relating all the principles of morality to a single principle. There was as yet no religious system, since all the official religions recognized a large number of gods, inspiring men with diverse and even totally contrary sentiments. The human spirit had not yet risen to the consciousness of philanthropic feelings. The notion of patriotism was the widest principle entertained by the most generous minds, but this feeling of patriotism was extremely narrow, because of the 98 limited territories and comparatively small populations of the nations of antiquity. One nation, the Romans, ruled over all the others, and ruled arbitrarily. The size of the earth was unknown, so that no general plan of improving the territorial property of the human race could be conceived. In short, Christianity, its moral principles, form of worship and dogma, its followers and priests, found at the beginning that they were completely outside the existing social organization, its morals and customs. 2. At the time when Luther made his reform, civilization had made great advances. Since the establishment of Christianity, society had completely altered, the organization of society was now based on new foundations. Slavery was almost entirely abolished, the patricians no longer monopolized legislation, or public office, the temporal power, profane in origin, no longer dominated the spiritual power, and the spiritual power was no longer in the hands of the patricians. The court of Rome had become the leading court of Europe. Since the establishment of the papacy, all the popes and nearly all the cardinals had come from the plebeian class. An intellectual aristocracy had precedence over an aristocracy of riches, as well as over a hereditary aristocracy. Society now had a religious system and a system of morality combined, since love of God and love of one's neighbor gave unity to the most generous sentiments of the faithful. Christianity had become the basis of social organization. It had replaced the law of the strongest. The right of conquest was no longer considered as the most legitimate of all rights. America had been discovered, and the human race, having achieved knowledge of the extent of its domains, was in a position to make a general plan of undertakings designed to exploit the planet to the best advantage. Peaceful activities had developed and acquired precision, the arts had begun to revive, the experimental sciences and industry were beginning to expand. The sentiment of philanthropy, the true basis of Christianity, had replaced patriotism in the most generous minds. If all men did not act towards each other as brothers, at least they professed that they should regard each other as children of the same Father. 99. 3. If Luther had been able to complete his reform, he would have conceived and proclaimed the following doctrine, saying to the Pope and Cardinals, "Your predecessors have adequately perfected the theory of Christianity, and spread it abroad. The Europeans have now absorbed it, now you should concern yourselves with the generalification of this doctrine. True Christianity should make men happy, not only in heaven but upon earth. No longer should you keep the eyes of the faithful fixed on abstract ideas, it is by a proper use of material aims and by combining them so as to procure the highest degree of felicity attainable by the human race on earth, that you will achieve the realization of Christianity as the comprehensive, universal and sole religion. You should no longer confine yourselves to preaching to the faithful of every class that the poor are the cherished children of God. You must use boldly and energetically all the powers and methods acquired by the church militant to improve rapidly the moral and physical existence of the most numerous class. The preliminary and preparatory work of Christianity is over. The task that you have to fulfill is a much more satisfying one than the work accomplished by your predecessors. This task consists in establishing the universal and final Christianity. It consists in organizing every human race according to the fundamental principle of the divine morality. To fulfill this task, you must make this principle the basis and aim of every social institution. The apostles were obliged to recognize the power of Caesar. They were obliged to say, "Render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's," because they were not sufficiently strong to fight against him, and had therefore to avoid antagonizing him. But today the comparative position of the spiritual and temporal powers has changed, thanks to the work of the church militant, and you should therefore declare to the successors of Caesar that Christianity no longer recognizes their right to dominion over men, a right founded on conquest, on the law of the strongest. You should declare to all kings that the only way of making monarchy legitimate is to regard it as an institution the object of which is to prevent the rich and powerful oppressing the poor. You should say to them that their sole duty is to improve the moral and physical condition of the most numerous class, and that every expense ordered by them in the administration of the national wealth, which is not strictly necessary, is a crime and makes them the enemies of God. You possess all the force necessary to compel the temporal power. 100. To agree to this application of Christianity, your supremacy is recognized by all the powers, and you control the clergy spread all over Europe. The clergy will always have a predominant influence on the temporal institutions of every people, if they will work definitely for the improvement of the condition of the poor, who are everywhere the most numerous class. I pass to another question, and I have this second complaint against you, Holy Father. Whenever two Christian nations are at war with each other, they are both in the wrong, since the divine founder of Christianity told all men to treat each other as brothers, and forbade them to use any other means of settling their differences than those of persuasion and argument. You should use all your papal power, all the influence of the clergy in every nation, to prevent wars, yet, far from acting in this way, you allow the clergy of the nations at war to invoke on their side the god of battles, who cannot be anything but a pagan deity. You allow both sides to sing the Te Deum on the morrow of a battle. Your conduct in this respect, and the conduct of the clergy, is sacrilegious. Union gives strength. A society whose members are warring against each other is ripe for dissolution. With all haste, recall the clergy to unity of action. There is another form of unity even more important to establish, I mean the unity of aim for all the efforts of Christians, of every race. There is a clear, universal, positive, material aim which you should put before mankind, so as to make Christianity prevail over Mohammedanism or the Buddhism of China and of India, over every religion, and every temporal institution. The main aim which you should urge men to work for is the improvement of the moral and physical condition of the most numerous class, and you should create a form of social organization suitable for the encouragement of this work, and to ensure that it has priority over all other undertakings, however important they may seem. The most favorable conditions for improving as rapidly as possible the condition of the poorest class, would be those in which large-scale enterprises were needed, of a kind which would require the greatest development of human intelligence. You have the power to create these conditions. Now that the size of the planet is known, you should make the scientists, artists, and industrialists draw up a general plan of enterprises designed to make 101. The domain of the human race as productive and agreeable as possible in every way. The huge number of enterprises which you will at once initiate will contribute more effectively to the improvement of the lot of the poor than any amount of charity, and in this way the rich, far from impoverishing themselves by grants of money, will enrich themselves as well as the poor. The Church has until now offered the faithful only a metaphysical aim for their activities, the heavenly paradise, with the result that priests have acquired completely arbitrary powers, which they have abused in the most extravagant and absurd fashion. Some have persuaded their followers that they must flagellate the flesh with a scourge in order to attain paradise, others have required them to martyr themselves with hair shirts, others have recommended fasting. Some say they must eat fish, and abstain from meat, others, that they must say enormous numbers of prayers every day, most trivial, and written in a language of which most of the faithful are ignorant. Others say they must spend much of the day kneeling in church. None of these things contribute in any way to the improvement of the lot of the poor. This action of the Church was possible and inevitable in the early days of Région, but today, when our ideas on this subject have become clearer and more precise, the maintenance of such mumbo-jumbo would bring dishonor on the court of Rome. Doubtless all Christians desire eternal life, but the only way of obtaining it consists in working during this life for the welfare of the human race. Holy Father, the human race is undergoing at this moment a great intellectual crisis. 3 new activities have appeared, the arts have revived, science is about to predominate over all other branches of knowledge, and great industrial organizations will promote the improvement of the lot of the poor more directly than any of the steps taken hitherto by the temporal or the spiritual powers. These 3 activities are of a peaceful nature, therefore it is to your interest, and to that of the Church, to join forces with them. By this union, you can soon and without difficulty organize the human race in the way most favorable to the moral and physical improvement of the most numerous class. By these means the power of Caesar, which is unholy in its origin, and its claims, will be completely destroyed. If, on the contrary, you condemn as unholy, or of no account in the eyes of God, the arts, sciences, and great industrial organizations, if you try to maintain your domination of mankind by the methods 102. which your predecessors employed to acquire it in the Middle Ages, if you continue to put forward mystical ideas as the most important for the happiness of mankind, the artists, scientists, and industrialists will ally with Caesar against you. They will open the eyes of the common people to the absurdity of your doctrines, to the monstrous abuse of your power, and you will then have no resource to maintain your place in society except to become the instruments of the temporal power. Caesar will force you to oppose the progress of civilization by keeping the people occupied with mystical and superstitious ideas, and depriving them as far as possible of education in the arts, experimental sciences, and industrial organization. Your main business will be to induce respect for the temporal power, which hitherto you have fought against, to preach passive obedience to kings, to lay down the rule that they are responsible to none but God, and that, in any case, their subjects cannot disobey without committing a crime. Such will be the method by which you will preserve your honors and wealth. I have still to speak to you, Holy Father, on a very important point. The unity of the papacy, which is nothing but a unity of command, has sufficed hitherto to coordinate the different ranks of the clergy, because the clergy, and a portion of the laity, were still ignorant. Nowadays, this unity does not provide an adequate bond. You must lay down clearly the unity of the material aims of the efforts of the Church. The papacy must publicly explain its actions, and clearly demonstrate how its actions contribute to the improvement of the moral and physical existence of the most numerous class. The popes must cease to act according to motives they keep secret. 4. Luther was an extremely energetic and able critic, but it is only in this respect that he showed marked ability. He demonstrated vigorously and thoroughly that the court of Rome had abandoned the true paths of Christianity. He proved that, on the one hand, Rome was trying to make itself into an arbitrary power, and that, on the other, it sought to ally itself with the powerful against the poor, and that, therefore, the faithful must compel it to reform. But that part of his work which was connected with the reorganization of Christianity was much worse than it should have been. Instead of taking the steps required to increase the social significance of the Christian religion, he took a retrograde step which carried it back to its starting point. He removed Christianity from its social context. He thus recognized the power of Caesar as the power from which all 103 other powers derive. He preserved for his church merely the right of humble petition to the temporal power. By these steps he handed over the peaceful activities of mankind to the men of violence, the military caste, in perpetual dependence. He thus confined Christian morality to the narrow limits which were forced upon the early Christians by the existing state of civilization. The charge of heresy which I have brought against the Protestants, on the ground of the morality they have adopted, which is far below the present level of our civilization, is therefore proved. I accuse the Protestants of heresy on the second count, of adopting a faulty form of worship. The more society progresses morally and physically, the more subdivision of intellectual and manual labor takes place. In the course of their daily work, men's minds are occupied with things of more and more specialized interest, as the arts, science, and industry progress. The result is that, the more society progresses, the more necessary it is that the form of worship should be improved, for the purpose of the form of worship is to remind men, when they assemble periodically on the day of rest, of the interests common to all members of society, of the common interests of the human race. Luther the Reformer, and, since his death, die clergy of the Reformed churches, should therefore have sought to make the form of worship as suitable as possible for reminding the faithful of their common interests. They should have sought for the means and the conditions which would develop among the faithful the fundamental principle of the Christian religion, that all men should treat each other as brothers, the means which would accustom their minds to this principle, and train them to apply it in all social relationships. Their aim should be to ensure that men should not lose sight of this principle, however specialized their daily occupations might be. There are two main ways of calling men's attention to ideas of this sort and giving them a strong impulse. Fear must be roused in them by the contemplation of the terrible evils in store for them if they depart from the rules laid down for them, and they must be attracted by the delights which will follow their efforts along the paths put before them. In both cases, the most effective results will be produced by combining all the resources offered by the arts. The preacher, who naturally uses eloquence, the first of the arts, should make his audience tremble by depicting the miserable state of 104. The man who, in this life, deserves the condemnation of the people, he should show God striking down with his arm the men whose feelings are not dominated by love of his fellow men. Alternatively, he should stimulate in his audience powerful and generous feelings by persuading them that the happiness which comes from the esteem of one's fellow men is greater than any other form of happiness. The poets should help the work of the preachers. They should provide short poems to be recited in unison, so that all the faithful may become teachers of one another. The musicians should enrich the religious poems by their harmonies, and give them a musical character penetrating to the depths of the soul. Painters and sculptors working in the temple should remind Christians of acts which are outstandingly Christian. Architects should build temples so that the preachers, poets, and musicians, the painters and sculptors can sway the faithful, at will, by feelings of terror or feelings of joy and hope. These are obviously the lines along which a form of worship should be developed, and the means of making it most socially useful. What did Luther do in this respect? He reduced the ritual of the Church simply to preaching. He made all the Christian sentiments as prosaic as possible. He banned from his churches all decoration of painting and sculpture, and suppressed music. He preferred religious buildings to be as dull as possible, and consequently as unsuitable as possible for rousing the faithful to a strong feeling for the common welfare. The Protestants will obviously make the objection that, while Catholics have plenty of singing and their shrines are decorated with the finest works of painting and sculpture, the sermons of the Reformed clergy have a much more beneficial effect on their congregations than all the sermons of the Catholic priests, whose principal object is always to make the Roman Catholics give as much money as possible for the maintenance of the Church and the clergy, and that therefore it is impossible to deny that the Protestant form of worship is superior to the Catholic. To this I reply, the object of my work is not to find out which of the two forms of religion is the less heretical. I have undertaken to show that they are both heretical, in different degrees, that is to say, that neither of them is the Christian religion. I have tried to show that Christianity has been abandoned since the 15th century. I have tried to restore and revitalize it. My aim is to purify this religion, eminently philanthropic in character, of all superstitions or useless beliefs and practices. 105. New Christianity is called upon to achieve the triumph of the principles of universal morality in the struggle which is going on with the forces aiming at the individual instead of public interests. This rejuvenated religion is called upon to organize all peoples in a state of perpetual peace, by allying them all against the nation which tries to gain its own advantage at the expense of the good of the whole human race, mobilizing them against any government so anti-Christian as to sacrifice national interests to the private interest of the rulers. It is called upon to link together the scientists, artists, and industrialists, and to make them the managing directors of the human race, as well as of the particular interests of each individual people. It is called upon to put the arts, experimental sciences, and industry in the front rank of sacred studies, whereas the Catholics have put them among the profane branches of study. Finally, New Christianity is called upon to pronounce anathema upon theology, and to condemn as unholy any doctrine trying to teach men that there is any other way of obtaining eternal faith, except that of working with all their might for the improvement of the conditions of faith of their fellow men. I have clearly shown what the form of worship should be, if it is to fulfill the purpose of reminding Christians, on the day of rest, of Christian morality. I have shown conclusively that the Protestant form of worship was deprived of the most effective aids for sowing in the souls of the faithful a desire for the public good. Thus, I have proved the second charge of heresy against Protestantism. I bring a third charge of heresy against the Protestants. I accuse them of adopting a false creed. In the early days of religion, at a time when the people were still sunk in ignorance, they had little interest in the observation of natural phenomena. Man's ambition had not risen to the point where he felt a desire to master the planet and mold it to his own advantage. He had few needs of which he was clearly aware, but he was swayed by violent passions, arising from his vague desires and impulses, and mainly from a presentiment of the power he was destined to wield over nature. Commerce, which has since civilized the world, only existed in rudimentary form. Each small tribe was in a state of permanent hostility to the rest of the human race, and the inhabitants of a town had no moral link with any but the members of their own town. Thus philanthropy could not yet exist except as an abstract idea. At this period, also, all nations were divided into two classes. 106. Master and slaves. Religion could only have a strong effect on the masters, since they alone had the capacity of free will. Morality was bound to be the least developed aspect of religion, since there was no reciprocity of rights and duties between the two great sections of society. Ritual and dogma were bound to appear much more important than morality. Religious observances, and reasoning about the purpose of ritual and the beliefs on which it was based, were the aspects of religion which would mostly occupy the priests and the mass of believers. In short, the material side of religion played a greater part the nearer religion was to its origins, while the spiritual aspect has acquired the greater importance as man's intelligence has developed. Nowadays the form of worship should be regarded only as a means of reminding men, on the day of rest, of philanthropic feelings and ideas, and dogma should be conceived only as a collection of commentaries aimed at the general application of these ideas and feelings to political developments, or encouraging the faithful to apply moral principles in their daily relationships. I shall now examine Luther's thoughts on dogma, his own words, and his advice to the Protestants in this respect. Luther considered that Christianity was perfect in its origin, but deteriorated steadily since the time of its institution. As a reformer he concentrated entirely on the errors of the Church in the Middle Ages, and overlooked the immense progress contributed by the priests to civilization, and the important social position they had won for men of peaceful pursuits by diminishing the force and prestige of the temporal power, that unholy power which tends by its nature to subject men to the rule of physical force, and to govern nations for its own profit. Luther ordered Protestants to study Christianity in the books written at the time of its foundation, and particularly the Bible. He declared that he would recognize no dogmas which were not expounded in the Holy Scriptures. This declaration by Luther was as absurd as if the mathematicians, physicists, chemists, and all other learned men declared that their particular sciences should be studied in the earliest works to allenge with the subject. What I have just said is in no way contrary to a belief in the divinity of the founder of Christianity. Jesus could only speak to men in the language which they could understand at the time when he spoke to them. He left to the apostles the seed of Christianity, and made his 107. Church responsible for the development of this precious seed. He gave the Church the duty of abolishing all political rights derived from the law of the strongest, and every institution which was an obstacle to the improvement of the moral and physical condition of the poor. By observing effects and analyzing them carefully one can gather sufficient data to judge causes precisely. I shall adopt this course, and by examining in turn the main difficulties which have arisen from Luther's error in directing Christians too exclusively to the Bible, the conclusion will certainly follow that my third charge of heresy against the Protestant religion is proved. Four main difficulties have resulted from the excessive preoccupation of the Protestants with the study of the Bible. 1. The study of the Bible has made them lose sight of positive ideas and present interests. It has given them a taste for aimless research and a powerful tendency to metaphysics. In the north of Germany, the home of Protestantism, vagueness of ideas and feelings predominate in the writings of their most famous philosophers, and of their most popular novelists. 2. the study of the Bible befouls the imagination by its reminders of several shameful vices which have disappeared with civilization, such as bestiality and incest of all kinds. 3. The study of the Bible draws attention to political motives contrary to the public welfare. It encourages the governed to establish an equality which is absolutely impossible. It prevents the Protestants from working for a political system in which common interests will be managed by the ablest men in science, art, and industry, the best form of social system to which the human can attain, since it will contribute most directly and effectively to improvement of the moral and physical condition of the poor. 4. The study of the Bible encourages the belief that it is the most important kind of study, hence the formation of Bible societies, which send out to the public thousands of copies of the Bible every year. Instead of using their energies in producing and preaching a doctrine appropriate to the present stage of civilization, these so-called Christian societies give a false direction to philanthropic feelings, and one contrary to the public welfare. Believing that they are forwarding the progress of the human mind, they would, on the contrary, drag it backwards, if that were possible. On these 4 grounds, I conclude that my third accusation of heresy against Protestants, in regard to dogma, is firmly established. 108. I have had to criticize Protestantism severely in order to bring home to Protestants the incompleteness of Luther's work, and its inferiority to New Christianity, but, as I have said before beginning my analysis of Luther's work, I am nevertheless profoundly conscious of the great services to society he has made in the critical part of his reform, despite his numerous errors. Moreover, my criticism is directed against Protestantism in so far as it is regarded by Protestants as the final reform of Christianity. It is far from attacking the stubborn genius of Luther. If we consider the time at which he lived, the circumstances he had to struggle against, we must admit that he did everything possible at the time to initiate reform and establish it. In emphasizing morality rather than ritual and dogma, despite the fact that Protestant morality is not on a par with the Enlightenment of modern civilization, Luther paved the way for a further reform of the Christian religion. New Christianity must not, however, be regarded as an improved Protestantism. The new form in which I present the original principles of Christianity is completely different from the various improvements which Christianity has undergone hitherto. Here I conclude. I think that I have expounded my ideas on the new Christian doctrine sufficiently for you, sir, the conservative, to have already formed some opinion about it. Tell me if you think that I have grasped the true spirit of Christianity, and if my efforts to rejuvenate this sublime religion are of such a kind as to leave its primitive purity untouched. Conservative. I have followed your exposition with close attention. While you were speaking, my own ideas became clearer, my doubts disappeared, and I felt my love and admiration for the Christian religion increasing. My devotion to the religious system which has civilized Europe has not blinded me to the possibility of improving it, and, on this point, you have entirely convinced me. It is clear that the moral principle that all men should treat each other as brothers, given by God to His Church, includes the whole range of ideas which you express in the concept that the whole community should strive to improve the moral and physical existence of the poorest class, and should organize itself on lines most fitted to bring about this great end. It is equally certain that in the beginning of Christianity this principle had to be expressed in terms of the first formula, and that today the second formula should be used. At the time of the foundation of Christianity, as you have said, society was divided into 2 completely dissimilar classes, masters. 109. And slaves, forming, so to speak, 2 distinct human races, although living in close contact. It was then completely impossible to establish any reciprocity in the moral relations between the 2 races, so the divine founder of the Christian religion limited his moral principle to an obligation on every individual of every human race, not being in a position to establish it as the bond of association uniting masters and slaves. We live now at a time when slavery is completely abolished, men are now of the same mind politically, and classes are only distinguished by slight differences. Your conclusion from this situation is that the fundamental principle of Christianity ought to be formulated in such a way as to make it an obligation for the people as a whole, while remaining obligatory for individuals in their relations with each other. I consider this conclusion legitimate and of the greatest importance. Henceforward I am a new Christian, and will join you in advocating new Christianity. However, I have certain observations to make on the general direction which your efforts should take. The new formula in which you express the Christian principle covers the whole of your conception of social organization, a system founded both on philosophic arguments based on science, art, and industry, as well as on the most universally established religious principle of the civilized world, Christianity. Well, then, why have you not first expounded the system, the object of all your thinking, from the religious point of view, which is the most exalted and the most popular? Why did you approach the industrialists, scientists, and artists instead of going straight to the people by the way of religion? Why do you lose precious time at this moment in criticizing Catholics and Protestants, instead of establishing your religious doctrine forthwith? Do you wish it to be said of you, as you yourself said of Luther, his criticism was good, but his doctrine poor? The intellectual powers of man are weak. It is only by concentrating and directing them on a single aim that great and important results can be obtained. Why do you begin by using your energies in criticism, instead of beginning with a doctrine? Why do you not tackle boldly and straightforwardly the question of new Christianity? You have discovered the way to cure religious indifference in the most numerous class, as the poor could not be indifferent to a religion the express aim of which is to improve as rapidly as possible their physical and moral existence. Since you have succeeded in reproducing this fundamental 110 principle of Christianity in an entirely new form, surely your first aim should be to spread the knowledge of this revitalized principle in the class which has the greatest interest in adopting it. As this class is in itself infinitely larger in number than all others combined, success is certain. You should have begun by acquiring a large number of followers as support for your attack on the Catholics and Protestants. Finally, as soon as you had a clear conviction of the power, richness, and irresistible attraction of your theory, you should at once have developed it into a religious doctrine, without preliminary precautions, without any anxiety on the score of political obstacles, or danger of refutation. You have said that society should be organized in accordance with Christian morality. Every class should contribute as far as it can to the improvement of the moral and physical condition of the individuals who compose the largest class. Every social institution should contribute as directly and energetically as possible to this great religious aim. In the present state of enlightenment and civilization, no political right should any longer be based on the law of the strongest, or the right of conquest. Monarchy is no longer legitimate unless kings use their power to make the rich contribute to the improvement of the moral and physical condition of the poor. What obstacles can such a doctrine encounter? Are not those who have an interest in supporting it infinitely more numerous than those whose interest it is to oppose it? The supporters of this doctrine base themselves on the principle of divine morality, while its opponents have no weapons but the habits derived from an age of ignorance and barbarism, backed by the principle of Jesuit egoism. In short, I believe that you should immediately propagate your new doctrine, and form missions to send to all interested nations, and convert them to it. Reformer. The new Christians should have the same character and follow the same course as the Christians of the early church. They should use nothing but their intelligence to spread their doctrine. It is by persuasion and demonstration only that they should work for the conversion of Catholics and Protestants. By persuasion and demonstration they will succeed in leading these misguided Christians to a renunciation of the heresies with which the Roman Catholic and Lutheran religions are polluted in favor of new Christianity. New Christianity, like primitive Christianity, will be supported, helped, and protected by the force of morality and the omnipotence 111 of public opinion. If unhappily its introduction should lead to acts of violence, and unjust condemnations, it would be the new Christians who would suffer these acts of violence and unjust condemnations, but in no circumstances whatever, would they use physical force against their opponents, or act as judges or executioners. Having found the means of rejuvenating Christianity by a transfiguration of its fundamental principle, I have taken care first of all, as I was bound to do, to take every possible precaution to ensure that the introduction of the new doctrine should not excite the poor to acts of violence against the rich and the governments. I had to approach the rich and the powerful first of all to gain their favor for the new doctrine, by showing them that it was not contrary to their interests, because it would be obviously impossible to improve the moral and physical existence of the poor by any other means than those which would also increase the wealth of the rich. I had to show the artists, scientists, and industrial leaders that their interests were essentially the same as those of the mass of the people, that they belonged to the class of workers, of which they were also the natural leaders, and that the gratitude of the mass of the people for the services which they could render would be the only worthy reward for their glorious work. I had to emphasize the point strongly, because it is of the greatest importance in that it is the only way of giving the nation's leaders who really deserve confidence, leaders who are capable of molding their opinions and educating them to a sound judgment of the political measures favorable or opposed to the interests of the majority. Finally, I had to show the Catholics and Protestants the exact period when they had taken the wrong turning, in order to make it easier for them to resume the right direction. I must emphasize this point, because the conversion of the Catholic and Protestant clergy would provide powerful support for new Christianity. After this explanation I resume my theme. I shall not pause to examine all the religious sects which have sprung from Protestantism. The most important of them, Anglicanism, is so bound up with the national institutions of England that it can only be properly considered in relation to their institutions as a whole, and this analysis should come when I review, as I have promised, all the spiritual and temporal institutions of Europe and America. The Greek schism has remained up to now outside the European system, and I shall not deal with it. Moreover, the fundamental points in the criticism of these different heresies are contained in the criticism of Protestantism. 112. My aim, however, is not only to demonstrate the heresy of Catholicism and Protestantism. In order to rejuvenate Christianity, it is not enough to enable it to triumph over former religious philosophies. I must also establish its scientific superiority to all the philosophic doctrines which have discarded Religion. I must defer this line of thought for a later discussion. Meanwhile I will show briefly the general lines of my work. The human race has never ceased to progress, but it has not always proceeded in the same way nor used the same methods to increase the sum of knowledge and perfect civilization. Experience shows the opposite. From the 15th century to the present day, the human race has used a method quite different from that which it followed from the establishment of Christianity to the 15th century. From the establishment of Christianity to the 15th century, the human race was mainly concerned with the coordination of its general ideas, with the realization of a single, universal principle, with the foundation of a universal institution designed to raise an aristocracy of intellect above an aristocracy of birth, and thereby to subordinate particular interests to the general interest. Throughout this period, the study and observation of private interests, particular facts and secondary principles were neglected, and despised by the majority of educated men. The prevailing opinion held that secondary principles should be deduced from general ideas and a universal principle a purely speculative view, since the human intellect has not the means to establish generalizations sufficiently precise to enable all the particular deductions to be drawn from them. The observations I have made in this dialogue, in the analysis of Catholicism and Protestantism, link up with this important point. Since the dissolution of the spiritual authority of Europe caused by the rebellion of Luther since the 15th century, the human spirit has abandoned universal ideas and devoted itself to particular aspects, and engaged in the analysis of facts and the individual interests of the different classes of society. It has endeavored to define the secondary principles on which to base the different branches of knowledge. During the second period, the view has prevailed that discussion of universal principles and universal interests of the human race were only vague and metaphysical, contributing nothing useful to the progress of enlightenment and the improvement of civilization. Thus the human spirit has followed a course since the 15th century quite different from that which it had followed up to that time. 113. and certainly the important and substantial progress which followed in every branch of knowledge showed indisputably how much our medieval ancestors had erred in underestimating the study of particular facts, secondary principles, and private interests. Yet it is equally true that great harm was done to the community by the neglect in which, since the 15th century, the study of universal principles and universal interests had been left. This neglect gave rise to the egoism which became dominant in all classes and individuals. This sentiment, dominating all classes and individuals, made it easier for Caesarism to recover much of the political force which it had lost before the 15th century. It is to this egoism that we must attribute the political malady of our own age, a malady which afflicts all the workers who serve the community, which allows kings to waste a great proportion of the wages of the poor on their personal expenses, and those of their courtiers and soldiers, which allows monarchy and hereditary aristocracy to usurp much of the esteem which should go to the scientists, artists, and industrialists, in virtue of their direct positive services to the community. It is therefore desirable that the studies directed to the improvement of our knowledge of universal principles and universal interests should be resumed and encouraged by the community, on a level with studies directed to particular facts, secondary principles, and individual interests. Such, in outline, are the ideas which will be developed in our second discussion, which will have as its object an explanation of Christianity from the theoretical and scientific point of view, and the demonstration of the superiority of the Christian system to all particular philosophies, whether religious or scientific. Finally, in a third dialogue, I shall deal directly with New Christianity, Christianity in its final form. I shall expound its ethical doctrine, form of worship and dogma. I shall propound a creed for new Christians. I shall show that this doctrine is the only social doctrine appropriate for Europe in its present state of enlightenment and civilization. I shall demonstrate that by adopting this doctrine the huge difficulties arising, since the 15th century, from the encroachment of material power on the spiritual sphere can be most easily and peacefully resolved, and these encroachments stopped, by reorganizing the spiritual authority on a new basis, giving it the necessary strength to restrain the unlimited claims of the temporal power. I shall further show that the adoption of new Christianity, by 114. Coordinating the study of general ideas with that of the specialized sciences, will promote the progress of civilization infinitely more than any other measure. I conclude this first dialogue by declaring frankly what I think of the Christian revelation. We are certainly superior to our ancestors in the particular, applied sciences. It is only since the 15th century, and chiefly since the beginning of the last century, that we have made considerable progress in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and physiology. But there is a science much more important for the community than physical and mathematical science, the science on which society is founded, namely ethics, the development of which has been completely different from that of the physical and mathematical sciences. It is more than 18 centuries since its fundamental principle has been produced, and since then none of the researches of the men of the greatest genius has been able to discover a principle superior in universality or precision to that formulated by the founder of Christianity. I will go further and say that when society has lost sight of this principle, and ceased to use it as a guide to its conduct, it has promptly relapsed under the despotism of Caesar, and the rule of brute force, which this principle of Christianity had subordinated to the rule of reason. I therefore put the question whether the intelligence which produced, 18 centuries ago, the governing principle of the human race, and produced it 15 centuries before any important progress was made in the physical and mathematical sciences, must not obviously be superhuman in character, and whether there can be any greater proof of the divine revelation of Christianity. Yes, I believe that Christianity is divinely instituted, and I am persuaded that God extends a special protection to those who strive to subordinate all human institutions to the fundamental principle of this sublime doctrine. I am convinced that I am fulfilling a divine mission in recalling nations and kings to the true spirit of Christianity. Fully confident of the divine protection specially given me in my tasks, I feel emboldened to criticize the kings of Europe who are allied under Tyre's sacred name of the Holy Alliance. I address them directly, daring to say to them, Princes, what is the nature and character, in the eyes of God and of Christians, of the power which you wield? What is the basis of the social system which you endeavor to 115. Establish? What measures have you taken to improve the moral and physical condition of the poor? You call yourselves Christians, and yet you base your power on material force. You are still the successors of Caesar, and you forget that true Christians have as the final goal of their efforts the abolition of the power of the sword, the power of Caesar, which by its nature is essentially transitory. Yet this is the power on which you have undertaken to found the social order. According to you, to this power alone belongs the initiation in all improvements demanded by the progress of enlightenment. To support this monstrous system you keep 2 million men under arms, you compel all tribunals to adopt this principle, you oblige priests, whether Catholic, Protestant, or Orthodox, to preach the heresy that the power of Caesar is the governing principle of Christian society. In recalling the peoples to the Christian religion by the symbol of your union, in giving them peace which is their first need, you have nevertheless failed to win their gratitude. Your personal interests are too prominent in the schemes which you claim to be in the common interest. The supreme authority in Europe which rests in your hands is far from being a Christian authority, as it should have been. As soon as you act, you display the character and signs of material power, of anti-Christian force. All the important measures which you have taken since your union in the Holy Alliance have had the effect of worsening the condition of the poor, not only for the present but for future generations. You have raised taxes, you raise them every year, in order to meet the mounting costs of your armies and the luxury of your courts. The class which you favor specially is that of the nobility, a class which, like yourselves, derives its rights from the sword. However, your blameworthy conduct can be excused in certain respects. If there is one thing which has led you into error, it is the praise which has been given to your united efforts to overthrow the power of the modem Caesar. In fighting against him you have acted in a truly Christian manner, but it is only because the authority of Caesar which was acquired by Napoleon through conquest had in his hands much greater power than in yours, where it came only through inheritance. Your conduct can also be excused, in that the churches which should have restrained you at the edge of the precipice, have joined you in throwing themselves over. 116. Princes, hearken to the voice of God which speaks through me. Return to the path of Christianity, no longer regard mercenary armies, the nobility, the heretical priests and perverse judges, as your principal support, but, united in the name of Christianity, understand how to carry out the duties which Christianity imposes on those who possess power. Remember that Christianity commands you to use all your powers to increase as rapidly as possible the social welfare of the poor.